Chapter 726, The Strangeness of Windrider Pavilion. Xia Zonghai ran off without looking back, and as speed was the specialty of the Skywings, he departed in less time than it took to blink. Zing! He was already bolting off as if he were competing in a 100-meter sprint. Xia Fei shook his head and entered Windrider Pavilion with numerous thoughts in his mind. As he looked around, he found that Windrider Pavilion was actually rather large. It had a front courtyard, rear courtyard, and a side courtyard, and everything was arranged with picturesque disorder. The laughter of the children came from a distant row of houses, just like these kids playing around during a break between classes. Suddenly, a white silhouette shot at Xia Fei with a speed on par with his crafty approach. Xia Fei's reaction was very quick. He nimbly turned and smoothly reached out with his hand, grabbing his assailant by the neck. Bang! This person's speed was not bad, but he clearly lacked experience when facing a foe, only relying on his physical agility to charge at the opponent. This sort of method was clearly futile against a veteran like Xia Fei, and the person was brought to the ground. Xia Fei had a hand clamped around his neck while raising his other hand high up in the air like a knife, prepared to deal a heavy blow at the slightest sign of any suspicious movement. When he got a good look at the person who had charged at him, Xia Fei almost laughed. The attacker was none other than a chubby boy that was about 10 years old, his fat face going red from the asphyxiation he was experiencing. He stared in shock at Xia Fei, his eyes unblinking. At that moment, Xia Fei exuded a killing intent that only someone who had killed countless people could have. He made no attempt to hide this aura, so it penetrated the boy's body, making him shiver. Gasps of shock came from the distance. All of the children in class had come out. Some had their mouths open wide while others covered their mouths in shock, and all of them were staring at Xia Fei. When attempting a sneak attack, you should attack from a 45-degree angle. Charging in from the front is suicidal, Xia Fei suggested before letting the child go. The little fatty fearfully patted the dust off his body and then dejectedly withdrew as his classmates jeered at him. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and coldly stood in the courtyard, looking up at the sky. The weather at the summit was excellent, and there was an occasionally refreshing breeze blowing past. "Are you Xia Fei?" An elderly voice tinged with delight came from behind him. Xia Fei turned around and saw an energetic and thin old man. He was not very tall, but his eyes were shining and there was a smile on his lips. For some reason, the moment Xia Fei saw him, he immediately took him for a sly merchant. This man would be perfect as a shopkeeper at any store. He had such a devious appearance that it was almost a pity that he was not a businessman. Xia Fei nodded. "This one is Xia Fei. Are you Grandpa Lishi?" Xia Lishi did not answer, instead circling around Xia Fei and looking him over. Excellent physical agility and an abundant killing intent. You seem like someone who's seen the battlefield before. You have an excellent foundation and outstanding talent. You're a perfect seedling for cultivating law power. Xia Baiyun was right to recommend you to this old man. Relax. As long as you're with this old man, I can guarantee that you'll almost immediately grasp the secrets to the law of speed and become a proper Skywing general." Xia Lishi praised Xia Fei to high heavens to the point that the latter even began to feel embarrassed. He humbly said, "Grandpa Lishi flatters me. Seeing how these youths are so young yet already so fast, it seems that Grandpa Lishi truly is the best teacher in the Skywing clan. Still, I recall that the law realm normally only begins educating children about law power when they're 12 years old. These young boys and girls seem a little younger than that." Xia Lishi casually said, "Those are the rules for other people. We're the Skywings. Outsiders are always trying to apply their rules on us." This was not the first time Xia Fei had heard something like this. It was as if the Skywings did not take the rules of the law realm seriously, that the Skywings were different existences that lived separate from the other clans. Xia Lishi cunningly laughed, his eyes flashing. "Your foundations are good and your talent is good, but there's one crucial problem that needs solving. If you can't resolve it, then there's nothing that can be done." Xia Fei bowed. "What would this crucial problem be?" Xia Lishi nodded as he rubbed two of his fingers together and laughed. "The crucial question is, do you have the money? If you do, everything is negotiable." Xia Fei put on a helpless expression. It really was as Xia Zonghai said. All that praise earlier had not been sincere. Like how a businessman would boast about their products a little, Xia Lishi had done all that so he could get some money out of Xia Fei. Xia Lishi truly was not open and honest in the slightest. He continued chatting with Xia Fei, attempting to determine how much money Xia Fei had. Xia Fei had been a conniving businessman himself before, so he easily passed over these topics. He could see that Xiaolashi's face was getting worse and worse as time went on. As they entered the side courtyard, Xiaolashi pointed at a row of bungalows. You have to pay the dorm expenses to stay at Windrider Pavilion. A normal room is 10 grade 4 crystals a day, a standard room is 30, a luxurious room is 100, a luxurious suite is 500. Xia Fei frowned, feeling like he had entered some black market inn. Since Windrider Pavilion was a clan school, taking money was inappropriate, and this was not even considering that the prices were more expensive than the most luxurious hotels in White Horse Constellation. This was no different from daylight robbery. Considering Xia Zonghai's words, Xia Fei said, I don't have any specific living requirements, so I'll take the ordinary room. Xiaolashi pursed his lips and muttered under his breath, stingy miser. In truth, Xia Fei did have money. The Atlantis clan alone had left him 5 million grade 4 crystals, but he did not have a habit of living in luxury. After all, he grew up as an ordinary person on Earth, someone who had even slept on the streets once. He would consider it a good time even if he only had a roof over his head. Xiaolashi very reluctantly led Xia Fei over to a gloomy room in the corner. When the door was opened, Xia Fei found that, while the room was small, there was nothing wrong with it. Xia Fei had feared that Xiaolashi would be petty over his stinginess, but this was not the case. Xia Fei nodded. The room isn't bad, so I'll stay here, but when will the special training begin? Xiaolashi waved his hand. What are you in such a rush for? We haven't even finished negotiating the price. You'll have to eat here, too, yes? Windrider Pavilion has ordinary meals, standard meals, luxurious meals, gourmet meal sets. Xia Fei did not let him finish. I don't have any specific wants for eating. Anything will do, and I can even consume origin crystals if necessary. Xiaolashi was angry, very angry. In his eyes, Xia Fei was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but it turned out that this lamb was scrawny and devoid of fat. With a turn of his eyes, Xiaolashi developed another idea. He smiled at Xia Fei and said, why don't we do this? I'll give you 2 rooms, an ordinary room and a standard room. You can select from one of them. During lunch, I'll give you an ordinary meal and a standard meal so that you can try both out. Everything will be at half price. What do you think? Xia Fei was originally planning to refuse, but he reconsidered Xia Zonghai's words. Xiaolashi loved money, so he could not be too pitiful. Moreover, it was not as if he would be spending too much money. Thus, he agreed. Shock. Incomparable shock. This seemingly ordinary room gave Xia Fei a wonderful surprise. In this room, he felt like he was in the middle of a powerful energy field, his entire body instantly feeling comfortable and relaxed. It was like he was taking a bath while basking in the sunlight. Every cell in his body was singing in joy. Even the wounds on his body were healing at a visible rate. Xia Fei was shocked into silence. He clenched his fists and felt his hands bursting with power. Boundless power. What's going on here? Too strong. This room is too formidable. Xia Fei muttered. Xia Fei suddenly realized a problem. If Windrider Pavilion's ordinary rooms were like this, what would the luxurious room be like? Whoosh! Xia Fei almost immediately shot over to the standard room next door, and delight appeared on his face. Sure enough, this room was arranged similarly to the ordinary room, but it clearly contained more energy. It was like a net, an intricate net. It purified Xia Fei's energy layer by layer, turning it into the purest energy that was easiest to absorb and use. Even Aura was in disbelief. He could clearly sense the changes in Xia Fei's body. While Xia Fei was in shock, Xiaolashi arrived with 2 trays. Xia Fei walked out of the room in amazement and bowed to Xiaolashi. Xiaolashi appeared very smug. There was a cloud pine in the courtyard and a stone table and benches under the tree. He placed the 2 trays on the table and said, taste the food of our Windrider Pavilion. I guarantee that your appetite will open wide. Xia Fei firmly nodded. He saw that both meals looked about the same, meat paired with vegetables and accompanied by some seafood soup. Xia Fei took the chopsticks and placed some cauliflower in his mouth. To tell the truth, the cooking level was very average, and Xia Fei felt like it was a little too salty and even half-cooked. However, a moment later, an unstoppable surge of energy rushed into his body. Let alone a grade 4 origin crystal, even a grade 5 crystal would be unable to match the purity of this energy. To make a true comparison, only the origin energy the blood crystal absorbed from the bodies of experts could compare. After a moment of shock, he devoured the food like a wind sweeping away the clouds. While Xia Fei could move his body as he desired, he was still carrying wounds that had yet to heal fully. He had just been resisting these internal injuries through sheer willpower. This food was not any sort of precious herb, but it had a healing effect completely comparable to those rare herbs. Xiaoxi smiled. Eat a little slower. That meal has just cost you 500 grade 4 origin crystals. Cough. Xia Fei was stunned and almost spat the food back out. These 2 dishes and a soup cost 500 grade 4 origin crystals. This was too unreasonable. Xiaoxi suddenly thought of something and asked, "Right, who brought you to Windrider Pavilion?" "Xia Zonghai." Xia Fei instantly cleaned up the food and replied as he wiped his mouth. Xiaoxi gritted his teeth and resentfully said, "That kid Xia Zonghai still owes me more than 3 million crystals. To think he dare come by and not pay a visit. It seems like I'll have to increase the interest rate again." Xia Fei came to a startling realization. Xia Zonghai and the others were all afraid of Xiaoxi not because of his rigorous training but because they were all heavily in debt to him. 1 meal for 500 crystals? This was the most ordinary meal, too. Anyone would go bankrupt from these staggering prices. Suddenly, he heard Oro urgently say, "Xia Fei, Xiaoxi is probably an artificer. He belongs to the special class of energy artificer masters." Chapter 727, A Hell for Experts. An energy artificer. Xia Fei, who was shaken, curiously asked. Energy masters and artificers are 2 completely different professions. Can they be combined into a single profession? The more I think about this name, the stranger it sounds. Oro mysteriously smiled and then excitedly said, "I've told you before, true cultivation doesn't care about how high the rank is, what's most important is integration. Laws can be integrated as law force into one's body, becoming a representative of the laws and allowing one to use law force as they please. The same is true for energy artificers. To become someone like that, one must first obtain decent cultivation as both an energy master and an artificer, and then integrate the advantages of these 2 professions to ultimately combine these 2 skills seamlessly. This is naturally very difficult. After all, a person's focus and energy are limited. Advancing in 2 domains equally is quite difficult, and integrating the 2 together requires constant cultivation and incredible talent." Xia Fei was astonished. He hurriedly asked, "So that means Xiaoxi is very formidable?" "Extremely formidable. I will wager that he doesn't just have mastery of energy and artificery but he is also a decent law warrior, someone who's truly become an expert in all 3 fields." Oro's eyes were flashing while he spoke. Every clan hopes to have someone like Xiaoxi. The Skywing clan truly has a great number of talents. It's no wonder such a small family can produce so many top-class elites. It's been hiding someone this formidable. Oro was clearly very shocked. The sight of Xiaoxi made him think about his own Lionheart royalty. If his family had such an individual, the already powerful Lionhearts would become unstoppable. Xia Fei gave a slight nod. Cupping his fist in his hand, he said, "Grandpa Xi, I presume that you are a legendary energy artificer?" Xia Fei has had his eyes opened today, seeing the graceful bearing of your venerable self. Out of every method under the sky, flattery was the one thing that always worked. Since Xia Fei knew that Xiaoxi was such a peerless character, he naturally wanted to get on his good side as much as possible. As for flattery, Xia Fei was an expert at it, subtly hailing Xiaoxi as the supreme expert of all time. Xiaoxi was very content. After all, everyone liked being praised. While he was of advanced age, he had the mindset of a child, and his face immediately bloomed into a smile. It's not all that big of a deal, but becoming an energy artificer truly is rather difficult. Not everyone is capable of it. This old man has expended a lot of effort to get to this stage. Xiaoxi stroked his beard and smiled. Alas, while I'm an expert in 3 fields, this has delayed my overall progress. While I'm a jack of all trades, I'm a master of none, which is my life's greatest regret. Xia Fei hurriedly said, "Grandpa Xi, how could you say such a thing? I have heard that integrating 2 systems together is the most difficult of all, impossible to complete without peerless talent. In my view, even the patriarch wouldn't be able to boast about much in front of your venerable self." Xiaoxi heartily laughed. "That's true. Xia Baiyun still owes me 4 million and doesn't even dare to show his face here. When I get back, I'll definitely go and seek repayment from him." A helpless look appeared on Xia Fei's face. While Xiaoshi was formidable, he was also a blood-sucking vampire. All of the law emperors and law overlords in the Skywing clan probably owed him money. It was no wonder just the mention of Windrider Pavilion and Xiaoshi made everyone scowl. It was because everyone had been oppressed to the point of death by Xiaoshi. As the saying went, do not eat or take whatever you please, as you may end up losing your ability to be bold and forthright. With such a big debt on his name, even the patriarch would not dare to raise his head in front of Xiaoshi. Xia Fei could not help but worry that, by entering Windrider Pavilion, he was a lamb thrown into the tiger's mouth. It appeared that he would have to let this unscrupulous businessman take a pound of flesh from him. After finishing with his flattery, Xia Fei used his gifting skill. Wherever Xia Fei went, he had always followed the principle of giving gifts, and these would not be simple perfunctory ones. Moreover, when it came to such a powerful figure like Xiaoshi, who had been hidden in the shadows, he needed to be even more generous with his gifts. How would this do? You just returned to the Skywings, so it should be more proper for this old man to give you a gift. Xiaoshi was all smiles as he put Xia Fei's gifts away in his ring, not feeling embarrassed in the slightest. With the property of the Atlantis clan, his own stockpile, and the local products he had brought from Earth, Xia Fei had quite the inventory, so he was able to give Xiaoshi a lot of fresh and interesting things that left the old man quite happy. Xia Fei suddenly became very solemn. Grand Policy has gone through great efforts to make high achievements. To speak bluntly, managing Windrider Pavilion for the welfare of the clan has truly placed a great burden on you. If not for the clan, you probably would have gotten into the business long ago and achieved success in your own hobby, yes? As your junior, I feel nothing but admiration for your loyalty. This was superb flattery. Everyone knew that the Skywings were about freedom and had many hobbies. Xiaoshi was so in love with exploiting the warriors of his clan that he was presumably even more willing to be a businessman, but as he had the heavy responsibility of being a teacher and could not leave, he decided to turn Windrider Pavilion into a hotel, thus satisfying his hobby. Sure enough, Xia Fei's words left Xiaoshi sighing emotionally. Xia Fei truly knows me well. Xiaoshi became inexplicably agitated. Ah! If not for the Grand Ancestor giving me this responsibility, I would have never taken responsibility for Windrider Pavilion. I would be out there, wandering the universe and building up a business empire that I've always dreamed of. Oro was speechless. The Skywings simply did not care about proper jobs. Xiaoshi was an energy artificer, but all he cared about was how to get into business. To the Lionhearts who only thought about cultivation, and cultivation, this sort of personality would be heretical. After some thought, Xia Fei said, "Your venerable self has truly had a hard time. I think that someone as excellent as you should be up there." Xiaoshi shook his head. "There's no need. The White Horse constellation needs me more. Besides, it is definitely more relaxed here than up there, and the Grand Ancestor is there too. Even if I go there, I won't be of much use. It's better that I stay here and guide the young juniors of the clan." Friendship was a wonderful thing. Afternoon, Xiaoshi warmly pulled Xia Fei to the front courtyard, smiling and laughing the entire time. Of course, this only concerned Xiaoshi's attitude towards Xia Fei. The old man did not give him even the tiniest discount. Those children from the morning had already gone back. Windrider Pavilion was playing host to a class of youths of 13 or 14 years of age. There were more than 50 of them, all brimming with energy. These are currently the primary cohort of Windrider Pavilion's training. Each one performs well every day, and in the future, this batch of students has an extremely high chance of producing a batch of law emperors, perhaps even a law overlord. Xiaoshi proudly said. The students raised their heads upon hearing the compliments from their teacher. Xia Fei was startled, saying to himself, "A batch of law emperor experts. Other clans discuss experts by the individual, but the Skywing clan talks about them in batches. Come on, let's go and see the homework of these teens. Today is a rest day for you. Your special training begins tomorrow," Xiaoshi said. Unlike the playful and relaxed cultivation the children in the morning class went through, these youths simply received hellish training. In the cultivation chamber, Xiaoshi's attitude took a heel turn. Like a devil with a whip, he constantly made his students go through harsh training. His complexion remained cold and aloof throughout, and whenever the students made the slightest mistake, he would immediately bark at them, even beat them. Xia Fei and Oro were dumbfounded. Although Oro had been known as a great demon, he was small fry compared to Xiaoshi. The severity of Xiaolashi's training could make people despair. Bang! One student was so weak that his legs went limp, the accelerating pace of movements causing them to be slightly deformed. However, when Xiaolashi noticed what was happening, he gave a kick, sending the student flying into a corner, the impact causing the youth to howl in pain. The experts of Skywing have the heavy responsibility of protecting the entire clan. Xiaolashi coldly looked around and grimly said, "The stronger you are, the greater your responsibility is. You are all elites of the clan, the future supporting pillars of the Skywings. Protecting every member of the family is the burden that none of you is allowed to put down. I know that all of you envy your peers who don't need to receive this rigorous training and can play as well as do whatever they like, but you all need to understand that they can live their relaxed lives because countless experts protect them. All of you will become guardians in the future. Without extraordinary ability, how can you protect your brothers and sisters? Stand up. I'm tripling today's training." Xia Fei swallowed. He could not help but worry if these youths would grow rebellious because of this heavy pressure. After all, this was the age when children were at their most rebellious. To his surprise, these youths all chose to accept this treatment silently. None of them cried, and none of them complained. This was a display of fearsome resolve. The common people only saw the laid-back freedom of the Skywing clan, never seeing the pain and sweat that lay behind it. Each elite Skywing warrior had to endure this demonic training in their youth to create the freedom that the Skywings enjoyed. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, Xia Fei repeated Xiaolashi's words, seemingly understanding something. Xiaolashi was harsh to the students, but he was all smiles when it came to Xia Fei, even treating him as a close friend. We Skywings aren't like other clans, forcing every member into all-out training. We only compel the elites of the clan to train, leaving those who lack the talent to live as they please, Xiaolashi explained. The Skywing clan has been able to stand tall in the lore realm for so long partially because we aren't fools, no matter how unreasonable we may seem, and also because we train batch after batch to become experts who can take the place of their predecessors in protecting the Skywings. Xia Fei nodded. He understood what Xiaolashi meant. In the eyes of the strong, the common people were like ants. Just like in the war with the Moonward clan, ordinary warriors were just cannon fodders no matter how many there were, playing no significant role on the battlefield. The Skywings had realized this, so they only trained elites. Other clans treated Law Emperors as transcendent existences, whereas the Skywings used the Law Emperor level as their standard for selection. The Law Emperor was the starting point for Skywing warriors. This model was undoubtedly crazy and impossible to replicate. Looking at Xia Fei, Xiaolashi smiled. "Go and rest first. Starting tomorrow, you'll have to endure training 10 times, 100 times tougher." After a moment of shock, Xia Fei nodded. He now understood why Xia Zonghai and the others were so afraid of Xiaolashi. Windrider Pavilion was where the elites of the Skywing clan were created, and it was also a hell for experts. Chapter 728, 60,000 meters per second. Though the price was expensive, Xia Fei still decided to choose the best environment Windrider Pavilion could offer. This was not a problem of money but of cultivation, instead. All the origin energy in the world could not be exchanged for faster cultivation speed. Xia Fei would never hesitate whenever offered a chance to improve himself rapidly. The room that cost 1,000 crystals a day was not particularly spacious or luxurious, it was simply cleaner and more refined. What was most important was the room itself. The pleasant energy surrounded Xia Fei, causing his body to recover rapidly. It was not just Xia Fei. Even Furball and Peacock Blue rapidly recovered in this environment. The sight of both of them peacefully sleeping had Xia Fei feeling that all this money was worth it. After focusing his mind, Xia Fei tried to use the Black Bat radar to get in touch with Avril. He mentioned nothing about his new status or the major battle that would take place in 1 month. This was not because he wanted to hide it from her, Avril had never cared about Xia Fei's status. After all, the two had gotten to know each other when Xia Fei was a poor boy with nothing to his name. Xia Fei trusted that even if he became down on his luck again one day, Avril would still choose to remain at his side. It was just that explaining the Skywing clan was very troublesome, and not even Xia Fei was able to make sense of the situation. He did not know how to explain it to Avril, so he chose to just chat with Avril casually and tell her that he might only be going back after a month. He turned off the screen and got in touch with Moonsong and Hyacinth. Hyacinth already learned about how Xia Fei was part of the Skywing clan. The best infiltrator of the exiled grounds had quite the well-developed intelligence network. Hyacinth had long found Xia Fei mysterious, so the latter's return to the Skywings only verified his conjectures. He made a show of loyalty, saying that he was willing to serve Xia Fei and the Skywings. A person's name was like the shade of a tree. The Skywing clan's powerful display this time had quickly spread throughout the Lore realm. Countless people trembled in fear or sighed in admiration. Hyacinth felt like he had found a reliable backer, so his reverence for Xia Fei was understandable. Moonsong, on the other hand, was very surprised, asking this and that, insisting that Xia Fei should come over whenever he had the time. She did not tell him to do this or that, but since Xia Fei owed her a big favor, he could only agree to the eccentric Moonsong's request, which only the devil would know what it might be. It was getting late and Xia Fei felt tired. The days of accumulated fatigue finally broke free. He lay down in bed and went to sleep, casting any thoughts of what harsh training awaited him tomorrow to the back of his mind. At midnight, Xiaoxi was awakened by a beeping sound. He grabbed a small machine next to his bed, frantically put on some clothes, and rushed out of his room. Beneath the side courtyard was an enormous and intricate control system, a machine that Xiaoxi had personally built, which operated night and day, providing all the energy required by the several dozen rooms on the surface. The reason why Xia Fei could feel that abundant energy flowing in his room was because of this underground system. As a rare energy artificer, Xiaoxi had created a powerful field where warriors could easily absorb energy by fusing origin energy with it through his artificing. This was somewhat similar to the system used by the Heaven Execution Training Camp, though it was more intricate and used purer energy. It did little damage to the body, and even lower rank warriors could benefit in many ways from the origin energy being released here. A green grade 5 origin crystal had been placed in the center of the installation, but this stone had now become transparent. It was clear that all of the energy it contained had been exhausted. Xiaoxi frowned and muttered. No way. Xia Fei is the only one staying here. How could he have used up all the energy so quickly? Next to the installation was the backup system. Once the main system ran out of energy, the backup system would automatically start. Currently, the main system was out of energy and the backup system was also almost out. This was why Xiaoxi had received the warning, which informed him that he needed to install a new energy source. Everyone knew that the Lore realm was established on energy. With energy, one could have everything. In a dozen or so hours, Xia Fei had managed to consume the energy of almost 2 grade 5 origin crystals. This rate of absorption was far beyond Xiaoxi's expectations. It must be understood that a single grade 5 crystal had 100 times the energy of a grade 4. This sort of high-level energy vessel could only be created by a level 5 or above energy master. Other than a few great clans in the Lore realm, few people had even seen these green crystals before. At Xia Fei's current speed, he could drain at least 4 grade 5 origin crystals every 24 hours, the equivalent of 400 grade 4 crystals. Xiaoxi was charging Xia Fei 1000 grade 4 crystals a day for the room, and considering his daily expenses, he was not making that much money. Moreover, grade 5 crystals were so rare that they normally had to be traded for with 200 grade 4 crystals. As he made the calculations, Xiaoxi could not help but frown. It seemed like he was not making much money from Xia Fei at all. At most, he was just breaking even. Xia Fei's energy absorption rate was far too abnormal. This deal did not seem very worthwhile at all. Every year, many warriors would cultivate at Windrider Pavilion, comprising both high and low ranks, but this was the first time Xiaoxi had seen someone absorb energy so quickly. Forget it. This young man isn't bad, and even if I can't make money on the room fee, I can still make money on the food and cultivation fees. Xiaoxi recalled Xia Fei's flattery and smiled. After switching out the origin crystal, Xiaoxi turned on the automatic cycling system. As long as the energy did not run out, the system would not give Xiaoxi another warning and would automatically change out the crystal. This would save Xiaoxi the trouble of switching out the crystal himself. However, Xiaoxi had no idea that it was not just Xia Fei absorbing the energy. There was also Furball and Peacock Blue, a holy beast and an immemorial mystical armament respectively. Xia Fei, Furball, and Peacock Blue were all in rather bad states. In their battle against the law overlords, they had all suffered severe injuries. As time passed and their wounds recovered, they would enter high-speed recovery states and absorb energy faster and faster. Today's situation was only the beginning. The next day, Xia Fei got up very late. The sun was already hanging high in the sky outside his window when Xia Fei pulled himself out of bed. Oh, no! How did I sleep this long? Xia Fei hastily put on his clothes and zoomed out of the room. Xia Fei had always been very strict on his rest time, never willing to waste even a minute. Perhaps because he had been too tired, Xia Fei's sleep had been particularly deep, and he had slept for over a dozen hours. "You're up." Xiaoshi was standing outside with a smile, a luxurious meal worth 1,000 grade 4 origin crystals already set on the table. Xia Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. "I slept a little heavily and kept you waiting." Xiaoshi casually said, "Waking up too early wouldn't do you any good. I still have to manage the class for the little ones. This is the perfect time. Besides, your body isn't completely recovered, so resting a little more doesn't hurt." Xia Fei nodded and began eating his most expensive breakfast meticulously. Every second in Windrider Pavilion cost money. "What is your current speed?" Xiaoshi asked. 30,000 meters per second. "My rank is..." Xia Fei was just about to say his rank when Xiaoshi stopped him. "There's no point in telling that to me. Those ranks are set by the Alliance. This is the Lore Realm, so take back all those systems you used before." Xia Fei was rendered speechless, so he dropped his head and kept eating. Xiaoshi paused and then muttered, "Abilities and laws approach the same end through different means. Abilities have limits to how much they can be cultivated, and you'll have to return to the path of law power in the end, but cultivating the ability as much as possible will have great benefits when you eventually convert it to law power. I think that you should start with your ability. I need to know what your limits are." Xia Fei frowned, but he nodded in agreement. In truth, continuing to cultivate his ability in the lore realm was rather awkward. After all, his ability had already reached a very high level, and each additional step was difficult. Meanwhile, law power was much more efficient. Xiaoshi noticed the change in Xia Fei's expression and patiently said, "I know that you want to study the law of speed immediately so that your speed can soar. You're a smart person, so I'm sure you've heard of the saying, don't try to run before you can walk, yes? Reviewing your ability will be very beneficial for your future. According to the standards of the Skywing clan, 30,000 meters per second is considered level 7. The next step is level 8 at 60,000 meters per second. The last is level 8, at 120,000 meters per second. Normally, when you get past level 4, you can cultivate the law of speed, but improving your abilities is something else entirely. It will be great if we can bring your ability to a higher level, and if it's really no good, I won't force you." Xia Fei kept nodding, deciding to follow Xiaoshi's plan. This was a senior who had raised countless elites. There was no way he could be wrong. 10 days later, a black ray of light flashed. It was very fast, twice Xia Fei's former speed. 60,000 meters per second. Xiaoshi stood on the summit, watching Xia Fei's silhouette with excitement. Level 8. Ability at level 8. Xia Fei managed to get there. The last time someone in the Skywing clan had broken through to level 8 was more than 100 years ago. The current patriarch, Xia Baiun, had just barely managed to break through the 60,000 meter per second threshold. Today, finally, the Skywings had another genius who had broken into level 8. 60,000 meters per second was not anything to talk about in front of the Skywing elites, but it must be understood that Xia Fei had yet to cultivate the law of speed. He was completely relying on his ability. Incredible! Incredible! Xiaoshi muttered. "No, I have to report this matter. Our clan may have another godwing who will manage to reach max level in terms of ability." Xiaoshi excitedly turned around and went into his room, his eyes shining with light. A max level ability user meant that Xia Fei would have even greater room for development than Xia Baiun. This was because he would have a starting point an entire level higher. Xia Baiun was the Skywing's strongest law overlord in White Horse constellation, and his starting point was level 8 when he started learning law power. If Xia Fei could reach max level, then he was bound to surpass Xia Baiun. Xiaoshi could not help but be excited. Speed. This was a difficult problem that had vexed Xia Fei for several years, an unsolvable predicament. However, the path to attaining a speed comparable to light had opened once more. Chapter 729, The Moonward Clan prepares to go all out. 60,000 meters per second. This was not a matter of level but rather a matter of Xia Fei once more taking a large stride in terms of speed. It had been several years now, and Xia Fei had believed that he had already reached his limit in speed. No matter how hard he worked, he could not increase it further. In the Pan-Human Alliance, 30,000 meters per second was a heaven-defying speed, Countless foes had failed to hold out against this speed and had been cut down by Xia Fei. However, in the law realm where experts gathered, 30,000 meters per second clearly was not enough. If Xia Fei did not have Furball, Peacock Blue, the Blood Crystal, and the Law of Primal Chaos, surviving in the law realm would truly be excruciatingly difficult. The Skywings truly deserved the reputation as supreme experts of speed, and Xialashi deserved his status as this clan's peerless teacher. In just 10 days, Xia Fei's speed had broken 60,000 meters per second. He had reached level 8 in the law realm standards for the speed ability. The next step would be 120,000. This was the highest standard for the speed special ability, the maximum level. Whoosh! Like a lightning bolt, Xia Fei returned to Windrider Pavilion, an inexplicable rush of excitement in his heart as he stood in the courtyard. Sure enough, the Skywings don't merely control the law of speed. They even have their unique advantages when cultivating abilities that other clans simply can't compare. Let's start with this needlepoint training suit you're using, even I have never heard of some of its functions before, Oro said with a sigh. Xia Fei smiled. Oro was talking about this seemingly ordinary soft form training outfit that Xia Fei was wearing. Underneath the thin layer of highly elastic material were countless short and thin needles, all of them piercing important energy nodes in Xia Fei's body. This was the advantage of having energy artificers, for they could design and produce equipment that used origin energy to wash the body constantly, strengthening the bones and making the muscles more flexible while sending large amounts of energy into the torso. An ordinary artificer might be able to insert law power into the equipment, but they would be unable to add in energy. The Skywing clan's success was based not just on their talent and effort but also on the numerous support experts serving the clan. In the law realm, warriors were never solitary existences. Their energy was provided by the crystals created by energy masters, their armor was meticulously constructed by artificers, their injuries were treated by apothecaries, and so on. This was a contest in all aspects. Whichever clan had the more numerous and stronger support warriors would eventually win the day. While the Skywing clan had a carefree nature, it had many erudite and talented individuals. Thus, not only did it have powerful warriors, it was also without peer when it came to support. Xia Fei smugly asked, "You're not envying the Skywings, are you?" Oro pursed his lips. "What do I have to be jealous of? Species are different, and their natures are even more different. Even if I give my clan the same conditions, we still won't be able to produce any sort of Lionheart speed ability expert. After all, our talents lie in the law of darkness. We have no reason to give up on our specialty and study speed, which we aren't good at in the slightest. You should be the one worrying. Xialashi is incredibly greedy. He's probably charging you crazy amounts for every second that you use this training uniform. Haha. The longer you stay in Windrider Pavilion, the closer you get to bankruptcy." Oro naughtily smiled while Xia Fei could not help but frown. In these 10 days, he had essentially realized just how much Xialashi loved money. The day before yesterday, Xia Fei had spotted a nectarine tree in the rear courtyard, bright fruits hanging from its branches. He picked 2 to try them out, but he ended up paying 200 grade 4 crystals to Xialashi. It must be understood that 200 grade 4 crystals could buy enough nectarines to pack the entire Windrider Pavilion. There was nothing in this place that did not cost money. Even taking a bath had a hot water fee. Once the time came to settle the bill, Xia Fei would definitely be paying through the nose. Shaking his head, Xia Fei solemnly said, "Money is a good thing, and I like it, too, but there are some things that money can't buy. I'm not a small-minded person. As long as the money spent is worth it, I don't even mind going bankrupt." Oro nodded in satisfaction. A man with great ambitions had to act a certain way, and being obsessed with money would make one short-sighted. In this world, payment would always have its reward, and those with farther vision would more easily succeed. That was when Xialashi emerged from the room with a smile and walked up to Xia Fei, seemingly very happy. 60,000 meters per second, and that's completely based on the power of your ability, not using the law of speed at all. Xia Fei, this old man is very gratified by your progress. Right now, you have 2 choices. 1. Continue training your ability until you hit level 9 and reach the limit of the ability. 2. Start learning the law of speed now and give up on your ability, Xialashi said, his eyes flashing. I must warn you, once you close off your ability and enter the domain of law power, you'll never be able to return. You can't start learning a law and then turn around to work on your ability. There are only 20 days left until the appointed battle with the Moonward clan. Starting to study the law will make you improve as quickly as impossible, but giving up on your ability will cast a shadow on the cultivation of your law, and you won't be able to reach the strongest level possible. Xialashi stared at Xia Fei. The choice is entirely up to you. Xia Fei blurted out almost without a thought, I want to continue cultivating my ability until the end. Xia Fei would never be able to sacrifice his future to deal with the present. The path ahead was still very long, and there was no reason to lose out on the big picture over minor reasons. Xialashi heartily laughed. You chose a very difficult path for yourself, but if you really manage to walk this path, it will be of enormous help to your future. Rest 10 minutes and then we start training again. Xia Fei sternly nodded. I've thought of something. Staying at Windrider Pavilion is undoubtedly a major boon. The Patriarch and Senior Xia Tian are the main force in the upcoming decisive battle, so they'll probably improve way better if they also come to Windrider Pavilion. Xia Fei was trying to say that, since the upcoming battle with the Moonwards concerned the welfare of the entire clan, Xialashi should not pursue his debts and make it so that Xia Baiun and Xia Tian dared not to show up at Windrider Pavilion. Xialashi smiled. One of the reasons they don't come to Windrider Pavilion is that they're worried I'll go after them for their debts, but another reason is that they're already law overlords, so Windrider Pavilion is no longer useful to them. Xia Fei was startled. Is your venerable self saying that there's a limit to the energy artificary system? Correct, Xialashi sternly said. You've just entered the Law Emperor level, and you've never worked directly with origin energy before, so you're currently in a period of high-speed growth. Once your body has adapted to the energy artificary system, your growth rate will slow down. Use this time well and don't think about it too much. Charge! 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 The Skywing members were also preparing for the battle. Xia Fei, Xia Tian, and Xia Baiun were all in secluded cultivation. The Moonward clan had also not given up on putting up a final struggle. The Moon-reaching house, the residence of the Ward family's patriarch. White Ward had died in battle, and Galson Ward had temporarily taken up residence in this house as the acting patriarch. Today, on the same day that Xia Fei broke to level 8 as an ability user, a mysterious guest arrived at the Moon-reaching house. Galson Ward welcomed him into the parlor and closed the door so that they could talk alone. Even his brother, Ulson Ward, was not allowed to listen in. This was just how important this mysterious person was. Once all the doors were closed, Galson Ward took his seat down below, his attitude extremely respectful. The patriarch's seat was taken by the white-skinned old man. His chin was clean, free of even the faintest whisker, his demeanor was neither that of a man or a woman, and he drank his tea elegantly. He was very much like a eunuch. Grandpa Plomir, why are you here? Does the Grand Ancestor have a message? Galson Ward was deferential when he asked this question. In fact, he even slightly bowed. He had been to the god race before, so he was somewhat acquainted with the Grand Ancestors up there. This old man was Plomir Ward, one of the Grand Ancestor's trusted aides. Let alone in White Horse Constellation, even in the god race, Plomir Ward was a rather prestigious existence. Since this old man had taken a great risk in coming to Moon-reaching house, Galson Ward naturally had to be respectful toward him. Once Plomir Ward had put on enough airs, he slightly nodded and replied, correct. The Grand Ancestor personally ordered me to come down. You juniors truly can't let a person relax, inexplicably choosing to provoke the Skywings. Do you realize how unreasonable that person from their clan is? Up there, whenever our Grand Ancestor comes across that one from the Skywings, he has to keep his distance in fear of getting involved with him. Galson Ward creased his brows and said nothing. He had not been in White Horse Constellation when the incident took place, so he had no understanding of the details. He was somewhat unwilling to hear these complaints from their Grand Ancestors. The Grand Ancestor wanted me to tell you that if you lose this time, you and your brother shouldn't even dream about climbing upward, Plomir Ward nonchalantly said. His voice was strange, sounding like neither man nor woman, and just listening to it made one's hair stand on end. Galson Ward was stunned. Plomir Ward's meaning was very clear. If he lost, he would no longer be able to enter the god race. To martial artists, being unable to enter the higher realm of the universe was undoubtedly a source of great suffering. Seeing Galson Ward scowl, Plomir paused and then continued speaking. Don't think that this is purely a matter of White Horse Constellation. It's an absolute mess up there as well. Do you know what sort of price our Grand Ancestor had to pay to reach this settlement? Without this stalling tactic, you, useless things, would have been already swept out of the lore realm. There's no second choice in this battle. You can only win, not lose. If you win, that old stubborn fellow from the Skywings will be furious and will continue to cause us trouble, but reason will be on our side, and no one will help the Skywings. Ultimately, their entire clan will have to withdraw from the Law Realm. But if you lose... Plomere Ward's gaze turned dark. If you lose, the Grand Ancestor will consider you all abandoned chess pieces. When the entire clan is forced to leave against its will, don't blame the Grand Ancestor for not giving you another chance. Plomere's odd voice caused Galson Ward to get goosebumps. He had treated Qin Huang as an abandoned chess piece, but to his surprise, was he not himself being treated as a chess piece that could be abandoned at any time by those old monsters up there? When he thought about how the Skywings would protect their people to the death and then saw how coolly his own clan treated him, Galson Ward felt his heart chill. Smiling, Plomere Ward took out 2 bottles of black liquid and handed them to Galson Ward. If things are looking dicey, drink this. Remember, defeat is not an option. Even if you die, you must drag down the Skywings with you. Plomere Ward said, a savage glint in his eyes. Chapter 730, Combat Armor Monohorn Ogre. In the training room, Xia Fei was drenched in sweat. The large scarlet peak steel chains on his back made it difficult for him to breathe. Unlike the cultivation of other clans, Xialashi had arranged for Xia Fei to have a lot of strength training in his curriculum. Scarlet peak steel was one of the densest metals in the universe. A piece the size of a fist weighed an entire ton. Xia Fei was training with several dozen tons on his back. Speed isn't just about ability. Law force is also a factor, and even more critical is the body's toughness. Xialashi walked back and forth in front of Xia Fei as he coldly said, without a tough body, you can't endure the immense pressures of high speed. The truly strong can travel at hundreds of thousands of meters per second, perhaps even a million, without wearing armor. I don't demand that you have this speed right now, but you must make a tough body one of your lifelong pursuits. Xia Fei was stunned. The truly strong could travel at high speeds without armor? What sort of freakish body was that? He had many questions, but he did not ask. This was because the pressure he was feeling was so heavy that he felt like he could not even talk. Hellish training. Xialashi's training was crueler than hell. Xia Fei had barely been holding on this entire time. Every day when he returned to his room, he would simply collapse onto his bed, so tired that he found even taking a bath to be difficult. Even raising his arms caused them to ache. The 1 month of special training passed by in this extremely exhausting torment. Today was the 27th. Starting from yesterday, Xialashi had stopped asking too much from Xia Fei, instead having him start doing some recovery exercises in preparation for the mortal clash to come. At noon, Xia Fei woke up. This was the longest he had slept since coming to Windrider Pavilion, a whole 18 hours. The energy restoration system was a wondrous thing. In one night of rest, origin energy had endlessly flowed into his body, making him once more as lively as a tiger. After lunch, Xialashi took Xia Fei down the mountain and looked admiringly at him. Few students can endure this old man's strict training, and even fewer can be like you and endure it all without a single complaint. Very good. These 4 weeks of special training ends today, now is the time to see your results. Xialashi smiled and stroked a finger across his spatial ring, taking out a suit of combat armor. Xia Fei was startled, his eyes flashing. This black suit of armor was much more exquisite than the edgeless he had previously worn. Edgeless had been like a product of nature, seamless from head to toe. In contrast, this suit of armor was like a sharp spike. The helmet in particular had a short and sharp 3-pointed spike which carried an astonishing visual impact. Moreover, the Fig Corporation's mark could be found on the shoulder of this armor. This was a product of the Law Realm's most formidable tech company. Xialashi asked with a smile, what do you think? This monohorn ogre armor doesn't lose out to Edgeless, does it? Edgeless was cast away by that Dragon Ascension Martial Hall Law Overlord Busey. We Skywings either choose not to provide, or we provide only the best. Monohorn Ogre is stronger than Edgeless in terms of functions, it's also of a higher rank. A higher rank? Even higher than Edgeless. Xialashi declared, correct. Monohorn Ogre is ranked as Great Law Emperor. 1 rank higher than Edgeless. If you have this, you can advance all the way to Law Overlord without needing to worry about a suitable suit of armor. Moreover, Fig Corporation's products are half a rank better than ordinary products, so you can even use it as a level 1 Law Overlord. Oro nodded in agreement. Xialashi is right. The Fig Corporation's products are all much better than ordinary products. This suit of armor can last you all the way to Law Overlord. There should be no problems with the quality. Xia Fei was delighted. The Fig Corporation's combat armors were hot products. The Skywings were able to take out a Great Law Emperor armor, a sign that they had a deep reserve of resources. Just when he was about to reach out and take it, Xiaoshi suddenly put the Monohorn Ogre away with a flick of his wrist. I'm merely showing it to you, not giving it to you. Xiaoshi naughtily smiled. If you can reach level 9 in your speed ability today, your speed surpassing 120,000 meters per second, then this Monohorn Ogre will be yours. Otherwise, you've got no hope of getting it. The clan isn't running a charity here, and we aren't in the habit of giving out treasures for others to play around with. You must prove that you are worthy of it. Xia Fei clenched his teeth. All right. Deal. Let's get started. It's only 120,000 meters per second. I've been getting very close over the last few days. There's no guarantee that I can't break through the threshold. Xiaoshi smugly smiled. It seemed that physical rewards were rather effective on Xia Fei, though the fact that the Grand Ancestor had ordered him to take out the Monohorn Ogre left his heart aching. After all, the Skywing clan had only 3 suits of Fig Corporation combat armor. Other than Monohorn Ogre, the other 2 were worn by Xia Tian and Xia Baiun, and Monohorn Ogre was the most impressive of them. This complete suit of armor exuded a monstrous air. It was not long before the final assessment began. Whether or not Xia Fei could get the Monohorn Ogre combat armor, whether or not he could reach the apex of the speed ability, entirely hinged on his performance this morning. After checking over his equipment, Xia Fei leaned forward and then his legs propelled him off the ground. He accelerated faster and faster. When he broke the 30,000 threshold, Xia Fei felt his entire body tremble a little. This was a sign. As he accelerated, sound would grow weaker and weaker and the surrounding scenery would fade away like mist. Xia Fei had entered the almost tranquil world of high speed. 90,000. 100,000. 110,000. Xiaoshi, who was observing the speed tracker in his hand, excitedly shouted this. Xia Fei had been stuck at 110,000 meters per second for 3 days now, unable to break past it. With the battle imminent, Xia Fei did not have any time left. Whenever the speed ability encountered a threshold, it was like running into an invisible wall. He only needed to bust through it for him to see a whole new world. Breaking the threshold was not easy, but Xia Fei gritted his teeth and endured. His body was in particularly good condition today. He had maintained the speed of 110,000 meters per second for a whole 10 seconds now, yet he was not feeling even the slightest bit of fatigue. This was probably the greatest advantage of getting a good sleep. All of the accumulated fatigue had been swept away, and Xia Fei was like his brand new self. Break for me! With a roar, Xia Fei charged forward with all his strength, his mind going completely blank as he focused all his senses on avoiding potential obstacles. He had only one thing on his mind, getting past the threshold. Bang! Clear and fine weather. At that 0.001 second, when he broke through the 120,000 meter per second threshold, as he crossed that pit, all obstacles ceased to exist. His surroundings became empty, and Xia Fei felt like he was a lone comet streaking through the sea of stars. This was the euphoric sensation that came from speed. A sense of freedom, unbound and unconstrained by anyone. Nothing could stop him. 120,000. 21,000. 22,000. Xiaoshi felt so excited that he nearly jumped for joy. Xia Fei had not just punched through the limit, he had continued to accelerate, getting faster and faster. Broke it. He broke it. My Skywing clan finally has another speedster at level 9. Xiaoshi's face turned red as he shouted this. The flying Xia Fei forgot time, forgot where he was, and forgot what he was doing. He was utterly intoxicated by the sensation of flying like a lightning bolt. About a dozen or so minutes later, Xia Fei finally returned to Windrider Pavilion, leaving the planet on which the Skywing clan dwelled covered in his footprints. 123,066 meters per second. 123,066. Level 9. A max level ability user. Xiaoshi excitedly showed Xia Fei the speed tracker. With max level as your starting point, your potential is limitless. This is all because you are starting off a little higher than anyone else. Xiaoshi smiled like a blooming flower. This was also the first time Xiaoshi had ever trained a max level speed ability user in 1 month. It was simply unprecedented. Take it. Zing. Xialashi threw the monohorn ogre combat armor to Xia Fei. This great law emperor armor is yours starting from today. Not just Xialashi, even Xia Fei was very happy to hit max level. After taking some time to take a bath and organize his thoughts, Xia Fei walked out of Windrider Pavilion's side courtyard, preparing to return to the Gale Wind Garden. Tomorrow was the appointed day of battle between their Skywing clan and the Moonward clan. The Gale Wind Garden was probably already ready at this time. Xialashi came out personally to send off Xia Fei, a ruddy glow to his face. Let's settle the bill before you go down, yes. Xialashi smiled as he took out the bill and gave it to Xia Fei. Xia Fei frowned. It turned out that Xialashi was waiting outside not merely to send him off but for fear that Xia Fei would run off without paying the bill. A total of 1,754,000. Xia Fei glanced at the bill and was instantly dumbfounded. He had stayed at Windrider Pavilion for only 1 month, but he had spent so much money. This was worse than the worst extortionist hotel. Xialashi waved his hand and casually said, I even gave you a 10% discount. This is my special treatment. Xia Fei started to sweat as he looked over the items on the bill. A slipper fee, a drinking water fee, and even a toilet fee. All were listed out on the bill, and though the prices were excessively high, they all added up. Xia Fei sighed. He felt like he could see the ashen complexions of Xia Zonghai and the others as they tried to negotiate with Xialashi. There was nothing to be done. All Skywing warriors had to pass through this hellish checkpoint, and not even Patriarch Xia Baiun was an exception. After all, Xialashi was an energy artificer. Without him, they really might have been unable to achieve their levels of success. Will you pay now or charge it to your account? If you charge it to your account, there's an interest charge, Xialashi said with a wicked smile. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. I'll pay now. If you charge it to my account, I may be unable to pay it off even for the rest of my life. Xialashi was startled. He really did not think that Xia Fei had the ability to pay everything in full. After all, he had not been in the Law Realm for very long. How could he have that much money? Oro suddenly said to Xia Fei, 1.75 million? Not that expensive. When I was cultivating my ability to max level, I spent 10 times that amount. Moreover, you're a Law Emperor now, so the second tier of the Atlantis treasury is open to you now. Why do you care about such a trifling amount of money? Xia Fei ignored him. Oro was the emperor of the Lionheart royalty, a king of kings. He had never had to worry about money in his life, so how could he understand the hardships of the poor? Xia Fei sighed and took out his credit card from the Rock Private Bank, preparing to pay the bill. A dark gold credit card. Xialashi was stunned, and his eyes began to dart around frantically. Anyone who was just a little in the know knew that this card meant that Xia Fei had a fortune of at least 5 million grade 4 origin crystals at Rock Private Bank. He grabbed Xia Fei and excitedly said, Hold on. I suddenly have an idea that's extremely important for your future. You'll definitely be interested. What do you want? Xia Fei helplessly asked. Chapter 731, Wind Garden's Turmoil. Xialashi saw Xia Fei's dark gold credit card from Rock Private Bank, and his eyes immediately shone green. Xia Fei could not help but be a little worried, wondering what this ruthless businessman was thinking this time. There was one thing for certain, his idea was definitely related to money. What do you want? Xia Fei helplessly asked as he hastily put away the credit card. Xialashi put on a very weird and mysterious smile. I have an excellent proposal. These past few days, I've seen that you have incredible talent when it comes to energy control, you're also proficient with machinery. Xia Fei nodded. It's true that I understand a little. I once wanted to become an energy master, alas, my time and focus are limited, and all these problems have cropped up, so I've had to stop my cultivation on that path. Xialashi burst into laughter and patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Since you have a dark gold credit card from Rock Private Bank, it must mean that you have a lot of money. Having a lot of money is great. It means that everything is negotiable. Look at this Windrider Pavilion, I can't stay here forever. One day, I will leave this place to pursue my own dreams. If no one is there to take over Windrider Pavilion, the Grand Ancestor definitely won't let me go. Since you have the talent and the money, you happen to meet the necessary requirements for becoming an energy artificer. If you're willing, you can stay here and learn energy artificing from me. Is this proposal tempting enough? Xia Fei was taken aback. It was truly an excellent proposal. Xia Fei had always advocated for all-around development and also tried to carry it through. Besides machinery and energy, Xia Fei was also an expert in pharmacology. If he had a master to instruct him, he really might become an all-around master. In the law realm, powerful warriors received respect and all-around masters were regarded as gods by warriors. This could be seen with the Skywing Patriarch. Despite being a mighty law overlord, Xia Baiyun still had to lower his head in front of Xialashi. Such was the high status enjoyed by all-around experts in the law realm. That's a great idea. If you integrate artificary, pharmacology, and energy together, then pair everything with machinery and combat, you'll be an unprecedented master of 5 domains. Oro said in shock into Xia Fei's ear. Xialashi had seen Xia Fei's potential at a glance. An all-around expert needed to meet some basic conditions, and this young man undoubtedly did. Xia Fei shook his head and said, Grandpa Lishi, Xia Fei wants to accept your conditions, but I need to think about it some more before giving you a reply. Xia Fei did not agree but also did not shut the negotiations to the proposal. Xialashi's offer was incredibly tempting, but he also needed to consider the terrifying price to be paid. In just 1 month of cultivation, Xialashi had taken 1.75 million origin crystals from Xia Fei. This Windrider Pavilion was an extortionist hotel in both name and reality. Of course, the Great Law Emperor armor gifted by the Skywings, the Monohorn Ogre, could make up for the entire cost, but it was the Grand Ancestor's idea to reward Xia Fei with this armor. Xialashi would have never been that willing. All right, no rush. Consider it carefully, but you must remember that the path of the all-around expert only exists at Windrider Pavilion. As long as you are willing to spend the money, you will always have a chance to become an energy artificer, Xialashi said as he shook his head. No matter what, returning to Wind Garden and participating in the battle with the Moonward clan was the most important thing right now. Xia Fei put on the Monohorn Ogre armor and majestically left Windrider Pavilion for White Horse Constellation. Wind Garden. At noon, Xia Fei walked out of the spatial gate. The surroundings were quiet, all of the Law Emperors here seemed to be busy with something else. The Monohorn Ogre had a unique aura, and even the most ordinary person would have a monstrous air when wearing it, let alone the very monstrous Xia Fei. The blood crystal paired with this monstrous armor made Xia Fei seem more and more like an ogre fresh out of a storybook. As he walked into the rear garden, he saw that all the Skywing warriors were gathered here, playing music, chatting, playing chess, each one relaxed and occupied with their respective business, none of them too concerned about the battle tomorrow. Whoosh! Several dozen fervent looks turned onto Xia Fei, staring at him so hard that he felt uncomfortable. The Monohorn Ogre. It's really the Monohorn Ogre. No way. Xialashi gave you this Apex combat armor from the Fig Corporation. What did you do at the Windrider Pavilion? Did you kill Xialashi and steal the armor from him? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Xia clan's law emperors immediately gathered around Xia Fei and gawked at him, saliva dripping from their mouths as they stared at his impressive suit of armor. Hey! Why did he just up and give you this suit of armor? I've had my eyes on it for years. Tell the truth now, are you Xialashi's grandson? Xia Fei was speechless, but he managed to deny these allegations. It seemed that the Skywings elites had been eyeing the Monohorn Ogre for ages now, and many of them were upset to see that it had suddenly become Xia Fei's. Xia Zonghai suspiciously asked, Xia Fei, how much progress did you make at Windrider Pavilion that Xialashi gave you something so good? Right, hurry up and tell us. What level of Law Emperor are you at now? To this question, Xia Fei shook his head and replied, my level hasn't risen. I'm still a level 1 Law Emperor. Zing! Everyone scowled. At the Law Emperor level, advancing in level did not come easy. None of them found it strange that Xia Fei had cultivated for a month without advancing. The key was the Monohorn Ogre. How had Xia Fei and his average talent been able to obtain this suit of armor? It must be understood that the entire clan had been arguing over this suit of top-class Fig Corporation armor for ages. No one could accept that it was now Xia Fei's. However, Xia Fei's next words pushed the depression of the Wind Garden to the maximum. In this month, I didn't practice the law of speed or space. I only trained my speed ability to its maximum level, Xia Fei said with a shrug. From his tone, it seemed like he was not very satisfied. The entire Wind Garden became utterly silent. Everyone stared at Xia Fei with mouths agape, as if he were some kind of monster. Xia Fei shivered and whispered, what are you all looking at me for? Why you, say that again. Xia Zonghai's eyes were like bronze bells as he stammered. Max level, which means level 9, with a speed of 120,000 meters per second, Xia Fei explained, still feeling very confused. I know that the max is 120,000. Xia Zonghai shouted, his voice turning shrill. You're saying you maxed out your speed ability? Xia Fei nodded and said no more. Suddenly, an even more astounded roar erupted from inside the house. Maxing your special ability? You're able to achieve max level in your speed ability. Patriarch Xia Baiyun and the bespectacled Xia Tian walked out with shock on their faces. Now, everyone, even caretaker Gilai, was staring at Xia Fei. Xia Fei softly explained, the max level speed ability is only 120,000 meters per second. I'm much slower than everyone else here. Only 120,000. Everyone was rendered speechless. This was not a problem of speed. Max level meant that Xia Fei would have the most room to develop in the future. Once he began to train in the law of speed, he would undoubtedly soar into the heavens, enjoying limitless potential. The honest and frank Xia Meng burst into laughter and patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Good for you. I admit defeat. Back then, I cultivated my speed ability to level 7 before giving up, even our patriarch only got to level 8. Xia Meng spoke rather bluntly, causing Xia Baiyun to grimace. There was no more proof needed to know that Xia Fei was stronger than him. Even across the long history of the Skywing clan, he could be considered a top-ranking genius. No matter whatever feats Xia Fei achieved in the future, his max rank alone made him deserving of a place in the clan's history books. No one questioned his ownership of the Monohorn Ogre at this point. Everyone congratulated him sincerely, believing that he was the rightful owner of this top-class war armor. Xia Fei did not expect for a max-level ability to have such an effect on the Skywing elites, so he humbly greeted everyone. This humble attitude won him the favor of the crowd, everyone believing that Xia Fei had a good personality. Xia Baiyun softly sighed and then sternly said, Xia Fei, come here, there's something that I need to talk to you about. Xia Fei said his goodbyes to everyone and went into Xia Baiyun's study to have a private talk with the patriarch and the bespectacled Xia Tian. After all, tomorrow was the day of the battle with the Moon Wards. As the three participants, they needed to work together. Xia Tian lightly tapped Xia Fei's chest with his fist and smiled. As a Zen practitioner, he had an unconstrained and natural air that few people could match. The three of them sat around a round table. There was tea on the table, and Xia Fei respectfully filled the cups of the two law overlords, understanding that he was the junior at the table. Xia Baiyun gave a slight nod and sternly said, tomorrow is the day of the battle. The rules are like this, we will each pull a straw and fight a one-on-one duel. There are 3 rounds, and 2 are needed to win. Xia Fei frowned. Pulling straws meant that Xia Fei might get Law Overlord Ulsan Ward or even Galsan Ward. That would be difficult. Ulsan Ward had fought with Xia Fei before. Xia Fei, Furball, and Peacock Blue had gone all out, but even then, all 3 of them had been heavily injured and only managed to produce a draw. This was not even considering Galsan Ward, the strongest Law Overlord of the Ward family. Xia Baiyun saw that Xia Fei was worried and smiled. You don't need to worry. I only have one question for you. If your opponent is Yu Hua, are you confident that you can win? I am. Xia Fei said without blinking. He had improved in every aspect since before his stint at Windrider Pavilion and was confident that he could fight evenly against level 3 Law Overlord Ulsan Ward. Level 7 Law Emperor Yu Hua was not a problem at all. Xia Baiyun nodded. If your opponent is Yu Hua or Ulsan Ward, you must fight with all your power. If it's Galsan Ward, give up immediately. Xia Tian and I are the primary fighters in this battle. There's no reason for you to go up against the Ward family's strongest overlord. We have a 2/3 chance of winning. The worst outcome is if you pull Ulsan Ward as your opponent. The other 2 scenarios aren't a problem. Both Xia Baiyun and Xia Tian were confident in their ability to beat Ulsan Ward or Yu Hua, and Xia Fei was confident that he could take on Yu Hua, but if he ran into Ulsan Ward while Xia Baiyun or Xia Tian lost to Galsan Ward, Xia Fei would have to go all out against Ulsan Ward. There was a 1/3 chance of this scenario happening, meaning that the Skywings had 2/3 chances of victory. The remaining 1/3 was not even a sure loss as long as Xia Fei went all out against Ulsan Ward. After all, he had managed to draw with Ulsan Ward 1 month ago, so he still had a fighting chance. That's the situation. There's no point in worrying anymore. We can only fight with all our strength. Xia Baiyun declared. Xia Fei, have we take you to the storage house? Take whatever you need from there. I originally prepared a suit of armor for you, but it seems that that's not necessary. Suddenly, Xiaolashi's furious voice came from outside the courtyard. Xia Fei, come out and give me an explanation right now. Xia Fei was confused. He had already cleared his bill with Xiaolashi, so why had the latter come to Gale Wind Garden? This old man has never made a loss in his life. Xia Fei, you're too ruthless. Xiaolashi's voice grew increasingly irritated. Chapter 732, Xiaolashi's Tragedy. Xiaolashi's sudden visit shattered the calm in Wind Garden. Standing in the rear garden, Xiaolashi raged as he constantly howled for Xia Fei to come out. He was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his silver hair standing on end. Several minutes before, right after Xia Fei left Windrider Pavilion, Xiaolashi suddenly received a warning that the energy was about to run out. Shaking his head, Xiaolashi muttered, "It seems that there's a problem with the design. The energy restoration system is linked to Windrider Pavilion's largest reserve. According to my last inventory, there should still be 14,700 grade 5 origin crystals, enough to keep Windrider Pavilion supplied for several thousand years. Could this be a false alarm?" As he walked through the front courtyard, the children training in Windrider Pavilion poked out their heads and said, "Grandpalashi, the training room's energy indicator has turned red." Not just the dorms, the cultivation chambers of Windrider Pavilion also required energy. This system could be said to keep all of Windrider Pavilion running. The children's words gave Xiaolashi a bad feeling and he quickly ran to the control chamber, only to be given a huge shock. The storage room meant specifically for gathering used-up origin crystals was piled high with transparent crystals. Of the 14,700 grade 5 origin crystals, only one was left, standing all by itself in the backup system. Xia Fei had emptied out the energy reserves of Windrider Pavilion, leaving behind only a sliver of energy. Right after he left, Windrider Pavilion stopped operating because of the lack of energy, all of the equipment entering a state of suspended operation. Xiaolashi rubbed his eyes and then pinched his thigh. The sensation of pain made him realize that he was not dreaming, that Xia Fei really had scammed him. This was 14,700 of grade 5 origin crystals. No matter how powerful the Skywing clan was, its energy supply was still limited. After all, grade 5 origin crystals were high-class products that could only be produced by energy masters. Xiaolashi was incredibly stingy, and it had still taken him many years of effort to stock up all these high-grade crystals. If the Grand Ancestor had not ordered for Xia Fei to be given the purest energy, Xiaolashi would have been using grade 4 origin crystals at most. Now, all the high-grade crystals he had accumulated in his lifetime had been completely used up by Xia Fei. These were grade 5 origin crystals. The purest energy used in White Horse constellation. Far superior compared to grade 4 crystals. Nominally, 100 grade 4 crystals could be exchanged for a single grade 5, but that was only the listed price. Even when exchanging inside a clan, the exchange rate was 200 for 1, and in the black market, it was 500 for 1 or even 1000 for 1. Using these exchange rates, the 1.7 million grade 4 crystals Xiaolashi had charged Xia Fei was a loss, a huge loss. Xiaolashi was so angry that his face became twisted, and he hastily ran off to the Wind Garden to demand compensation. He was a ruthless businessman, and no one had ever taken him for a ride before, but this Xia Fei. Not only had he not allowed Xiaolashi to make any profit, he had even cleared him out, making him lose a fortune. How could Xiaolashi possibly suppress his rage? Everyone present was afraid of Xiaolashi, and upon seeing his ashen complexion and savage face as he charged into Wind Garden, they were all dumbfounded. Zing! 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 The Law Emperors immediately scattered like mice seeing a cat, all of them hiding from Xiaolashi. It was only when they heard that Xiaolashi was not looking for them that they had the courage to gather around and spectate. "Xia Fei, come out right now. You're too ruthless. You actually emptied out the entire energy store of my Windrider Pavilion. I'm truly the unluckiest soul to have ran into someone like you. Come out right now. You must compensate me for my loss." Xiaolashi stood in the courtyard and hollered, stomping his feet in rage and pulling at his silver hair, seemingly on the verge of madness. In truth, what was most painful for Xiaolashi was not running out of origin crystals but being scammed by Xia Fei, instead. As a ruthless businessman, Xiaolashi had never once made a loss in business, but upon meeting with Xia Fei, he had suddenly lost everything. This was what he could not accept. In the study, Xia Baiyun and Xia Tian both panicked upon seeing that it was Xiaolashi. Just like everyone else, both of them had been extorted by Xiaoxi and owed him a huge debt, so their hearts immediately began palpitating wildly upon seeing Xiaoxi. What did you do? How did you manage to provoke his venerable self? Xia Baiun frowned and asked. Xia Fei already had a rough understanding of the situation from Xiaoxi's miserable howls. It seemed that he had accidentally managed to empty out the old man's energy storage. Shrugging, Xia Fei took out Furball and Peacock Blue. After a month, the two of them had changed. Furball was now fat and round like a big fatty who had been allowed to eat as much as he wanted. Peacock Blue was also much thicker and sturdier. Not only had it recovered from the damage it sustained during battle, it was even more energetic. How should I know? The room had so much origin energy in it, so I thought that it would be fine if Furball, Peacock Blue, and I absorbed as much as we wanted. Xia Fei shook his head and said. A helpless look appeared on the faces of Xia Baiun and Xia Tian. It was clear what had happened. Xia Fei had joined together with his two accomplices and feasted for an entire month, emptying out Windrider Pavilion. In 1 month, they had consumed 14,700 of the stored grade 5 origin crystals. This sort of consumption speed was heaven-defying. It was no wonder Xia Fei had maxed out his speed ability in so little time and Furball and Peacock Blue had gotten so fat. It turned out that they had devoured all the energy at Windrider Pavilion. In the end, Xiaoxi left, his head sagging, turning his head back several times with each step he took to glare at Xia Fei angrily. In truth, this loss had little to do with Xia Fei. It was entirely because Xiaoxi had been negligent. Believing that Xia Fei did not have that big of an appetite, he carelessly turned on the automatic energy replenishment system. In the end, the system did not think that there was a problem and ran until Windrider Pavilion had been completely emptied. In the face of questioning, Xia Fei naturally vigorously argued his case, refusing to compensate Xiaoxi. The 1.7 million 5th grade origin crystals already gave Xia Fei immense heartache. Trying to add more charges after the bill was already settled? Not a chance. Xia Baiun tried to come and mediate, but with a shout of "Pay your debt already," from Xiaoxi, he went running back. There were so many law emperors and law overlords in Wind Garden, but not a single one could speak up. It could be imagined how unreasonable Xiaoxi was normally. These bystanders might have been afraid of him, but not Xia Fei. He casually pulled this businessman to the side to talk. It was not long before the smoke dissipated, all the law emperors present secretly gave Xia Fei a thumbs up. After all, only Xia Fei among the Xia family's elites was not afraid of Xiaoxi, and only he alone did not owe the old man money. Not only did he not owe Xiaoxi money, he had almost driven the old man to bankruptcy. After watching Xiaoxi leave, the law emperors speedily gathered around Xia Fei. I can't believe it. You made Xiaoxi eat such a huge loss. I know, right? You obtained the precious monohorn ogre combat armor and emptied out Windrider Pavilion's energy reserve. Xiaoxi has eaten a huge loss this time. This feels good. All my frustration just got swept away. So even Xiaoxi has days like this. Xia Zonghai was crying while he gazed at Xia Fei, excitedly saying, save the talking for later. Tonight, I'm treating you to a drink in celebration of this major victory. Same here. You have no idea how badly all of us have been scammed by Xiaoxi. He's called Lishi, but he's not frank or upright at all. He even badgers our patriarch about his debts all day. Cough. Xia Baiun dryly coughed, his face dark. When did I suddenly get dragged into this conversation? Well, since the big battle is tomorrow, I think that it's fine to have a cup or two, but nobody is allowed to drink excessively. Everyone privately shared a laugh. Xia Baiun had long ago been left inwardly seething over Xiaoxi's constant pursuit of his debts, but he was the patriarch, so he could not vent his frustrations on Xiaoxi, nor could he refuse to pay the debts. Now that Xia Fei had given Xiaoxi a harsh lesson, using reality to tell him that business always carried a risk, Xia Baiun was inwardly rejoicing, though his face remained cold and indifferent. I contacted the Grand Ancestor just now so that Xiaoxi would let you go. You must be careful in the future, though. He isn't the sort of person who just sits around and takes it lying down. Xia Baiun called Xia Fei over and said this. Xia Fei certainly was not congratulating himself over making Xiaoxi suffer a loss. This was because he was very tempted by the prospect of becoming an all-around expert that the ruthless businessman had offered, but he had ended up accidentally offending the latter, so this had put a damper on his chances. Xia Fei followed Xia Huiye to the Skywing storehouse in the back of the residence. The everyday necessities, weapons, and medicines of the clan were all stored here. Xia Baiyun had let Xia Fei come over so that he could pick out anything he needed. Xia Fei did not require a lot when it came to his needs, so he simply got himself some bedding, chairs, tables, stools, and other miscellaneous items. Xia Wei had Xia Fei's selections sent to his room. Having been acknowledged as a member of the Skywing clan at this moment, Xia Fei naturally could have his own room in Wind Garden, and he might even have to live there long term. Xia Fei was even considering bringing Avril here, but that was a conversation for later, once the decisive battle tomorrow was over. Standing in front of the giant medicine warehouse, Xia Fei stopped. He had seemingly realized a problem. If you need anything, just take it. The patriarch has said that everything in the inner storehouse is open to you, Xia Wei said with a smile. Xia Fei shook his head, his eyes suddenly turning grim as he sternly asked, Wei, what if I want to stay here? Xia Wei was taken aback, asking in confusion, you're talking about staying in the medicine warehouse. Right. They're still waiting for you outside to eat dinner, you know? What happens if you don't go over and eat? It's not like these herbs have legs. They're not going to run away. Xia Fei said, tomorrow is the big battle. Although the Patriarch and Xia Tian aren't looking for me to do much, what if I pull Ulsan Ward? Then it will be a fight to the death. Xia Fei grimly said, while everyone in the family seems assured, they're just burying their worries deep in their hearts. I can tell that everyone is worried about tomorrow. Xia Wei and old Gilai bitterly chuckled. You're quite the sharp observer. Everyone is worried that you might get Ulsan Ward, so no one is mentioning it. This is an order from the Patriarch. After all, you've just returned to the Skywings, so nobody wants to put too much pressure on you. Xia Fei nodded. I understand, but the more it's like this, the more I should prepare. Go and attend to your business. I've suddenly thought of something that I need to do right now. Xia Wei nodded and walked away. Oro curiously asked, you want to refine medicine here? Correct, Xia Fei sternly said. It's a medicine called Dread Limit. This place just so happens to have mulberry orchids, bitter cocoons, fiend-eating grass, and other materials that I normally need to gather. Oro frowned and muttered, Dread Limit? I don't understand pharmacology, but why does this name sound so gruesome to me? Chapter 733, Wild Beast Ulsan Ward. At dawn, Xia Fei emerged from the Wind Garden storehouse, his expression rather tired. The morning mist had yet to disperse, but the Wind Garden was already busy. Nobody spoke, the Skywing elites silently gathering in the rear garden. Everyone had put away their hobbies and found a corner to close their eyes and rest. Xia Fei was polishing a pair of serpent blades, again and again. Even when these blades were so bright that they could be used as mirrors, he continued to polish them. Xia Fei knew that he was trying to relieve the tension in his heart. Upon seeing Xia Fei enter the rear garden, everyone nodded at him but still said nothing. There was a sullen silence in Wind Garden, a state of pre-battle build-up, energy waiting to erupt at the right moment, an oppressive and resolved mood. It seems like they are nursing some other worries. Oro was surprised and told Xia Fei. This mood is far too oppressive, I can almost smell the blood in the air. Xia Fei agreed with Oro. He found a corner to sit down and then began stroking his spatial ring constantly. Oro smiled. There's no need to be so nervous. Today, the main force is Xia Baiyun and Xia Tian. You just need to do your duty. Besides, you've prepared amply, so you shouldn't have a problem. Xia Fei shook his head. Today's battle will decide the fate of the Skywings and the Moon Wards. No level of preparation is enough. Xia Fei paused and added, look at the attitude of the clan elites, it's very abnormal. I have to think that there's a reason. This battle might be the fuse for another, even greater battle. It's hard to say. Oro said nothing. The Skywings truly were very strange. It was not like they were the ones going out to fight, so there was no reason for them to be so nervous. About 5 minutes later, the door to Xia Baiyun's study was pushed open. Clearly, he and Xia Tian had already talked and decided on something, which they had chosen not to explain to anyone else. He swept his eyes over the clan elites and settled on Xia Fei, upon which he slightly frowned, but he still said nothing. Wei will guard the compound while everyone else will follow me. Xia Baiyun raised his head and lightly waved his hand. Xia Fei was stunned. Back at High Water Pavilion, it had already been decided that only those involved in the incident would be participating, with the battle being kept a secret from everyone else, but Xia Baiun was bringing all 36 law emperors of the Xia family. This was clearly against the rules. Frowning, Xia Fei quietly followed the clan warrior to the side garden, where the spatial gate was located. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The pack of wolves from the Xia family passed through the spatial gate and arrived inside a warship floating in the sky. Through the giant windows, which extended from ceiling to floor, they could see a silent and desolate planet below, the ground scorched and devoid of life. This was presumably today's battlefield. Nodding at the Xia clan warriors and ordering them to stay here, Xia Baiun led Xia Fei and Xia Tian along a long corridor. A set of automatic doors opened, and the three of them silently went through. This was a rather luxurious room, the sofa so soft that it made one drowsy. Next door was the bathroom, there was tea and fruit served on the table, too. It was clear that someone had readied this room for them. Once the three sat down, Xia Fei curiously asked, "Patriarch, weren't outsiders not allowed to spectate today's battle?" Xia Baiun looked outside the window and sternly said, "Last night, when you were in the storehouse, the rules were changed. The Moonward clan requested that the other clans be allowed to spectate so that fairness can be guaranteed, and those above agreed to their request. This warship we're on is the spectating ship that the Dragon Ascension's Feng family arranged. Besides us, there are a dozen or so other clans, along with their elite members, from White Horse Constellation." Xia Fei said nothing. Since the rules had been changed the night before the battle, it probably meant that the Moonward clan had some sort of scheme. Xia Tian raised his eyeglasses as if he had thought of something. He said to Xia Fei, "Right, I've finished asking around about that thing you requested. That friend of yours called Gu Dong was killed by Yu Hua long ago. Together with his family, that makes it 14 people in total. Roaring Tiger Park, which you used to manage in the Yu family, has been abandoned. The workers, their families, and even the exotic beasts being raised in the park were all killed. On top of all that, for some reason, Yu Hua also killed a merchant called Hao Ping and a girl called Zhu Li. Ha! In short, he secretly disposed of everyone who you had had interactions with in his clan." Xia Fei scowled. Gu Dong was the teacher who had given him the initial guidance into the clan, and when everyone else was looking down on him, he firmly stood on his side. How could he forget such kindness? Those brothers at Roaring Tiger Park had worked for Xia Fei, so they could somewhat be considered his trusted aides, but who had those exotic beasts provoked? Even they had been silenced by Yu Hua? As for Hao Ping, he was just an ordinary small merchant. However, just because he had exchanged crystals and bought some of Xia Fei's things a few times, he had been killed. The most pitiful of all was Zhu Li. She was an ordinary-looking, short-haired girl. Perhaps because she had seen Xia Fei before in the Pan-Human Alliance, Zhu Li would often peek in on his training through the window, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Alas, despite the two of them never exchanging a word, she had still been unable to escape Yu Hua's purge. Xia Fei's complexion turned ashen and he clenched his fists. Yu Hua's methods truly made one's heart chill. Everything he appeared to be before had been a facade. Down to his bones, he was an insidious and lowly person. Xia Tian slightly nodded, sternly saying, "Back on Snake Isle, when you ran into Yu Hua and the Moonwards attacking the Yu family, you made the right choice by not choosing to stand on his side. If you had compromised with him back then, you would have probably joined those innocent people in death." Xia Fei looked away. Yu Hua had truly treated him well in the past, but when Xia Fei saw the other leading the charge against the former patriarch, he instantly understood that this was someone who could not be trusted. Even if standing at Yu Hua's side would let him preserve his life, Yu Hua would undoubtedly silence him once everything was over. Thus, he chose without hesitation to stand against the other. "If I pick up Yu Hua, I'll make his life worse than death." Xia Fei clenched his fists and muttered, his every word suffused with killing intent. Xia Baiun and Xia Tian shook their heads. "You won't have a chance to fight Yu Hua, for your opponent is Galsun Ward." Xia Fei was startled. It turned out that the order of battle had been decided while he was completely unaware. Xia Fei would be fighting Galsun Ward, the strongest law overlord of the Moonward clan. This was what the Skywing clan hoped to see. Whether it was Xia Tian or Xia Baiun, they were completely confident against Yu Hua or Ulsan Ward. There would be no need for Xia Fei to come forward. The outcome of this match was sealed. However, Xia Fei displayed no excitement. From how Xia Baiun, Xia Tian and the Skywing elites had been acting today, he could tell that their attitude had changed overnight, despite this being the best-case scenario. There was something fishy going on. "When were the lots pulled?" Xia Fei asked. It was also last night. The Feng family of Dragon Ascension suddenly informed us that the lots were being pulled. You were in the storehouse at the time, so we didn't get to tell you, Xia Tian sternly said. The result of the lots was that you'll be facing Ulsan Ward, I'm up against Ulsan Ward, while the Patriarch is fighting Yu Hua. Xia Fei fell silent, his expression grave. Xia Baiyun and Xia Tian exchanged a glance before staring at Xia Fei. A penny for your thoughts? Xia Tian curiously asked. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. A scheme. The two law overlords were startled and they curiously asked, this is clearly a situation to our advantage. Why would you think that it's a scheme? Xia Fei replied with a dark face, the rules were suddenly changed the night before the battle, and the order of the battle decided by the draws is far too advantageous for us. Everyone knows that the two of you are far stronger than Yu Hua or Ulsan Ward. If things go as expected, the Patriarch should kill Yu Hua and Xia Tian should kill Ulsan Ward, so before I even get the chance to come out, the battle will be over and the Moonwards will be forced to leave White Horse Constellation. But, Xia Fei emphasized, when things are abnormal, evil is afoot. Suddenly changing the rules the night before is already fishy enough, and for the draw to be so in our favor is even more suspicious. Though I can't guess at what the Moonwards are scheming of, I know that they have some sort of plan. Xia Baiyun and Xia Tian both nodded and looked at Xia Fei in satisfaction. Patriarch, I told you that this newcomer Xia Fei isn't simple. Being able to smell a scheme so quickly, he must possess a meticulous thought process and astounding logic, Xia Tian said with a smile. Xia Baiyun gave an understanding chuckle and said, someone who's able to leave Xialashi in such a miserable state naturally has to have some cunning. Xia Fei, you don't need to worry too much. I immediately told our grand ancestor what was going on. Do you know what his venerable self said? Xia Fei shook his head and perked up his ears. His venerable self said that whether it's a hidden scheme or an open scheme, the Skywings have always sought reason through their fists. If they won't be reasonable, we won't be reasonable, and if they're reasonable, we still won't be reasonable. The moment we discover a scheme, we should rush in there regardless. Xia Baiyun recounted the grand ancestor's words. Xia Fei suddenly discovered that this grand ancestor, whom he had yet to meet, was rather adorable, being someone who exposed secrets and destroyed schemes through unreasonable actions. Regardless of what scheme the Moonward clan was brewing, as long as the Skywings continued to be this unruly and unreasonable, nobody would be able to do anything to them. As the ancients said, the soft fear the hard fear the domineering fear the unreasonable, and the unreasonable fear those who do not care for their lives. The Skywings were both reasonable and did not care for their lives. There was still some time until the start of the battle, and the representatives of the powerful clans continued to board the ship. Xia Baiyun and Xia Tian closed their eyes to meditate, but Xia Fei remained perturbed. A strong sense of unease made it impossible for him to calm down. The Moonward clan's actions were too strange and unfathomable. The matches with Xia Fei going against Ulsan Ward and Xia Baiyun's match against Yu Hua was more or less settled. After all, the vast gap in strength had already decided the outcome. The only problem was the bespectacled Xia Tian's clash against Ulsan Ward. In terms of cultivation, Ulsan Ward was a little better, but Xia Tian had the Skywing's super speed, so he was actually a little stronger than Ulsan Ward. Looking at the quiet and meditating Xia Tian, Xia Fei muttered, could it be that Ulsan Ward had a sudden breakthrough in this 1 month and he became confident in his chances of defeating Xia Tian? As he was pondering this question, someone knocked at their door. Opening the door, he saw Great Law Emperor Xia Wu. He had a rather nervous expression as he whispered to Xia Baiyun, Patriarch, the Moonward clan's people are here. The others are normal, but there's something weird about Ulsan Ward. Everyone was surprised and asked in unison, what's bizarre about him? Xia Wu gritted his teeth and replied, other people came in like normal, but Ulsan Ward was shut up inside a giant metal box by the Moonward clan. That isn't a box for holding people, but more like one for holding a wild beast. Chapter 734, The Most Aggrieved Death. Other people came in like normal, but Ulsan Ward was shut up in a giant metal box by the Moonward clan. That isn't a box for holding people but more like one for holding a wild beast. Xia Wu sternly said. Stunned, Xia Baiyun asked, held in a box? Putting a person in a box? That's a little too strange, isn't it? Xia Wu said, even stranger is that the sounds coming from the box are extremely frightening. It's as if Ulsan Ward has gone crazy. Everyone was confused. They had expected that the Moonward clan would be struggling at death's door, but they had not expected Ulsan Ward to become so strange. They would probably have to wait until the day of the battle to find out what Ulsan Ward's state actually was. Waving his hand, Xia Baiyun indicated that Xia Wu should leave. The mood in the resting room grew heavier and heavier, but as Xia Tian was versed in meditation, he displayed excellent composure in the face of danger. He turned his head and closed his eyes, as if he had not heard about the bizarre shift in the Moonward clan. Xia Baiyun and Xia Fei looked at each other, neither saying anything but both very worried. More and more people gathered on the ship as the representatives of the major clans arrived. The sizes of the groups varied. The Aloof and Transcendent Glacier and Snowdrift clans only sent a few people, while the Nine Fan clan, the Moonward clan's close ally, sent over 20 people, all of them elites. This ship had many rooms, which were allocated to the various clans for when they spectated the battle. In a room near the tail end of the ship, two girls sat side by side. It was Xiao Yu and Autumn Cicada. Xiao Yu frequently looked worriedly outside the window. Autumn Cicada very coolly asked, "Are you worried about Xia Fei?" Xiao Yu firmly nodded. Big brother Xia Fei's opponent is level 5 Law Overlord Galsan Ward. The gap between them is too big, so. Autumn Cicada understood what Xiao Yu was feeling, but she was just this sort of cold and indifferent person, regarding everything like a passing cloud and not taking anything to heart. There's no point in worrying. I heard from mother that if everything goes smoothly, the Moonward clan will lose for certain. Xia Baiyun and Xia Tian of the Skywing clan are both difficult to deal with, and the battle will be over before Xia Fei even gets a chance to fight, Autumn Cicada softly said. Xiao Yu lightly nodded, still confused. I hope that's so. Otherwise, big brother Xia Fei will be in big trouble. I really didn't think that he would be a member of the Skywing clan. Autumn Cicada asked in confusion, isn't this good? The Skywing clan is very powerful, so at least Xia Fei has a backer in the Law realm now. Xiao Yu pursed her lips and said nothing. How could Autumn Cicada and her aloof demeanor possibly know what Xiao Yu was thinking? Xiao Yu was no longer some ignorant girl, rather, she was now a young woman who had begun to awaken to love. Xia Fei was already a powerful member of the Skywing clan, while she was just a servant maid of the Snowdrift clan. This was a vast difference in status, and the Snowdrifts were a bizarre clan made entirely of women, with the members of the clan being forbidden from marriage. Autumn Cicada thought that Xiao Yu missed Xia Fei, so she said, the Skywings are also on this ship. You can go and meet with your big brother Xia Fei. Xiao Yu shook her head. No, at least not now. With the battle imminent, I don't want to upset him, I will save it for later. Oh, I see. You're right. During battle, one must remain cool and collected. You're very considerate, Autumn Cicada said flatly. Look there. The battle is about to start, someone shouted. Everyone walked out of their rooms and looked out the windows. Meanwhile, the truly important figures remained in their rooms, as they had even better views from where they were compared to those in the main deck. As such, there was no need for them to mix in with the others. Two flashes of light, and Law Overlord Xia Baiyun and Great Law Emperor Yu Hua appeared in the wasteland. Everyone shook their heads. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about this battle. Yu Hua was no match for Xia Baiyun. Of the several hundred clan elites on this warship, only one person could claim that he was capable of defeating Xia Baiyun, and that was Superior Law Overlord Quzhen Feng. In all of White Horse Constellation, Quzhen Feng was the sole level 7 Superior Law Overlord. Dragon Ascension worked for the God race, so Quzhen Feng was not bound by the rules and could remain in the Law realm as he pleased. The remaining Law Overlords, even those of level 5, including Galsan Ward who had almost ascended to the God race, did not dare to say that their victory was assured. After all, everyone knew that the Skywings possessed monstrous speed. They were simply unstoppable. Among all the martial arts out there, only speed was without flaw. Among all the clans in the universe, the Skywings alone were the fastest. Thus, the warriors of the Skywing clan were far above the caliber of warriors at the same level. Puny level 7 Great Law Emperor Yu Hua challenging level 2 Law Overlord Xia Baiyun? It was like striking an egg with a stone. A wind swept across the wasteland, stirring up yellow sand, and Yu Hua's heart sank even further. His opponent was Law Overlord Xia Baiyun, the strongest warrior of the Skywing clan. Even the most optimistic person did not think that Yu Hua had a chance at surviving. Besides, the Moonward clan had already abandoned him. By having him fight with Xia Baiyun, they clearly had no intention of letting him survive. He pursed his lips and looked up at the warship with eyes full of resentment. At this time, Xia Baiyun suddenly spoke. Xia Fei wanted me to convey some words to you. Yu Hua looked in surprise and curiosity at Xia Baiun. Xia Fei said that he doesn't have a chance to kill you personally, but he'll take very good care of you Xiaobei. Yu Hua paled and his entire body shuddered. What everyone knew was that Yu Hua had never married and had no son, however, unbeknown even to his brothers, Yu Jin and Yu Peng, Yu Xiaobei was in fact his son. Back then, Yu Hua had engaged in a tryst with Yu Xiaobei's mother, which resulted in his birth. The Skywing's power was terrifying. A little work from Xia Tian had ended up revealing this astonishing secret. When Xia Fei said that he would take good care of Yu Xiaobei, it was clear that he meant he would kill him to leave Yu Hua without descendants. Yu Hua utterly despaired. He darkly looked up at the warship and felt like he could see Xia Fei staring down at him with an even more venomous glare. Returning an eye for an eye, this had always been Xia Fei's personality. Even his death would not be enough to soothe Xia Fei's anger. Pity to one's enemy was cruelty to oneself. Pull up by the roots. Xia Fei wanted to give Yu Hua the deepest and most lethal blow. Ruthless. Ruthless. Yu Hua muttered, his face turning pale. Xia Baiun smiled. Do you have anything else you want to say? I hope. Yu Hua was just about to voice his desire before death when Xia Baiun suddenly struck, giving him no chance to speak at all. Zing! Moving like a bolt of lightning, Xia Baiun appeared behind Yu Hua in the blink of an eye, and by then, a blade had already slashed across Yu Hua's neck. This speed was far too fast. While he could already feel like the god of death was here, his mind was still somewhat clear. Xia Fei also said that he doesn't care what sort of hopes you have. He doesn't want to hear it. He just wants you dead. Xia Baiun put away the small dagger he had used to slit Yu Hua's throat as he sternly said. Despair. Limitless despair. Asking despite not wanting to hear a word? It turned out that Xia Fei had Xia Baiun ask Yu Hua if he had any final wishes so that he could make Yu Hua see hope before crushing it ruthlessly. A sense of anger and frustration seethed in his chest. Yu Hua had never imagined that Xia Fei would be this ruthless. Even death was not enough to make him let go. Such cruel methods. Such insidious style. Yu Hua was furious, his blood boiling. Bang! The swelling of his veins pushed open the wound, causing blood to gush out. This was the price for provoking Xia Fei. In this most infuriating and aggrieving method, Level 7 Law Emperor Yu Hua bid farewell to the mortal realm. Standing by the window, Xia Fei watched Yu Hua die with a wicked smile on his lips. He felt no sympathy for his enemies. Otherwise, how could the souls of the unjustly slain, like Instructor Gu Dong and short-haired girl Zhu Li, find peace? The several hundred clan elites on the ship found this match very boring. After all, there was nothing particularly exciting about this first battle. Even the Skywing warriors did not cheer, they just quietly watched. Xia Tian used a piece of cloth to wipe his golden threaded eyeglasses, then he turned around, and walked out. It's my turn now. I wonder if that fellow Ulsan Ward really did become a wild beast. Stay safe. Xia Fei blurted out. His words were clearly tinged with worry, so they sounded rather strange. Xia Tian was startled, and then he smiled. Don't worry. None of the Skywings are easy to deal with, and I'm not an exception. Xia Tian raised his head and walked out, preparing to enter the battlefield. It was soon time for the battle between Level 3 Law Overlord Ulsan Ward and Level 1 Law Overlord Xia Tian to begin. Two balls of light shot down, Xia Tian and a large box then appeared in the wasteland. The box was 3 meters on all sides and was made of thick and heavy alloy. What's going on here? Is the Moonward clan sending a box to battle? A warrior from one of the clans present uttered this joke, but he was the only one laughing, so he had to awkwardly stand at the side. When things were abnormal, evil was afoot. All experienced warriors knew this. The Moonward clan were one of the 9 great clans, and so this giant metal box had to be hiding something strange. With bated breath, their hearts began to beat faster as they stared at the battlefield and speculated on the kind of fiend that would emerge from the box. Xia Tian's eyes chilled as he warily stared at the box. The incessant panting of a beast could be heard from inside the box. It was as if the box really contained some violent beast, who was staring with crimson eyes at Xia Tian. Nonetheless, this man deserved to be a law overlord of the Skywing clan. Though he wore a pair of cultured glasses, it was incapable of hiding the pride and madness in his bones. Xia Tian silently pointed at the metal box, his eyes cold. He erupted with an aura, which was even more frenzied and shocking than the aura of this monster. This was a challenge. In the face of the murderous intent of the monster in the box, Xia Tian released an even greater murderous intent. Bang! There was a massive bang. Ulsan Ward could no longer restrain himself, breaking out of the heavy metal box and revealing himself to the world. As the yellow sand settled down, everyone was able to see a disheveled monster. Ulsan Ward? This was a devil. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had imagined that a Moonward Law Overlord would end up looking like this. On the warship, Ulsan Ward had his hands on the window as he softly muttered, "Brother, for the sake of the Moonward clan, I had to wrong you like this." His voice was grief-stricken, on the verge of tears. Suddenly, Ulsan Ward's demeanor changed. His eyes erupted with killing intent. Chapter 735, Xia Tian takes off his glasses. Xia Tian took 2 steps back and reached up his right hand to adjust his glasses. He wore a nervous expression, his eyebrows knitted. He simply could not make sense just what sort of wondrous organism was in front of him. Was he still Ulsan Ward or a monster? His hair was unkempt, flying in the wind, and his 2 eyes appeared to be pale white, even as blood flowed out from his eye sockets. His skin was blackened, seemingly having been burned badly in hellfire. Veins were visible all over his face, hand, and body, while vulture-like talons grew from his fingernails. There was no longer a trace of humanity on Ulsan Ward's body. He was now more like a howling wild beast, a hideous monster that had broken out of his cage. Anyone would feel a chill run down their spine if they knew how Ulsan Ward looked now. The fight had yet to begin, yet the air inside this huge warship was already teeming with exclamations of shock and fear. Good heavens! Is that really Ulsan Ward? Just what sort of affliction did Moonward clan do to him to actually turn a distinguished law overlord into today's horrendous monstrosity? The Skywings are in danger this time. Look at the killing intent emanating from Ulsan Ward, it's swelling at unmatched levels. The representatives from the various clans watching the war had plenty to discuss. Even the executor for this conflict, the Dragon Ascension Marshal Halls Xia Fei, and his 4 heavenly kings could not help but frown. A lot of them were frightened by this, but the warriors of Skywings would never be fazed. Despite Xia Tian looking particularly unassuming and decent with his glasses, the craziness and brutality he had in his bones was not something a little pair of glasses could hide. From several hundred meters away, he had also exploded in an equally shocking killing intent. It was as if 2 raging flames had been lit in the wild, one a mass of black flames from hell and the other a mass of white, the intense and unyielding fighting spirit of the Skywings. They were evenly matched. The killing intent from both Ulsan Ward and Xia Tian were actually evenly matched. Both aura clashed, yet neither was able to overpower the other. It must be stated, however, that Xia Tian was still just a level 1 law overlord and was 2 levels below Ulsan Ward. This was not mentioning the fact that the latter had become even stronger given that his body had undergone mutation. It was exactly as the rumors that went around the lore realm, a Skywing warrior could never be measured by their level. Inside a room, Ulsan Ward watched his brother's aura clash with Xia Tian's and his body trembled. What a Skywing! Xia Tian is a freak that meditates, yet he's actually an even match with Ulsan. Ulsan Ward hissed through gritted teeth, wishing that he could be the one doing the fighting. He's still a Skywing, after all. A vague voice could be heard from behind Ulsan. This was none other than Plomir Ward, a powerful individual who hailed from the god race. To think that he was actually secretly hiding aboard this warship, which went to show that the ancestors of the Moonward clan were not at ease with this war in White Horse constellation. After a pause, Plomir Ward continued speaking in that even tone. Common sense has never once applied to the Skywings. However, you don't have to worry too much. Your brother drank that bottle of medicine, so his strength should at least be higher by 2 levels at this moment and his combat strength should be a match with yours. Ulsan Ward, who was very surprised to hear this, turned around to clarify. 2 entire levels. Plomir Ward said, pleased with himself, with how things have unfolded, there's no harm in telling you more. That medicine is the legendary enhancement drug used by the god race before battle, the single-leaf celestial. Golden was shocked. The single-leaf celestial was a type of magical herb that could greatly increase a warrior's level, and its extract was touted as a miracle drug. There were very few of these magical herbs in production, and not anyone could possess those even among the god race. Every bottle had to be registered, and only the strongest warriors had the qualifications to redeem them. Furthermore, they needed to report to their superiors after using them, waiting for those above to reassign a bottle of single-leaf celestial extract. Their clan's ancestors had actually sent such a priceless drug. Ulsan Ward was secretly quite surprised. However, Ulsan Ward hardly demonstrated even half the air of a celestial and, instead, looked more like a demon from hell. He had no idea if the state his brother was now in was the result of using the single-leaf celestial. Plomere Ward could see the doubt in Ghalsan's eyes, so he said, "Your brother's situation is a little different." He actually believed the lies Xia Fei told him and cultivated his law of matter in reverse. He only turned out like this after this additional rapid enhancement from the single-leaf celestial. I can't really say just what level Ulsan Ward's combat strength has gotten to, but I already reported this matter to the higher-ups. According to our clan's best apothecary, Ulsan Ward most likely can never return to normal. After all, the damage from cultivating law power in reverse is quite severe, and it got exacerbated by the single-leaf celestial forcefully opening his meridians, causing him to succumb to complete derangement. I'm afraid that you will have to prepare yourself for the worst. Perhaps your brother may never. Bang! Ghalsan Ward was enraged. He looked absolutely furious as he spat viciously, "That's Xia Fei. He actually dared to deceive my brother. I'll have to settle this debt properly one day." His 5 fingers clawed at the reinforced glass in his rage, filling the room with a screeching sound that caused everyone's heart to shudder. Plomere Ward pursed his lips. Ulsan Ward was Ghalsan Ward's brother, not his, which was why he did not care whether Ulsan Ward lived or died. As long as he could win against the Skywings and avoid the terrible disaster, Plomere Ward would have considered this as a satisfying conclusion. He would not have hesitated to kill Ulsan if that was what needed to be done. Besides, the Moonward clan did not value emotions and feelings like the Skywings, who would be willing to die all for the sake of their descendants. All for the sake of an insignificant flea like Xia Fei, the Skywings did not even frown as they declared war against the Moonward clan. That was enough evidence to show just how much they cared for their fellow clansmen in every possible way. There were many major clans in the Law realm, and for the sake of survival, many would choose to sacrifice their own people temporarily, all for the sake of gaining some benefits. Only the Skywings were different. The creed of that clan stated that no matter how weak any of their members was, all of them should be able to live whatever the status they held. If anyone should die, it must be the enemy that did. With pursed lips, Plomere Ward complained to himself, "If you want someone to blame, blame your brother for being too stupid." To think he actually believed what Xia Fei said about cultivating laws in reverse. Serves that fool right for dying. Powerful aura surged. The already deranged Ulsan Ward clashed against Xia Tian. One was a wild demon from hell, while the other was a sophisticated and enlightened monk. The battle between the two had begun. Xia Fei and Xia Baiyun watched the battlefield from afar, severe expressions on their faces. Xia Fei could tell that the Ulsan Ward right now was already a world of difference from when they had fought before. It was just that Xia Fei had no idea that he was actually half the reason why Ulsan Ward had become deranged. Xia Fei had casually lied about cultivating laws in reverse, yet Ulsan Ward had actually believed him. The reverse cultivation of law, plus the efficacy of the single-leaf celestial, ultimately caused this irreversible outcome. Kaboom! The fight broke out without any prior warning. The first to make a move was Ulsan Ward. The ground beneath Xia Tian's feet promptly cracked. It was precisely the power of the law of matter that had altered the environment. Whoosh! Xia Tian was an expert of the Skywings, so how could he just passively take the attack? His figure disappeared instantaneously, and Ulsan Ward found himself covered in a glare of sword flashes in the blink of an eye. Speed! Super speed! A casual move of Xia Tian's arm and thousands of attacks were executed. His actions were simply too fast. It was a blurry mess of motions, which was practically impossible to describe. The only thing visible were 2 blurs of dark figure fighting, charging all over the place. A tornado-like sandstorm was whipped up there in the wild, with the 2 men right in the center of it. The battlefield echoed with a thunderous frenzy of fighting. It sounded brutal and chaotic, stirring the hearts of everyone present. What speed! He's a Skywing, all right. Wait. There's something strange about this. Ulsan Ward isn't a Skywing, so how can his neural response time be fast enough to keep up with Xia Tian's tempo? You're right. Ulsan Ward really could keep up with a Skywing. Could he have leveled up again? Everyone was surprised, for Ulsan Ward was presently demonstrating a superior response capability. The Skywings grasped the secret of speed. Not only were they fast in their actions, their neural response was even faster. This kind of relentless attack, which would leave people breathless, reached such a crazy tempo that it had gotten its own name, Skywing Rhythm. Death's Melody. Unless it was a warrior, whose level was many times higher, there would hardly be anyone who could escape from the Skywing rhythm's flow. As more time passed, an opponent would find themselves being gradually tormented alive and suffocated to death. Ulsan Ward, however, was keeping up with the Skywing rhythm. Not just the VIPs, even some of the Skywing Law Emperors, who were watching this fight, were floored by this. However, what would make them even more surprised had yet to come. Roar! After a series of bellows, it was actually Ulsan Ward who was mounting an unexpected counterattack. Kaboom! Boom! Ulsan Ward had unleashed his full strength, using both the law of matter and the law of space that the Moonward clan was proficient with, at a speed no slower than Xia Tian. The wild, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles, got covered in smoke, making this place resemble hell on earth. The land had turned unrecognizable, and at this moment, Xia Tian was completely surrounded by this powerful law force. Intense. This fight was too intense. If Xia Tian was a ghostly light, then Ulsan Ward was like the Ashura that destroyed everything. He did not have an overwhelming speed like what Xia Tian had, but he had a large area of effect attacks that the Moonward clan was best at. In the past, large area of effect attacks would hardly have an effect against a high-speed war god like Xia Tian, since he could rely on his insane movement speed to evade it. Right now, Ulsan Ward was able to attack at speeds that exceeded Xia Tian's capacity to dodge, rendering the latter's speed advantage not as clear-cut as before. Bang! It was like 10,000 bolts of lightning had struck all at once. The entire land and even the planet shook from the extreme bombardment. Even with the several layers of reinforced protective shields they got, the spectating VIPs on the warship were not spared from the tremors. In fact, this was not 10,000s of attacks being unleashed all at once, rather, Ulsan Ward's neural response rate was so great that it created afterimages. It was such an intense and full-on assault. Was Xia Tian able to evade it? The smoke and dust settled after some time. All they saw was the Law Emperor Xia Tian standing all alone somewhere about 200 meters away from Ulsan Ward, his elite war armor from Fig Corporation broken, with a streak of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His two hands were covering his eyes, protecting his exquisite gold wire glasses from harm. No one could make sense why Xia Fei would still protect his glasses at such a critical juncture between life or death. Even going as far as to risk suffering heavy injuries. Growl. The deranged Ulsan Ward was greatly encouraged, constantly letting out growls as he drummed on his chest, like a crazed beast. Shock. Utter shock. Ulsan Ward actually inflicted a heavy barrage on Law Overlord Xia Tian from the Skywing, a clan famed for having members with high movement speed. This was definitely a shocking scene. A Skywing could traverse the galaxy at such high speeds that each one of them even seemed to have a pair of wings growing on their back, yet this unparalleled speed had actually been defeated right now. Everyone was reeling in disbelief. They were all worried about the fate of the Skywings. Without their speed, what else would any of them have? Suddenly, Xia Tian let out an explosive and unhinged laughter. Even those on board the warship could very clearly hear it. It was truly a laughter with great ferocity and very much unheard of. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as Xia Tian took off his golden wired glasses in one smooth and elegant motion. Everyone suddenly realized that Xia Tian's eyes seemed to have been dyed blood red at this moment. He looked absolutely savage. If Xia Tian were to grow some fangs at the corner of his mouth, he would look like a demon, without a doubt. It was hard to imagine that this refined and pensive man, who gave off the air of a scholar, would actually have such a fiendish side to him. Quickly look. Law Overlord Xia Tian has removed his glasses. The eyes of withered Mu clan's patriarch, Mu Qun, shone as he said this. Just as the nickname of the Skywings, the demon-sealing fiendish blade, suggests, they're not only the sharpest blade in the lore realm but also the most wildly arrogant fiends. The Xia Tian with glasses is an entirely different person from the Xia Tian without them. Chapter 736, Law Integration versus Law Integration. When Law Overlord Xia Tian took off his spectacles, everyone noticed that his two eyes had turned blood red and his appearance had turned savage. It was truly a world of difference. With his glasses, Law Overlord Xia Tian looked just like a sophisticated scholar. Every move he made gave off a sense of refinement and suaveness. However, Xia Tian without his glasses looked just like an uncompromising monster, the cultured aura around him disappearing in a flash as black smog emitted from his body and shrouded him entirely. Two beasts. The state of the fight instantly changed. It was now a duel between two savage monsters. Ulsan Ward looked very ferocious, but Xia Tian without his glasses looked way fiercer than he did. Inside the lounge of the warship, the patriarch of the Skywings, Xia Baiun, gritted his teeth as he muttered, "Do you know why Xia Tian is always wearing his glasses and has gone off to practice meditation? Why is it?" Xia Fei asked quizzically. "Because Xia Tian was far too cruel when he was young. His kill count was nearly insurmountable. His 2 hands were constantly dyed in blood. That's why the previous patriarch punished Xia Tian by having him search for enlightenment through meditation. He's hoping that Xia Tian could get rid of the baleful rage in his chest." Xia Baiun remarked coldly. Xia Fei was taken aback. So Xia Tian was actually the most brutal member of the Skywings. Due to his usual demure and cultured appearance, it was really very hard to imagine that he would actually be such a vicious brute when he was young. The Moonward clan thought they could pick on a soft persimmon. Too bad, for they have miscalculated. Xia Baiun spat through gritted teeth. He had uttered this so harshly that Xia Fei could imagine daggers being spouted along with every word. Right at the moment when Xia Tian took off his glasses, oppressive killing intent came surging out from him and toward Ulsan Ward. The most irascible Skywing, Xia Tian, no longer needed to hide his true colors, revealing his bloodthirsty nature in full blast. Ulsan Ward took several steps backward, unable to understand just how Xia Tian's aura could change. That trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth from Xia Tian had originally been a mark of effort on Ulsan Ward's part, but now it looked more like a remnant trace of ferocity made by a cannibal Xia Tian. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Xia Tian threw his head backward and laughed out loud. His laughter pealed like a clap of thunder, which tore through space. Uninhibited arrogance. It's been too long since I've had this feeling. This feeling of harvesting fresh blood. Xia Tian stared fixedly at Ulsan Ward, his body trembling visibly from the excitement that was bursting forth in him. "Thank you. I finally don't need to keep myself buried. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha." With that, Xia Tian swung his 2 arms out wide, as if he was hugging the death aura hanging over the entire wilderness. It almost seemed like the blood and cruelty of this fight pleased him greatly. Even the already deranged Ulsan could feel that he was about to collapse. This murderous aura was stifling. At that very moment, waves after waves of killing intent was bursting forth from Xia Tian, which could not be compared to what he had been feeling before. Gulping, a spectating warrior in one of the lounges squealed. "Oh, my god! Is that Xia Tian, the one who meditates? That looks like him, yet. Probably." No one from the crowd dared to believe that this was the true visage of the law overlord Xia Tian. Ulsan Ward is in danger now, provoking Xia Tian like that. He's the law overlord that the Skywings had kept hidden the most. An elder who was familiar with the situation sighed as he shook his head. Whoosh! Xia Tian's figure suddenly disappeared, as he used his unparalleled speed to get near Ulsan Ward, the sword in his hand flashing, piercing forward. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. The real battle had only just begun at the moment when Xia Tian had taken off his glasses. Whiz! Xia Tian disappeared the moment he landed that sword blow. This time, he reappeared above Ulsan's head, still dealing that simple yet savage attack. Ping! Ulsan Ward blocked again. Ping ping ping! Not only Xia Tian's aura, even his speed changed as well after he took off his glasses. Moving at the speed of light, no one could make out his movements clearly. The sound of constant clashing all formed into one, as if 1,000 bells were ringing at every second, flustering anyone who heard this series of loud clashes. The battle unfolded with one side overwhelming the other. Ulsan Ward, who was struggling to cope, became akin to a slowed tortoise. Meanwhile, a spectre kept circling around him, constantly slashing away with his sword, again and again. This gorgeous battlefield infected everyone present. The shimmering figure looked like a mass of meteors streaking toward Ulsan Ward all at the same time. Roar! Ulsan Ward let out a frenzied roar at the sky. Unfortunately, before he could even vent his frustration in his opponent, a blade cut across his face and tore open his mouth. Swish! After the relentless barrage of attacks, Xia Tian slipped to the side, his entire body trembling. However, this was not lethargy but excitement, instead, from seeing all that blood. Xia Tian was thrilled. Crazed, in fact. Ulsan Ward wiped his mouth and came away with a hand soaked in blood. Not just his face, even his entire body was covered in lacerations. Xia Tian's counterattack only lasted seconds, yet more than tens of thousands of wounds could be found all over Ulsan Ward's body. It was just too bad that the neural response time of Ulsan Ward's was not too weak, so he managed to block off Xia Tian's blade before they dug any deeper, or else he would be lying dead on the ground right now. Xia Tian himself was heavily injured from this high-speed clash, so the two resembled bloodied beasts as they competed with each other in terms of savagery and madness, both regarding each other from afar. Reaching out to dab at a spot of blood and putting it into his mouth, Xia Tian showed a devilish smile. He seemed not to feel even the slightest pain. All he felt was the joy of slaughter and this violence. What a powerful speed! I'm afraid that Xia Tian's speed is well over 1,000,000. Xia Fei gasped, shocked. Wrong. Xia Baiyun softly corrected. That's Xia Tian's speed when he's wearing glasses, but right now, his speed is already closer to 2,000,000. That's his true strength. A speed of 2,000,000 every second. Xia Fei was stunned. No wonder I can't even make out his movements clearly. That's some heaven-defying speed. 2,000,000 meters per second means 2,000 kilometers. That's akin to reaching Guangzhou from Beijing. It was hard to imagine that a living and breathing human would actually be capable of achieving such a speed. The state of this fight was changing very quickly, and it was leaving all the people watching the match completely without any chance to take a breather. After the short stare down between the two, the action restarted right away. This time, the one on the offense was Ulsan Ward, and it was a reckless counterattack, using large AoE attacks to try and ruin Xia Tian's speed advantage. Xia Tian had also changed his combat tactics from before and was now using his super speed with law of space techniques. Everyone saw as his figure approached Ulsan Ward at light speed, but he did not get close. Instead, he cut at an oblique path several dozen meters away, throwing out a hand and creating a bright spatial fissure. Though the Skywings were law of speed specialists and enjoyed using it, that was not the only law that they had a grasp of. As one of the most powerful clans in the Law realm, the Skywings were also good at the laws of space and matter. The fight became very interesting. When Ulsan Ward began looking to put his life on the line against Xia Tian instead changed to attacking from a distance. The power of the law of space was like a hidden weapon in the hands of Xia Tian. He would close in at high speeds, using the opportunity to toss out spatial fissures, before running away very quickly, going about with this hit-and-run tactic repeatedly. Xia Tian is being really crafty. Ulsan Ward's two eyes were practically popping out as he slammed his fist onto the glass. He seemed to desire shattering this reinforced glass. Ulsan Ward was his biological younger brother. He was already feeling guilty enough over letting his brother take the single-leaf celestial, causing the latter to turn deranged, but what was truly excruciating was that, even after sacrificing his own brother, it was not enough to eliminate Xia Tian. How could Ulsan Ward be willing to let this go? Don't panic, Ulsan Ward is already beginning to go out of control. His strongest power, the most powerful effect of the single-leaf celestial, will soon be on full display, said Polmer Ward in an ambiguous voice. Ulsan Ward was startled and anxiously turned his eyes back to the fighting. After taking a pummeling for several seconds, Ulsan Ward let out a dismal cry. He was no longer human after taking Xia Tian's torture. Boom! Just as everyone thought that Ulsan Ward would lose in this fight, the abomination suddenly did something unexpected. Law integration. Ulsan Ward is imbuing his body with law, a warrior in one of the lounges exclaimed. Everyone watched as two dim glowing orbs climbed their way up Ulsan Ward's body. These were the law forces from both the laws of matter and space. He's desperate. Forcibly using the law integration can very easily cause injury, yet he's attempting to use two great laws at the same time. That's right. Even if he has a law overlord cultivation, he can't prevent the law force from cannibalizing his body. Even if he's able to gain an instant boost to his combat strength, this method is far too costly. Those talking were the elites of elites in White Horse Constellation, all possessing worldly views that went beyond that of any average being, so they of course had seen through everything. Each of these major clans had a deep understanding and knowledge of the law force, and their methods varied greatly, too. Nonetheless, they all shared the same view regarding an individual imbuing oneself with law force. The one attempting this feat must have a superiorly tough body so they could harness the power. An expert with a super law overlord cultivation might be able to handle doing this, but Ulsan Ward was simply courting death by attempting this with his level 1 law overlord cultivation. Kaboom! Xia Tian's attack landed squarely on Ulsan Ward's body once more, causing an intense explosion. However, the attack did not cause any damage to Ulsan Ward this time. While the force of this attack was still several centimeters away, it got blocked and subsequently dissipated into nothingness. Law integration was a top-tier and very powerful skill, which could strengthen not only one's attack but also their body's defenses. After all, since the law force fused with the body itself would naturally become law. Xia Tian's attacks to Ulsan were like assaulting law force itself and could, therefore, not produce any good effects. Xia Fei watched the fight, somewhat worried. The old demon lord had told him, time and again, that true experts could master law integration. At this time, because of the fight, Xia Fei had already seen too many examples of its use, even he had made a simple attempt in integrating law, so he of course knew just how great an improvement there would be when the body got imbued with law, and he also knew just how agonizing it was. Xia Tian came to a halt and stared at Ulsan Ward. Without a word, hesitation, or even the slightest thought, Xia Tian shrouded himself with a film of faint white light from out of nowhere. He was also attempting to use law integration forcibly by tapping into his law force via the law of space. Two law overlords integrated themselves with their law force at the same time. They were clearly putting their lives on the line right now. Zoom! Countless spatial membranes began to appear outside, reinforcing the protective shields that were already tightly defending the warship. Also the impact when the two law overlords clashed could be mitigated. Xia Baiyun clenched his fists, his face ashen, not saying a word. The atmosphere in the entire warship had turned somber as everyone watched with widened eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. It was as if eons had gone by in just a few seconds. Xia Tian and Ulsan Ward, disregarding everything else, both attempted law integration, and as the battle raged on more intensely, the layers of defense the warship had increased exponentially as well. Kaboom! A nuclear-like explosion bloomed, and the ensuing glow temporarily blinded everyone. After some time passed, Xia Fei gulped. That was because the venue before his eyes was no longer a planet but a piece of desolate space. Instead, countless rock fragments and debris could be seen flying about. After the fight between Ulsan Ward and Xia Tian, the entire planet ceased to exist. Xia Fei immersed himself in that earlier scene of an entire planet being destroyed following an exchange between two foes and had a hard time extricating himself from it. At this moment, the very suppressed voice of Oro could be heard muttering into his ear, "That's a draw. Pray for a god to descend or that your dread limit would be as effective." Chapter 737, The Changes to Furball and Peacock Blue. The preparations made by the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall for this conflict were clearly more than sufficient, as it had not taken a long time for them to bring on board Xia Tian's injury-ridden body. The power behind a clash with law integration was truly appalling. Xia Tian's condition at this time was critical, and even after the doctors had employed their best treatment to heal the man, fresh blood still flowed freely even from the bandaged parts, which was evidence of just how severe the injuries he had received. With great difficulty, Xia Tian pulled out that pair of exquisitely golden wire-framed glasses from his spatial ring, putting them on with blood-stained fingertips, causing a trace of red to smudge his spectacles. "Patriarch," said Xia Tian softly. Xia Baiyun hurriedly bent down and held Xia Tian, somberly remarking, "You didn't lose. Ulsan Ward has a lot more injuries than you do." "Phew." Xia Tian exhaled as his expression softened quite a bit. "That's good. It's a good thing I didn't disgrace the name of Skywings." Xia Fei was astonished. To think that Xia Tian would actually place the clan's interest so highly. Xia Tian not only did not lose, he even brought glory to them. To begin with, Ulsan Ward possessed a higher level than him. The man had even used some special drugs to enhance his combat strength greatly. Everyone was already amazed to the point of bewilderment that Xia Tian could force the fight to a draw. Especially when he revealed that wildly arrogant temperament of his at the last minute, it was a sight that no one would soon forget. The treatment team of the Skywings quickly took over and tended to Xia Tian's injuries, sending him back to Wind Garden. The blood boiled in the room, killing intent spilling from everyone's faces. Xia Zonghai glanced over at Xia Fei before addressing Xia Baiyun with a stern expression on his face, "Patriarch, let's revolt. Who cares about that damn Dragon Ascension Martial Hall or the Moonward clan? Let's kill them all." "That's right. We'll kill them all. We'll slay anyone and everyone who dares get in our Skywing clan's way." The heavy injuries inflicted on Xia Tian had agitated the rest of the clan. These law emperors from Skywing had all turned into howling wolves, ravenous for kills, each of them looking fierce. Obviously, with a win and a draw, the final round would decide the outcome of this clash, but the final round was between Law Emperor Xia Fei and Level 5 Law Overlord Ulsan Ward. No one believed that Xia Fei had the ability to overcome such unfavorable odds. Amid the complaints from his fellow clansmen, Xia Baiyun truly had his doubts. According to the instructions of their grand ancestor, they should start a slaughter the moment something went awry. There was no need for them to show mercy. However, doing so would result in the Skywings offending the entire Lore realm. WTH, the Skywings suffering heavy losses alongside the Moonwards. Just to draw a resolution to the matter, they may be unable to get a single foothold in White Horse constellation from then on. These warriors of Skywings all had hearts of steel, good men and women who would do exactly what they claimed they would do no matter how they ended up. Xia Baiun was very certain that even if they had to leave White Horse constellation, they would still be able to carve out a piece of land of their own. What about the grand ancestor of theirs in the god race, though? It was Xia Baiun who had caused trouble while leading his fellow clansmen in White Horse constellation, even implicating their ancestor up there in the process. The fights and internal clashes that may spill over to the god race would surely be even more intense than the ones currently happening in White Horse constellation. Thus, if their ancestor ended up declaring war against the entire god race in a fit of rage, he would surely be the one suffering at the end of the day. Furthermore, considering the vehemently unreasonable personality of their grand ancestor, this possibility was absolutely not out of the question. There were simply too many complications to this, so no matter how hard Xia Baiun thought of a viable plan, he simply could not come with one. This was when Xia Fei, someone whom none of them cared to notice, suddenly stood up. He addressed the crowd in a low voice, "Everyone, it's about time for me to fight. Why don't we continue this discussion after my fight with Gulsen Ward ends?" The Skywing warriors were not the sort to be easily rattled. They knew fully well that there was a wide chasm existing between the two combatants in terms of level, so Xia Fei steadfastly voicing his resolve to fight made everyone aware of his tenacious nature. "You? No way. Absolutely no way. Even our venerable patriarch might not dare to face Gulsen Ward head-on, you're simply courting death if you go." Xia Zonghai shook his head vigorously as he dissuaded him. "That's right. We, Skywings, aren't at our wits' end yet. We don't need you to shoulder clan matters of such immense proportion. Besides, even if we really are beside ourselves, it'll be us, your seniors, who ought to bear the brunt." The Skywings were famed for how much they protected their young and for their unreasonableness. The whole lot of them shared the same view regarding Xia Fei's request. They would not let Xia Fei take on Gulsen Ward even over their dead bodies. Xia Fei was somewhat worried, and that feeling of despondency in his heart suddenly exploded. "All of you, shut up." Xia Fei gritted his teeth and viciously spat. "Whether I take this fight or not, it's my business. All of you had better forget about holding me back. Besides, since I'm able to cut off one of Gulsen Ward's arms, I might just be able to kill Gulsen Ward as well. Those 14,700 grade 5 origin crystals that Grand Polishi spent on me weren't in vain. I might not have been a match to Gulsen Ward a month ago, but that doesn't mean that it'll still be the case now." Everyone was surprised. As Xia Fei's seniors, no one had expected him to shout back at them. After he said his piece, Xia Fei turned and left, his two hands shoving away the few seniors who were standing in the way, not once turning his head back as he entered the assembly room. Everyone was still in shock, so no one managed to stop him. "Did that rascal Xia Fei just ask me to shut up?" Xia Zonghai pointed at himself and asked, puzzled. "Seems like it. It's not just you. Even our patriarch got chided." Tisk. Xia Zonghai only reacted at this time, shouting, "Whose descendant is this? So wild." Xia Niu shrugged helplessly as he patted Xia Zonghai's back. "Seems like he's from our clan." Everyone was speechless. All the Skywings were madmen, so Xia Fei did not seem too eye-catching when he joined them. Unfortunately, that was all just an illusion. When something really occurred, Xia Fei's obstinate temper would still get riled up, and it was evident that, even when he was among this group of madmen, he still could be considered the most insane. "What do we do now, Patriarch?" Xia Baiun shook his head and solemnly answered, "Since Xia Fei has already made his mind up, we can only watch him for now, but the moment something goes wrong, we'll flatten the Moonward clan." "No way. Have the Skywings gone insane? They're actually sending Xia Fei to confront Gulsen Ward," a warrior in the main lounge exclaimed. The difference in strength easily caused everyone present to think back on that first fight when Xia Baiun so easily slayed Yu Hua with one move. Many of them felt that the moment Xia Fei stepped up to fight, the conclusion would be decided equally fast. With the planet that had been designated as the battlefield already destroyed by the clash between two law overlords, this new one chosen to be their alternate battlefield was even more desolate than the last. Black rock covered the land, with no sense of life anywhere. Even humans would have trouble breathing when standing on it. Don't forget that, just a month ago, Xia Fei fought the law overlord Ulsan Ward to a draw, even managing to chop off an arm of his opponent. Perhaps the Skywings are just very confident in him. That's impossible. Galsan Ward isn't Ulsan Ward. Aside from Xia Fei, who else will be a match to him? In just a month's time, no matter how much Xia Fei has improved, there's no way he can reach a level where he is able to contend with Galsan Ward. Discussions were aplenty. No one was optimistic about Xia Fei's chances. Standing in an inconspicuous corner of the room were Xiao and Mu Fuping, worry was etched on both their faces. For some reason, the Snowdrift clan's Autumn Cicada was also feeling very uncomfortable inside, but just like before, this innocent lady had no idea why she would feel worried for a stranger. I'm probably influenced by Xiao's emotions, right, muttered Autumn Cicada to herself as she looked at the extremely nervous Xiao, whose fists were balled up, beside her. With black rocks jutting out here and there, Xia Fei and Galsan Ward stood like two white gleaming lights on that battlefield. Everyone saw that excited smile on Galsan Ward's face. He was elated that Xia Fei dared to challenge him into a fight. After all, standing before him was the cause of everything, the one who made his brother suffer and brought great harm to the entire Moonward clan. As far as enemies went, Xia Fei was his most hated nemesis. Xia Fei calmly gazed ahead, not making a sound. The vampiric dagger, blood crystal, was hidden under his sleeve. "You're Xia Fei?" Golden Ward growled. Xia Fei did not answer beyond a slight nod. Because Ulsan believed the lie you spouted, he cultivated his law power in reverse. It caused irreparable damage to his mind. You're to carry this debt even in the afterlife, and with the name of the Moonward clan as guarantee, I promise to make you suffer a terrible death today. Galsan Ward spat these words with overt aggression. Xia Fei was first surprised, but the corners of his lips curled up into an evocative smile as he softly commented, "Did Ulsan Ward really believe that? Ha 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 ha. That's gotta be the funniest story I've ever heard my entire life. Let me tell you a secret, stupidity is incurable, and no one can remedy that." Zing! Galsan Ward's face turned livid. His biological brother had just been ridiculed by Xia Fei for his foolishness, and there was no way a big brother like him would feel good hearing that. Enough nonsense. Whether it's you or the Skywings, you're all going to die. With that said, Golden Ward unleashed his law of matter as he attacked Xia Fei. He was feeling abnormally annoyed and no longer wanted to see another glimpse of Xia Fei. Crafty approach. Lithe and limber, Xia Fei suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. Crafty approach was already what gave Xia Fei such an unpredictable physical agility, and now that Xia Fei's speed had improved further, it would of course be all the more bizarre and stranger. Galsan Ward's attacks were like a flurry of blows raining down on him. The spatial compaction martial arts technique was squeezing the location Xia Fei was at, and were it not for his physical agility, he would surely suffer heavy injuries the moment he got caught in the compressed space. Bang! Galsan Ward was worthy of being a law overlord. Xia Fei was a tad slow evading, and that was enough for the former's spatial compaction to land on the latter's left shoulder. Fortunately, the Monohorn Ogre war armor was of high enough level, such that this strike from Galsan Ward only caused a slight dent on it and did not result in any substantial harm to Xia Fei's body. That armor. Is Xia Fei actually wearing the top-grade war armor of the Skywings, that Monohorn Ogre or something? Indeed, I wouldn't have noticed it if you didn't mention it. That sharp and short thorn on the helmet. That's clearly the war armor from Fig Corporation, the Monohorn Ogre. The war armor actually ended up being owned by Xia Fei. The Squing clan sure treats its newest member well. Everyone was shocked, believing that the Skywings had gifted the Monohorn Ogre to Xia Fei. What they did not know, though, was that Xia Fei had won the war armor by proving himself through reaching the maximum speed a speed ability user could achieve. The fight was abnormally tense. Xia Fei could only defend, not attack, so this fight with a stark disparity in strength lost some of its suspense. Still, Xia Fei's physical agility had won the praise of these elites. After all, it was no easy feat for anyone to avoid the harried attacks of a level 5 law overlord. His two eyes were alert. Xia Fei kept carefully observing as he dodged and weaved. After Xia Tian's savage match with Ulsan Ward, Xia Fei had a measure of understanding regarding the secret techniques that Moonward clan possessed. Of course, the law overlord Galsan Ward was a lot more powerful and faster than his brother, Ulsan Ward. Xia Fei was searching for a good opportunity to strike, but there was none. He must not act rashly. Rumble. The fight was thrilling. At this time, Xia Fei had once managed to avoid the ranged attacks of Galson Ward. Bending over, he looked like he would fall. Chance! Galson Ward's eyes glowed, and he used his instantaneous spatial movement technique to close in on Xia Fei from his position. The corner of Xia Fei's lips curled up once more. The reason why crafty approach had its name was precisely that he could make such unconventional and strange movements, making it look like he accidentally tripped himself when actually this blunder was committed by him on purpose. Boom! Peacock Blue had suddenly burrowed into the soil, hiding himself sinisterly, as a white streak of light came shooting forth from Xia Fei's bosom. Someone with sharp eyes would notice that Peacock Blue now had 4 bluegrass blades. The stubborn weed had one more compared to what it had in the past. Meanwhile, that white streak of light was the holy beast Shatterstar. 1 month ago, Peacock Blue only had 3 bluegrass blades, and Furball had a golden color, yet now, these 2 loyal combat comrades of Xia Fei had advanced by a lot compared to before. After digesting 14,700 grade 5 origin crystals, Xia Fei was not the only one who had changed. Chapter 738, The Annoyed Galson Ward. Galson Ward had yet to notice the significant improvement in Xia Fei's strength even now. One can win 100 battles once they know their opponent as much as they know themselves. Already aware of Furball, Peacock Blue, and also the Blood Crystal Dagger's existences, Galson complacently believed that he had a pretty good grasp of Xia Fei's power and capabilities. Unfortunately for him, not even in his wildest imagination did he consider that Xia Fei, together with Furball and Peacock Blue, would consume Xiaolishi's entire reserve in this 1 month. That was a total of 14,700 grade 5 origin crystals. The result of which was an explosive improvement in strength. The Xia Fei today was nothing like the Xia Fei of 1 month ago. Rumble! Peacock Blue had hidden itself deep underground. Its 4 thorny bluegrass blades were about the same thickness before, but they were in fact a lot sturdier and more than 1 kilometer in length. Furball had come hurtling out from Xia Fei's bosom. After the holy beast Shatterstar's 5th transformation, he had since left the child stage and entered the adolescent age. It turned from gold to silver, while the size issue that Xia Fei used to be very worried about had been resolved, and the beast was now the size of a baseball, round and shiny. Instantaneous movement. In a flash, Galson Ward's figure arrived on a black rock that Xia Fei was standing on in 0.01 second. Before he even got a firm footing, he could feel the ground beneath shaking violently. Crash! Peacock Blue poked out from underground, attempting to use its sharp bluegrass blades to trap Galson Ward. Meanwhile, Furball and Xia Fei both did a pincer attack from 2 directions, the front and the back. This was Xia Fei's favorite move, 3-dimensional attack. Law Overlord Galson did not take Xia Fei's attack seriously and merely sneered. Just in time. With a shout, everyone saw as a faint and energy-like protective glow suddenly appeared in the position where Galson Ward was standing. This was the law of spatial compaction's power. Like a steel cage, the law of spatial compaction needed its user to carve out an area before applying law force from every direction. It would then be able to crush the space into nothingness instantly. Xia Fei was startled. He abruptly halted his footsteps and changed directions, darting away from the area that Galson Ward had carved out. Crunch! With the space outlined, the next step was the compaction. At that moment when Xia Fei avoided the space, an area of 1 mile radius began compacting. Just like a ball that had gotten deflated, all the matter within the space disappeared. The huge black rock got crushed into granular sand. The reason why Galson Ward attacked despite having seen Xia Fei not enter his trap was that Peacock Blue and Furball were still there even though Xia Fei had already escaped. He knew very well that the immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue and Holy Beast Shatterstar were Xia Fei's strongest helpers. Rather than saying that his brother had fought to a stalemate with Xia Fei, it was more accurate to say that Xia Fei, with the help of a holy beast and an immemorial mystical armament, had forced him into a draw. As long as he got rid of these 2 powerful and stubborn assistants of Xia Fei, Galson Ward would hardly have any problem taking down this young man all by himself. That was why he had unleashed his powerful spatial compaction martial arts technique, for his targets were Furball and Peacock Blue. Peacock Blue's long bluegrass blades abruptly shrank, and crunching and cracking vegetation noises came from within, sounding very much like trees that had been run over by a steamroller, resulting in a very agonizing experience. However, at this moment, Furball did something Galson Ward had not expected. Kaboom! A white glare, with Furball's body as the core, shone forth in every direction rapidly. It was like an atom bomb that got detonated. Boom! Law force with a mixture of origin energy, as well as all the matter caught in this explosion, was indiscriminately attacked. This was the new combat ability that Furball had learned after advancing to level 5, Energy Bombardment Wave. Right now, Furball was like an unstable bomb, exploding wherever he flew to, destroying everything around him. Just imagine how great a deterrence he was, being a flying and repeatedly exploding bomb that had a reserve of energy the size of a bottomless sea. The reason why Xia Fei could leap out at that last minute was he knew of Furball's current strength. Galson Ward still believed that Xia Fei, Furball, and Peacock Blue were who they used to be, but he was sorely mistaken. The Xia Fei of today was a warrior whose speed ability had reached the maximum level. Furball, also, grew to a level 5 adolescent holy beast. Furthermore, while Galson Ward had yet to feel Peacock Blue's might, he would soon enough. Darkness Metal Weapon. Ode of 100 Spirits. Zing! Countless cross stars flew out from Xia Fei's hands, going right for that mass far away that was exploding in greater intensity. This was the plan that Xia Fei had set in motion from the beginning, searching for an opportunity and never once underestimating his opponent. However, he was not one to give even an inch of leeway once he made his move. A magnetic disturbance field wreaked havoc when the origin energy and the law force collided, and that was the time when his darkness metal weapon would best demonstrate its power. That area of space turned even more tumultuous, striking Law Overlord Galson Ward in one swift motion, causing him to get caught in that magnetic storm. It should be said that Peacock Blue and Furball had both made quite a bit of sacrifice, all for the sake of Xia Fei's plan succeeding. The two were even willing to shoulder all the risk. It was their feint that had created this immense magnetic storm. Whoosh! The tornado-like storm, which had stirred, was abruptly dissipated. All that remained was Galson Ward and a livid expression on his face as he glared daggers at Xia Fei. His body was riddled in cuts, which while not particularly eye-catching, no doubt Xia Fei was the perpetrator of. Be it in terms of craftiness or tricks, Xia Fei had pulled a fast one over Galson Ward, and that in itself was already an inexplicable achievement. Whiz! Before Ode of 100 Spirits got near, it was sent flying by Galson Ward's powerful aura, scattering away. Xia Fei had a feeling that ever since he cultivated his speed ability to its maximum level, his second special ability, telekinesis, had started to weaken. He had no idea why this was the case, though. Whoosh! Furball flew back to Xia Fei's side after the successful attack, proudly standing on his shoulder. Though Peacock Blue had incurred a massive injury from this exchange, it had ultimately completed the assigned task to it by Xia Fei. The blue grass, thus, slowly retracted from the ground and climbed its way back up Xia Fei's right arm once more. From afar, Xia Fei stared at Galson Ward with a pair of sharp and cold eyes. No way! Xia Fei actually managed to injure Galson Ward? That's completely inconceivable, a warrior exclaimed loudly in one of the lounges. He was a law emperor as well, yet he did not even have the courage or the ability to exchange blows with Galson Ward. He was even more incapable of injuring the man. As such, what Xia Fei had just done practically stunned this whole crowd of spectators. Humph! What do you mean by Xia Fei injuring him? It's more accurate to say that his immemorial mystical armament and holy beast managed to land blows on Galson Ward. A law emperor from the Nine Fan clan snorted coldly. The Nine Fan clan had good relations with the Moonward clan. Now that the latter was in such dire straits, the former was naturally feeling very distressed. Too bad that the Nine Fans were being suppressed by the Skywing's might, so they could only watch, not daring to lend a hand, as the Moonwards battled it out with the superior family of Xia. After all, the Nine Fan clan was aware that grim consequences awaited them if they ended up provoking the Skywing's madmen. As long as it was a clan in White Horse constellation, they would have fear when it came to the Skywings. This was all because of the fact that each and every one of the Skywing clan members was an unreasonable madman. You can't say that, a law emperor from the Withered Mew clan interjected. Any warrior is only expected to have many tools at their disposal. Be it weapons, armor, exotic beasts, or drugs, all are part of a warrior's combat power. The fact Xia Fei managed to subdue both Peacock Blue and Shatterstar should be considered a testament to his strength. That makes sense. Forget the strange temperament holy beasts have. Even the immemorial mystical armaments aren't easily subjugable. When it comes to such powerful beings, it isn't a case of some individual selecting them but the weapon or beast itself choosing their wielder or owner. These two having chosen to follow Xia Fei is proof that he is a man of means. Plenty of people were gathered in the lounges, but as the saying went, things that do not matter to an individual can be easily dismissed. Many of these elites present were here for enjoyment's sake and were only in congregation to critique the fight as uninvolved spectators from the sidelines. The audience were divided into several factions, with some being closer to the Moonward clan and the others to the Skywing clan. Obviously, the Nine Fan clan belonged to the former faction, defending the Moonwards to their greatest abilities, while the Withered Mew clan, influenced by their patriarch and Mew Fuping, was doing their best to speak up for the Skywings. Arguments were unavoidable upon making their stands, and a group of these Law Emperors had actually begun quarreling right there in one of the lounges. "All of you, shut up," an elderly voice thundered with unmatched vigor. Everyone hurriedly shrank their heads back and looked over. They had no idea when the patriarch of the Cruel Wolf clan, Level 3 Law Overlord Wolf Dateng, had arrived, but the man was now standing behind the whole lot of them. The prestige of the Cruel Wolf Patriarch was unlike many others. Aside from the Glacier and Snowdrift clans that were mostly detached from worldly affairs, the Cruel Wolves were acknowledged as the most upright and prestigious clan. Highly respected throughout the Lore Realm, no one dared to make another sound when they saw that it was actually this esteemed elder who had spoken. While Xia Fei appeared to have had the upper hand when he landed that blow, he ignited a bag of dynamite, instead. Galson Ward is a level 5 Law Overlord. How can his prowess be something you people are able to measure? After sweeping a cold glance over at these people, Wolf Dateng continued speaking. Your elders brought you here not to chit-chat but to let you see with your own eyes how experts like the Skywings and Moonwards fight, instead. Their intention is to have you learn something from this, so you'd all better keep your eyes peeled on this match. Wolf Dateng was also a little unreasonable. Most of those present were not elites from his Cruel Wolf clan, yet he did not seem to care a hoot about that. His clan had always been just, speaking their mind whenever they saw something they were dissatisfied with. Everyone in the clan shared this straightforwardness, so the crowd did not dare to voice their opposition. Each of them turned away and departed with chilled expressions frozen on their faces. Damn! Xia Fei's too impatient, provoking Galson Ward too early. I'm afraid his life will truly be at risk in this fight. Wolf Dateng sighed. With his face slightly numb, Galson Ward lifted a hand and brushed it where Peacock Blue had wounded him on the cheek. The wound in itself was not the least bit serious, but Galson Ward still minded it very much. This was because that numbing sensation he felt made him think of something, poison. Recalling the fight just then, it was evident that it had been a contest between his Law Force and Holy Beast Shatterstar's origin energy. Peacock Blue should not even be in the picture, yet Peacock Blue had managed to weather the storm created by the two powerful energy forces, leverage the strength, and forcefully destroy his protective layer over his body, leaving a slight scratch on Galson Ward's face. Peacock Blue endured the physical damage in order to leave him this barely visible wound? That was far too abnormal. Thinking back on how sinister Xia Fei was, Golden Ward made an important decision. He would end this fight as quickly as possible. The moment he decided this, Galson Ward no longer hesitated and began raining a relentless assault on Xia Fei. Rumble. With this Law Overlord going all out, chasing after Xia Fei in a crazed offensive, it was as if Galson Ward had gone insane. Even though Galson Ward had yet to unleash the most extreme law integration, Xia Fei still faced immense pressure from fending off the other's fierce onslaught. In one of the lounges, Xia Baiyun and the Law Emperors of the Skywing clan watched the fight anxiously. Each of them was pale-faced with their fists clenched. All of them knew that Xia Fei had been forced to fight for the Skywings and that he did not wish to hide under the protection of their clan. He had resolutely taken up the challenge of taking on Galson Ward, which was deemed as an impossible task. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of exchanges occurred, and Xia Fei effortfully defended. The battle was rapidly changing, and the pressure made it impossible for anyone to catch their breath. Furball and Peacock Blue were both desperately aiding Xia Fei in resisting the crazed attacks of Galson Ward. Oh! Looks like Xia Fei has released a robot. Xia Zonghai suddenly cried out. Everyone saw a small being, no taller than Xia Fei's knees, appear. With arms of keen scalpels and a physical agility as strange as Xia Fei's, reaching speeds even faster than his own. What is that? Could it be another hidden treasure of Xia Fei? Xia Zonghai muttered with a furrowed brow. Chapter 739, The Return of Phantom. The rage from a level 5 Law Overlord was of course nothing to be scoffed at. Galson Ward's assault was like a dam unleashed, rapid and powerful. Xia Fei could barely find time to catch his breath as he withstood the pressure. Crafty approach. Speed. When both Xia Fei's ultimate skills were used in tandem, his figure blurred, moving in completely illogical trajectories. He was clearly charging to his left but would end up going right in the blink of an eye. Coordinating this with a speed that was over 120,000 m/s, he was practically a brazen spectre. Golden's constant attacks were still effective despite this. Though he lacked the speed to catch up to Xia Fei, his neural response time was actually even faster than Xia Fei's. Speed was the talent of a speed ability user or a law of speed practitioner, while neural response was something all warriors shared. This meant to say that, no matter what sort of special ability or law someone cultivated, as long as they were of high enough level, their neural response time would increase accordingly as well. The heavens had given speed-type warriors extraordinary movement speed and all warriors swift neural response time at the same time. This was probably the universe's way of maintaining some balance, or else the speed-type warriors would probably have dominated all of existence long ago. Kaboom! It was as if Galson Ward had over tens of thousands of arms. Since Xia Fei moved at high speed, Galson Ward resorted to a powerful and continuous bombardment of ranged attacks. The black rocks, which could be found everywhere on this planet, were being exploded as if tens of thousands of warships were letting loose their cannon fire on the land. The sound of ear-splitting explosions could be heard everywhere. The Moonward clan was proficient in two ultimate moves. One was spatial compaction. It was able to crush any matter within a set area to nothingness. If a perfectly living and breathing human got caught in the attack, they would surely be pressed into a meatball about the size of a finger. All their bones, meridians, flesh balled up. It was extremely cruel. The other was matter reconfiguration. Though it was not as brutal a power as spatial compaction, it was not something somebody could defend against. The rocks, which were struck with it, instantly turned into sand particles, all because the law force exerted instantly disintegrated the matter. Pressure. Immense pressure that made it impossible for anyone to breathe. Xia Fei gritted his teeth as he shuttled through wave upon wave of attacks. He relied on his tremendous movement speed and agility to dodge everything coming his way, searching for the best time for him to engage. Even a law overlord could not persist with such a crazy barrage of attack forever. What mattered was who had the greater perseverance, able to endure until the very end. Galson Ward's wrist trembled, releasing a glowing mass that contained the power of matter reconfiguration. This ball of light originally moved quickly, but the moment it got near Xia Fei, this ball suddenly slowed down. Crap! Xia Fei exclaimed. He had just become accustomed to Galson Ward's high-speed assault, yet the Law Overlord had unexpectedly changed the speed of his attack. This caused Xia Fei to fail in making a timely dodge, and that ball of light that suddenly slowed down landed squarely on his chest. Crafty approach. Having lost his balance, Xia Fei forcibly tried to kick in the air in hopes of avoiding this attack from hitting his vital point. Phew! He did barely manage to avoid the attack from landing where his heart was positioned, but the law of matter reconfiguration ended up hitting Xia Fei's left arm. A large chunk of the top-grade monohorn ogre war armor instantly withered upon contact, turning into rotted bark, looking absolutely lifeless, enough to see just how potent the decomposition power of Galson Ward's matter reconfiguration was. Twisting his body, Xia Fei was now facing the sky. He lightly tapped his spatial ring while in the air, and a small robot, about the height of his knee, was released at once. This robot had a slender form, with a simple and sturdy mechanical frame supporting its body. Its two arms, similar to long and sharp scalpels, flashed murderously, and its two legs, bent and resembling a wound spring, firmly planted themselves on the ground as its body inclined at a 45-degree angle. This was a surreptitious movement on Xia Fei's part, having made it seem as if the robot had fallen out of his spatial ring by accident when he was sent flying. Chance! Galson Ward felt elated. The greatest fear of speed-type warriors was losing control over their body and, subsequently, their balance, as it would create a short time when their dynamic movement was virtually non-existent, preventing them from adjusting their distance or positioning. Galson Ward considered Xia Fei losing his balance as the perfect time for him to deal the killing blow. Whoosh! Instant movement. Another instant movement. The instant movement technique of Law of Space practitioners was their only chance to bridge the gap in terms of speed with speed-type warriors. Galson Ward did not hesitate to do just that in an attempt to close in on Xia Fei and restrict the latter as he went for the kill. A strange and wry smile appeared on Xia Fei's face. The next moment, Xia Fei's body, which was hurtling horizontally, seemed to turn into a boomerang as it inexplicably wounded an arc. The moment Galson Ward appeared at the point where he expected to land his attack, all he saw was white. Meanwhile, Xia Fei, who had suddenly disappeared, reappeared behind him. Galson Ward knitted his eyebrows. He simply could not make sense how Xia Fei was able to have full control of his movements despite losing balance just then, and it was while moving at such high speeds, too. Not only him, everyone watching the fight was equally flabbergasted and at a loss. This was all because crafty approach had never been a technique that played by the rules of common sense. This technique, which Xia Fei had refined, was on a whole new physical level of agility and was something that could not be measured with common sense. As Galson Ward was reeling from his shock, he failed to notice that the small robot, which Xia Fei seemed to have accidentally dropped, had burrowed into the ground like a trap. "Curse you, Xia Fei! Looks like I'll have to change my tactics," Galson Ward hatefully thought to himself. All of a sudden, that immobile and squat robot, which Xia Fei had accidentally dropped on the ground, made an abrupt move. Crafty approach. It was also crafty approach. Though this robot's crafty approach was not as ingenious as Xia Fei's, it was still capable of achieving quite a decent effect. The figure blurred and was soon right under Galson Ward. Zing! That diminutive robot rose from the ground, its twin scalpels aimed at Galson Ward's crotch. It moved with such deftness and ease, not at all encumbered in any sense, giving it a master's touch. The most amazing aspect of this robot lay in the aura. Despite using such a lethal move, it did not exude even a hint of killing intent. Thus, it was able to covertly accomplish the horrific attack. Galson Ward had not expected that the seemingly immobile robot would actually be functional and would even know how to kill. The simpler a movement, the more it tested the skill of a practitioner. Just how could a robot achieve such a killer, phantom-like strike? Galson Ward was simply nonplussed. When he was faced with this sudden sharp blade attack, Galson Ward did not have the time to mull over anything else. Pressing both his hands down, he imbued a layer of protection with his law of space and attempted to block this robot's surprise attack. Stab! The sound of the sharp scalpels piercing his skin was exceptionally clear, it was just like what someone would hear tearing paper. The robot did not manage to pull off its lethal strike, but the blades did slice Galson Ward's palms. After executing this attack, the robot followed the trajectory of Galson Ward's impetus and sank beneath the soil. The robot lowered its head as its body spun rapidly, drilling tens of thousands spins every second. In no time, it disappeared without a trace underground. This was Phantom. After Sentinel Goddess Sophie's painstaking reconstruction, the perfect fusion of machinery and soul had finally been achieved. Not only had he become powerful, able to interchange mechanical parts as he desired, he had even managed to retain the crafty approach and other assassin sex techniques that he had perfected back when he was still alive. Even the large number of combat techniques that the mechs had gathered was stored in his memory. Indeed, Phantom had since been reborn, becoming another great helper by Xia Fei's side. Not only could he help Xia Fei when it came to pharmacology, he could even help Xia Fei kill his opponents. At present, the state of the fight had the immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, Holy Beast Shatterstar, the Undying Soul Phantom, as well as the speed-type Law Emperor Xia Fei going up against Law Overlord Galson Ward. This was Xia Fei, forever holding back a hand. No one had any idea just how many trump cards this young man had up his sleeves. Whoa! Xia Zonghai was shocked into shouting. That little robot's very powerful. Actually managing to penetrate through the Law of Space protective layer, I dare to bet that those two scalpels of his aren't made of normal metal. But of course, if Law Overlords don't have immortal bodies, then they won't be near indestructible. Most conventional weapons can obviously break his defense. Xia Niu's eyes glowed as he spoke. Though Xia Fei was not having an easy time in this fight, the warriors of Skywing were all full of praises for Xia Fei's performance. Especially with the series of strange weapons and tricks he pulled time and again, it left everyone feeling stunned. No one had any idea why Xia Fei would have so many trump cards on him, with each more sinister than the last. Galson Ward was stunned. His two eyes staring at his still bleeding hand. That wound was not too obvious, yet it deeply hurt his pride. A level 5 Law Overlord got injured by a level 1 Law Emperor twice. Who was going to believe this if word got out? Boom! An imposing aura. Following Xia Fei's sinister tricks, Galson Ward had gotten utterly enraged by now. From the start up until this moment, Xia Fei had not engaged this Law Overlord in a real fight even once, only luring Galson Ward to attack repeatedly, just to throw the trump cards he had hidden in the latter's face each time. Such a combat tactic was not only treacherous but also clearly effective. It forced the level 5 Law Overlord Galson Ward into a fit of rage. Crossing both arms, Galson Ward made a strange motion and manifested a rolling ball of flame. Flawless full moon. Galson Ward bellowed. Rumble. The fireball was instantly extinguished, turning into a cold, porcelain-white moonlight that enveloped Galson Ward fully. Whoosh! As this moonlight rose in the air, it actually turned into a bright moon orb that illuminated the battlefield, which had been devastated by their fight. Run! That's a high-tier tracking technique, the old demon lord blurted into Xia Fei's ears, panicked. Xia Fei did not even waste the time to think, he quickly diverted energy to his legs and sprinted off in a parabolic curve. Swing! Just as Xia Fei moved to flee, Galson Ward appeared right where he had been standing moments ago. This moonlight was like a positional device that could lock onto Xia Fei's position any time. Subsequently, it could transport the Law Overlord right to where Xia Fei was located. Though his first strike missed, Galson Ward softly chuckled. Black and white crawled up his left and right arm respectively, turning him into a combination of yin and yang. Xia Fei had seen this before, it was none other than Law Integration. Galson Ward had practically wrecked Law Emperor Xia Fei after using Law Integration, so he had no doubt that the higher-level Galson Ward could pose an even greater threat to Xia Fei using this same skill now. Careful! Flawless full move is a high-tier tracking technique, while Law Integration strengthens a practitioner's combat strength beyond standard tiers. From here onward, Galson Ward is Law. Any physical attack done to him will be ineffective. Oro continued to say. Xia Fei was experiencing what Oro meant even as he sprinted. He was doing everything he could to escape from the shine of flawless full moon, but it was too bad that this moon created by Law Force had already risen in space, and the entire planet was essentially within its range. It was completely unavoidable. After Law Integration, Galson Ward had achieved an even greater control of Law Force. He no longer sent forth physically exhausting yet useless mid- and long-ranged attacks, instead, he began an earnest hunt. As long as Galson Ward captured Xia Fei, a tragic fate would befall the latter. Zip! Galson Ward's movement speed was impressively quick, suddenly appearing right in the path Xia Fei was taking, jabbing out a single hand. What looked like a simple attack actually contained irresistible strength. Law had already been integrated into Galson Ward's body. As such, just a touch of his could prove lethal. Law of Primal Chaos. Arching his eyebrow, Xia Fei similarly mustered his Law Force to clash with Galson Ward. The situation could not be any clearer. When the Law of Space integrated with the body, Galson Ward's movement speed increased and reached a speed comparable to what Xia Fei possessed. Furthermore, that bizarre moonlight kept accurately transporting Galson Ward to wherever Xia Fei was. It was impossible for Xia Fei to escape even if he wanted to continue evading through his speed and crafty approach. Since he had no means to avoid the Law Overlord's onslaught, he decided to simply stop delaying the inevitable. Let's see whose law power is stronger, then. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and mentally roared. His expression was fierce and the veins on his forehead throbbed visibly. Kaboom! A deafening crack rang about. Both Xia Fei and Galson Ward were sent ricocheting away from each other at the same time. The Law of Primal Chaos managed to break Galson Ward's attack but failed to deal harm on his physical body. All it succeeded in doing was send him bouncing right out. It's not enough. I need even greater force. Xia Fei was absolutely shaken. This was the first time the Law of Primal Chaos had failed to harm the enemy's actual body. The Law of Primal Chaos, which subverted and disrupted everything it faced, failed to deal with the enemy. It seemed like he had no choice but to unleash an even more powerful attack. Pop! It was unknown when a drug bottle had appeared in Xia Fei's hand. He popped the cap off with his thumb and emptied its content to his gullet, letting the liquid within flow down the hatch. Chapter 740, 4 Heroic Law Overlords. There was no need for hesitation. Xia Fei lifted the bottle of potion he concocted the night prior and emptied its content down his throat. This drug was called Dread Limit. Phantom, in his mechanical body, immediately furrowed his brows upon seeing the bottle. Dread Limit was a concoction that he had learnt from the sentinel goddess Sophie, which he had subsequently passed on to Xia Fei. It was just that he had never expected it to be of use so soon. Dread Limit was an enhancement drug that temporarily pushed the vitality of its user to the very limit, causing all the body's berserk factor to activate 100 times over. It would strike great fear into the enemy's heart as it pushed the potential one had to its maximum, causing even the very air around to boil. The drug was only the manifestation of Dread Limit, however, its actual effect was the ignition of life force. Badump! Xia Fei's muscles suddenly expanded. Every vein pumping blood throughout his body then bulged and became visible. The sand whipped up a storm around him. When an immense killing intent got released, everything around would become restless. Dread Limit used life force as fuel to provide its user great power. No doubt Xia Fei had a tenacious life force. He had never once given up even when facing punishing moments. This was the most suitable enhancement drug to him. Xia Fei's irises had turned blood red. He was barely able to prevent his eyes from shooting out fire. Every bit of the fighting will in him and his savagery had all been dragged out to the front and center by the drug, which was why right at this moment, what everyone saw was his most ferocious and terrifying visage. Like a wild beast? No. Xia Fei was more like a demonic beast. Kaboom! Before the elite warriors watching the fight could react, before Galson Ward could even recover from his surprise, Xia Fei had unleashed a barrage of attacks. Zing! Xia Fei reached Galson Ward's side in a single step, raising his blood-sucking dagger blood crystal up and cleaving straight down. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound echoed. Galson Ward relied on his law force to block the attack. He gave a low grunt from this exertion. Another cleave. A third chop. It was the same motion as before that turned into hundreds of attacks in the blink of an eye. Furball howled wildly. Even the bluegrass, peacock blue, was going crazy. The mechanical phantom was, of course, even more frenzied. Xia Fei's mad assault had spurred their emotions. The three adjuncts all followed Xia Fei's tempo and began a destructive battery on Galson Ward. Furball repeatedly charged in, letting off a clap of a nuclear-like explosive thunder every time he got near Galson Ward. Peacock Blue, which was known as the most resilient weed across the universe, coiled itself in a ball as it went twisting and tearing. Phantom's mechanical body moved as if he were dancing, creating a flickering image as he maneuvered around deftly. It was unknown when he managed to sneak in a stab the opponent's way. These four had not practiced coordinating with each other, yet they had managed to achieve a flawless synchronicity at this moment. This was most likely due to how long they had all known each other and how familiar they had become with each other. It was startling to witness such a scene on the battlefield. Even the most optimistic individual could not have imagined that Xia Fei would actually be able to suppress Law Overlord Galson Ward. This was like a fight between four heroic Law Overlords. Aboard the warship, in the lounge of the withered Mu clan, Mu Fuping was nervously clutching onto her grandfather Mu Qian's arm. As the shadow of the war between the Skywings and Moonwards gradually disappeared, turning into a 3 versus 3 death match, the withered Mu clan did not have any qualms in joining the fight, so Mu Qian allowed Mu Fuping out. For better or for worse, Mu Fuping was still unwilling to forgive her grandfather. She clearly knew that what Mu Qian had done was all in the interest of their clan, but she could not get over how emotionless and cold he was towards Xia Fei. Even though she had come here today with her grandfather, Mu Fuping had not spoken a word to her grandfather. However, as the fights progressed, Mu Fuping became more and more nervous, clutching onto her grandfather in her anxiety, the issue between the pair dissipating like a cloud of smoke. Mu Qian's eyes glowed as he consoled her granddaughter, though great shock filled his mind. He's a real man, all right. To have actually succeeded in pressuring Galson Ward and indiscriminately wailing on him, it won't be a bad choice if such a man marries my Fuping. Did perhaps I truly make a mistake? On the other side, Superior Law Overlord Xia nervously urged the members of the Martial Hall to find out more about Xia Fei's stats now. What did you find? Xia pressed. A report, Hall Master. The results out. Xia Fei has turned into a completely different person after taking the drug. The difference in his previous and present stats is great. I want the specifics. Xia said, fuming. Before he drank the concoction, Xia Fei's speed was between 11,000 to 12,005. After taking the drug, he's achieved a speed of 16,000 meters per second, and it's still increasing. Right now, it's close to 20,000. Xia was stunned. 20,000? What a powerful drug! Almost twice his original speed. What about his other data? His energy count has reached 116%, and his vitality has reached 197%. His neural response time is over 204% now. Hall Master, the strength Xia Fei is demonstrating right now has already reached the level 1 Law Overlord standards. It can even be near to level 2. What a powerful drug! It's even more impressive than the single-leaf celestial that Ulsan Ward took in the second round. Xia and the other elites from the Martial Hall were all very shocked. As the god races planted spies in White Horse Constellation, the Dragon Ascension had plenty of responsibility, and monitoring all the various major clans was a very important aspect of it. No one knew how Ulsan Ward had turned into the wild beast earlier, but Quzhan knew. Others did not know just how great a leap in strength Xia Fei had experienced after taking that mysterious concoction, but Quzhan did. To be capable of making a Law Emperor reach Law Overlord, that drug of Xia Fei is truly very potent. The Skywings truly have got a very deep foundation. Busey had a stern expression on him. No wonder they dared to send Xia Fei out to take on someone like Ulsan Ward, who is so many levels higher. Turns out they've already made prior preparations regarding such a situation. Not only did they give Xia Fei the top-grade war armor Monohorn Ogre, they even gave him such a very potent combat enhancement drug. Could it be that the Skywings obtained a miraculous drug that's even better than the single-leaf Celestial? How would Xia Fei know that the bottle of dread limit he concocted would generate such great interest in so many major players? It was a good thing that everyone believed that dread limit was an original concoction of the Skywings, or else Xia Fei would be in big trouble. As the saying went, a big tree makes for good shade. From the moment Xia Fei became a member of the Skywing clan, it had become unknown if the convention of him getting himself into troublesome shenanigans would also stop. The vicious assault continued. At this very moment, Xia Fei was able to fight against Ulsan Ward equally. This was all thanks to Dread Limit, which had the effect of drastically increasing his cultivation to that of a Law Overlord. It was easy to see the benefits that came with a temporary increase in level from this, be it in speed or energy. The difference between Xia Fei and Ulsan Ward had almost been completely narrowed. This was no longer a fight between a Law Emperor and a Law Overlord but a fight between Law Overlord Xia Fei and Law Overlord Ulsan Ward, instead. The power of Law integration was great. The blood crystal had no way of breaking Ulsan Ward's defenses, which was why Xia Fei had changed to using the law of primal chaos. Boom! Wind whipped with each punch. The power from the law of space was unbelievably insane, and this heaven-defying law power was magnified several-fold after Xia Fei's instant rise in cultivation. Ulsan Ward was almost on the verge of collapse. Never in his wildest dream did he consider that he would be oppressed by someone as insignificant as Xia Fei. Though he knew that Xia Fei had several treasures on him, Ulsan Ward had never once regarded him as a worthy opponent. After all, Furball and Peacock Blue were still young and were incapable of doing any substantial damage to him who had a level 5 Law Overlord cultivation. Unfortunately, he had truly underestimated Xia Fei and the law of primal chaos horror. Every single punch Xia Fei landed on Ulsan Ward caused him to feel a burning sensation. Law integration provided him with a nearly invulnerable body, so the fact that Xia Fei's attacks could ultimately pierce through his defenses simply left him feeling dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha! Keep at it, Xia Fei. Ulsan Ward looks like he's about to reach his limit. Killing a level 5 Law Overlord with a Law Emperor cultivation, you'll be the first one in all the history of mankind to achieve such a feat. The old demon lord felt extremely excited as he reveled in the violence. The increase in level, as well as all the powerful helpers of his, made it seem like Xia Fei had received divine aid. Ulsan Ward appeared to be suffering more and more as time went on, and in this David vs Goliath fight, it was the Goliath who was gradually losing the upper hand. Argh! Xia Fei's brain was in chaos at the moment, so he was actually not listening to a word of Oro. Dread Limit was a drug that burned life force in exchange for temporarily increasing one's combat might, and all these severe and life-threatening side effects were being borne solely by Xia Fei even as he performed well beyond the standard. A miracle! This is definitely a miracle. Could Xia Fei really manage to kill Ulsan Ward? Wailed a Law Emperor from the Nine Fans clan out in the viewing gallery as he scratched his head vigorously. Everyone refused to accept that every punch of Xia Fei now had the ability to destroy the law integration, which Ulsan Ward was very proud of. If even Quzhan would have a hard time breaking such a high-tier law integration, what more of a puny being like Xia Fei? It was evident to all that Xia Fei did not possess law integration, so how had he managed to penetrate Ulsan Ward's defenses? Aside from the shock, suspicion lingered in all these spectators' hearts. Xia Fei was like a nail that refused to be flattened, not at all relenting once he had taken the initiative. He used simplistic moves again and again and delivered blow after blow, attempting to whittle away Ulsan Ward's defenses bit by bit. Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded. A figure appeared in the inky black sea of stars like a god descending upon the mortal realm. Standing in space, this new arrival coldly observed the brutal fight happening on the planet below. This person had a long and wispy white goatee and bronze skin that seemed to have been lathered in oil. He was also very tall, taller than an entire planet, in fact. Even the biggest star out there would look no bigger than his fist when compared. A mysterious and celestial aura emanated from him, giving the sense that he could bring about great devastation on anything in an instant with a casual wave of his hand. It was such a crushing aura that made it hard for anyone to breathe. This elderly figure moved with a smile on his face, his gargantuan form shrinking slightly with each step he took. Soon, he stepped onto the surface of the planet from the empty expanse of the cosmos, and when his 2 feet touched the ground, he was already about the size of an average human. A holy halo circled around his body, making him truly resemble a god who had set his foot on the mortal realm. Oh! Oh, my god! Mu Qian croaked in a hoarse voice as he witnessed this scene, his 2 eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Crumple! Without another word, Mu Qian grabbed Mu Fuping and got her to join him in kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered, a chilled expression on his face. Don't ask why. This is an expert from above. Mu Qian covered his granddaughter's mouth and anxiously said. Mu Fuping's eyes widened. From above? The god race. It was not only Mu Qian. After a while, all the present law overlords and law emperors from White Horse Constellation prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the rebellious Skywings were no exception. This was evidence of just how impressive this elderly figure was. The elderly figure flicked his finger softly. From afar, an irresistible force traveled through the air, separating Xia Fei from Galson Ward. It was as if an invisible and formless wall had appeared from out of nowhere, impossible for anyone to pass through. The elderly figure wrinkled his forehead as he coughed twice, gravely saying, "Stop fighting. Consider this a draw." It was as if the voice had come down on them from the heavens, husky and low. Anyone in the entire space could hear his voice clearly. It was hard to imagine how this was possible. If he was not a god, then how else did he produce such a sound wave, which could travel through a vast and distant range, with mere speech? Suddenly, the godlike elder turned his head around and glanced at Xia Fei with some dissatisfaction. Everyone saw that Xia Fei was looking straight at this elderly figure with bloodshot eyes full of rage and impatience. "What are you trying to do, kid?" asked the godlike elder in a low voice, his eyebrows forming a straight line. His voice gave off this immense majesty that shook countless of experts present except for Xia Fei. "Anyone who gets in my way shall die." Saying this, Xia Fei very unreasonably thrust a fist toward this unparalleled expert who had come down from the god race above. Cough. Having witnessed this hair-raising scene, Law Overlord Mu Qian's 2 eyes rolled over and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 741, Good Punch. Anyone who gets in my way shall die. With that said, Xia Fei very unreasonably thrust his fist toward this unparalleled expert who had come down from the god race above. In Xia Fei's eyes, this elder's sudden arrival meant nothing. What meant something was the fact that the latter had dared to block him from slaying Galson Ward. Bearing the shame of having Avril flee for her life and the oppression he felt being maligned for the death of the Yu family's patriarch, every single emotion he felt came bursting forth due to dread limit. Xia Fei was determined to take Galson Ward's life. Xia Fei was very touched by the care the Skywings had shown him, but he could not possibly hide under the coattails of his clan forever. The death match between the 2 major clans would only have one side left standing when it was all over. Killing Galson Ward and expelling the Moonward clan was Xia Fei's unshirkable responsibility. The words from the Grand Ancestor whom he had not met before echoed in his ears, "The skies are vast and big, but the rules of Skywing are the biggest. If God or Buddha got in the way, kill them." Therefore, whoever this old man was, Xia Fei resolved to strike first and ask later. Without even thinking twice, Xia Fei thrust his fist forward. Whoosh! The godlike elder widened his eyes. Probably because of his high and mighty status, he already forgot when was the last time someone had dared to make a move on him. He thought that, just like everyone else, Xia Fei would not dare to attack. Too bad this was just his thought. A hard fist for a smiling deity. Bam! This was how tragedy struck. It looked like the endless trouble that always followed Xia Fei did not end just because he became a Skywing, instead, it actually seemed to have intensified. This was definitely the most astounding matter everyone present had ever witnessed in their lives. The Law Realm was separated into tiers, and no matter just how wildly arrogant Xia Fei was, he could not possibly be so arrogant to the point that he would actually strike a Grand Ancestor, could he? Was he tired of living? After the fear passed, everyone stepped out from the warship, their eyes all wide and their faces pale. It was as if they were the ones who had thrown that punch, not Xia Fei. What just happened? Did my eyesight fail me? It seemed like Xia Fei has, struck, the elder. Do you mean to say that I wasn't seeing things? I'm afraid so. Then where's Xia Fei? No clue. And that elder? No clue, either. God and the Skywing clan. I thought before that they're all madmen, but I was wrong. What do you mean you're wrong? Isn't the Skywing clan the one place where all the unreasonable madmen gather? Wrong. There's only one madman among the Skywings, and that's Xia Fei. He's incomparable in this aspect to others. Yes. You're not wrong about that. As everyone was whispering, Xia Fei's one punch had solidified his name as the most insane individual among the Skywings. There was no need for further proof. Xia Fei's punch a few minutes ago was proof enough. Mu Qian's expression was wan. Looking at his precious granddaughter, he said, "Fuping, may this grandfather of yours make a request." "Request what?" Mu Fuping looked outside the window with a dulled gaze. "Don't marry Xia Fei even if you die." Mu Qian grabbed Mu Fuping's shoulders as he croaked, lowering his head to her. In another room, Xiao was leaning against Autumn Cicada's shoulder and was sobbing quietly. This was the third time. Xia Fei and she had always been so near yet so far away from each other. After plenty of twists and turns, the two had come so close to each other again, only for Xia Fei to get caught in trouble again, having been whisked away by a godlike existence from the god race in a moment's anger. Just where was the justice in that? Autumn Cicada was not sorrowful like Xiao, instead, she felt even more interested in Xia Fei. After all, having lived a very boring and sheltered life, she rarely had the chance to meet a legendary character like Xia Fei. "Xia Fei's a really interesting person, you should be happy for your brave brother." Autumn Cicada attempted to console Xiao by saying this. "He's truly someone who dared to talk the talk and walk the walk, but I'm afraid that he's in trouble this time, too." Xiao wiped her tears as she spoke, two streams of tears flowing from her cute cheeks. Autumn Cicada fell silent for a good while, not knowing how she should respond to that. "That's right. He's sure to be in quite a pickle," Autumn Cicada muttered to herself as a smile appeared on her face. Zing! Qiuzhen Feng led the four heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension and arrived at the side of the now bewildered Galsun ward. "The Grand Ancestor has already spoken, this match closes in a draw. According to the agreement, your Moonward clan must depart from White Horse Constellation, from the Lower Realm, effective immediately," Qiuzhen said with a bitter expression on his face. This was no small matter at all. With this matter coming to a close, the Skywings would surely cause another turmoil if the Moonward clan refused to leave as per the agreement. At this very moment, every pair of eyes was watching aboard the warship, so Qiuzhen had no choice but to thicken his skin and expel them. Livid, Golden Ward said in a low voice, "I'm not resigned to this outcome. The fight isn't over." "Humph." Qiuzhen Feng chuckled coldly. "It's the godlike individual who gave you Moonward clan some face by declaring it a draw. If the fight continued like that, you'd surely be killed by Xia Fei and your Moonward clan would end up utterly disgraced." Galsun Ward was stunned. Qiuzhen Feng was not wrong. The ancestor who descended definitely meant well, he had given the Moonward clan some face by interfering, hoping that the two major clans would not have to fight to the death. Even a fool could tell that Xia Fei's level went right up to a level 2 law overlord after taking that mysterious drug. Galsun Ward would have definitely lost if the fight had continued like that. A level 5 law overlord losing to a law emperor from the Skywing clan, just what would the people in the Lower Realm think if that really happened? The Moonward clan will leave, but Xia Fei mustn't stay, either. Golden Ward was gnashing his teeth. To have actually struck an ancestor, that's supremely disrespectful. Qiuzhen Feng's expression turned icy cold as he solemnly stated, "Speak. Speak some more about it. Let's see if the ancestor will admit to that and if anyone present will testify for you on this. The sins of the heavens can be forgiven, but bring sin upon yourself and you may find yourself heading straight to hell. If you wish not to continue living, I, Qiuzhen Feng, won't stop you." Galsun Ward had no choice but to hang his head like a defeated cock. The ancestor would definitely not admit to taking a punch from Xia Fei in order to save face. Meanwhile, it was even more unlikely for any of those present to testify about that incident, and if he insisted on pursuing this matter, he would truly end up bringing catastrophe to his clan. On a foreign planet with a red moon hanging high in the sky, the land had numerous cracks because of the arid conditions and boiling lava flowed. Overall, this planet looked like hell in the mortal plane. "You actually dared to strike me for real," the elderly god was rubbing his chin as he asked wide eyes. There was of course hardly any pain in that blow. With this elder's level, forget Xia Fei, even if there were 100 Xia Feis all put together, none could cause him any actual harm. The reason why he was clutching his chin was purely out of shock and surprise. He had never imagined that Xia Fei would actually do as he stated. Xia Fei, Furball, Peacock Blue, and Phantom were all eyeing the godlike elder standing across from them. A brutal fight had just ended, and while they held the upper hand in that fight, they were now in severely weakened states as a consequence. Galson Ward was an authentic law overlord, after all, the few of them had very desperately fought for the win with their lives on the line. The elder stomped angrily as he glared at Xia Fei fiercely. "Aren't you afraid of me killing you? Forget being a skywing, even if you're a godwing, I don't care, either." Boom! An immensely palpable killing intent, which Xia Fei had never felt before, covered the entire cosmic sky. The lava became restless and started to form huge waves that crashed upon the shore. Xia Fei's eyes were still blood red. He let out a bestial growl at this moment, forcibly enduring this suffocating and fearsome killing intent that this godlike being was releasing. Frowning, the elder muttered to himself, "What a truly potent drug! He's not even daunted by my heavenly might." Rumble! This elder raised both hands high, and Xia Fei was lifted into the sky, as if he had been caught in a furious tornado. He kept spinning non-stop, and no matter how hard he tried to leave the center of this hurricane, he found himself lacking any bit of strength to do so. Hiss! Dread Limit's drug effect swiftly got drained from Xia Fei's body. It was unknown just what law technique this godlike elder had used, but not only did he manage to restrain Xia Fei, he also managed to ease off the drug effect with it. It had to be stated that breaking down a drug's effect required pouring energy into Xia Fei's meridians and subsequently cleansing them. There was no way for anyone to do this without a godlike level of cultivation. Badump! Xia Fei came falling from the sky after Dread Limit lost its effect on him. He landed heavily on a huge boulder, which promptly broke upon contact. Xia Fei tasted some oddity in his mouth, a wipe using his hand confirmed it to be blood. What a powerful force! Even with the Monohorn Ogre's protection, Xia Fei nevertheless ended up with internal injuries, with blood trickling at the corner of his lips. Growling! Furball let out a strange growl and firmly guarded Xia Fei's side as he got ready to defend him. His two beady eyes were locked onto the godlike elder, while Phantom protected Xia Fei from the rear, holding twin blades at the ready. Peacock Blue had also rapidly grown out, looking ready to employ heavy defense. They knew just how powerful this godlike existence was, yet none of them had even a trace of doubt in their minds. They were still as loyal as ever, which made for a touching sight. The elder nodded and smiled. Not bad at all. These rascals are actually willing to die for you. I wonder how you won them over? Too bad, but they won't be able to save you from me. That flash of killing intent in his eyes was suffocating. Closing his 5 fingers gently together, the Dread Limit drug, which had been drawn out from Xia Fei's body, quickly gathered on that elder's palm. Shutting his eyes, the elder recited a few words and the drug residue spun in his hand. The godlike elder suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Xia Fei. "Here I thought that it's some miracle drug, it turned out that you're burning your life force in exchange for that temporary spike in strength." The elder looked at Xia Fei strangely. "You madman, to have actually burned your life force just so you could boost your combat strength, I'm afraid that no one will use this type of drug aside from you. Actually, didn't I just save you by extracting the drug from your body?" Sighing, the elder felt a little annoyed. This was when some unpredictable cunningness flashed in his eyes. "Forget it. This drug isn't of any use to me. Now, tell me, how are little Blackie and Whitey doing?" asked the elder with a smile. Xia Fei should not and could not attack the elder. Of course, the most anxious were the warriors of the Skywing clan. They all crowded around Xia Baiun in a room, each of them looking worse than the other. When it came to unreasonableness and rude arrogance, no one in all of Whitehorse Constellation would have the Skywings beaten, but even the most arrogant Skywing among these warriors would not have Xia Fei beaten. Initially, because Xia Fei was crazy and vicious enough and also because he had their blood flowing through his veins, these Skywing warriors had willingly accepted him in their midst and treated him as one of their own. However, right now, they all wondered if Xia Fei was truly their kind, for he was too insane even for them. He was the craziest among the Skywings. None of them could compare to him in this aspect. Xia Baiun hurriedly contacted their grand ancestor in the god race through a secret channel, reporting the unbelievable incident that had just transpired. Sigh, shrugging, Xia Baiun let out a heavy sigh. "What did the ancestor say?" Xia Zonghai gingerly asked. The others were also staring at Xia Baiun, their hearts all hanging in the air. The Grand Patriarch said, "Good punch." Cough. The elites of the Skywings were all floored at once. This was their grand ancestor, all right. To think that he would actually say something like that. Chapter 742, Godwing Potential. Our latest chapters at Freehodnovlo only. Now, tell me, how are little Blackie and Whitey doing? Asked the elder with a smile. Xia Fei was promptly stunned. Blackie and Whitey? Could this elder be asking about the black and white gods? Just how was this elder related to the two? Could he be a nemesis of those two? Too many questions flashed across Xia Fei's mind. The black and white gods were the ones who had bestowed the law of primal chaos onto Xia Fei. He had once had this guess that the two were also from the Law realm. It was just that he had not once heard their names uttered ever since his arrival, nor had he seen anyone using the law of primal chaos. Meanwhile, the heaven-defying law of primal chaos had already become Xia Fei's proprietary. It was a law treasure that always allowed him to win a magical law that had him subverting the universe time and again. Something was suspicious here. Very suspicious. Xia Fei had told himself repeatedly, due to the superhuman analytical ability he possessed, that the black and white god's identity was dubious. There was no reason why such a law power would be abandoned by both the peak races like this. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei solemnly answered the godlike elder, "What Blackie and Whitey? I only have my pet, Furball, here." The elder let out an uproarious laughter. "You call the holy beast Shatterstar Furball? Trust you, and you alone, to come up with something like that." This elder glanced at Furball, who was loyally protecting his master, and persisted in his questioning. "You already know the law that Blackie invented, so there's no reason why you won't know where the two of them are right now. Let me give you two choices, speak or die." Boom. The oppressive killing intent emanated forth yet again. Once more, Furball, Peacock Blue, Phantom, and Xia Fei all instantly spiraled inside the hurricane. Rumble. A mysterious force suddenly burst forth, and Phantom's two arms were immediately separated. His entire body then got tossed in the air. "Don't mind me. I can't die." Phantom's voice rang in Xia Fei's mind. Unlike the demon lord who communicated with Xia Fei via sensory nerves, Phantom could communicate mentally with Xia Fei directly. As long as the two were close enough, they could establish a telepathic connection. Xia Fei glared at the elder coldly as he said, "I've already told you that I don't know, and that's that." "What Blackie and Whitey? I've never even heard of such names before." "Humph," the elder coldly harumphed. He then softly said, "You won't shed a tear until you see your casket, I see. I guess today shall be the day you learn just how powerful this old man is." It needed no mention just how immensely powerful this godlike elder was. He was practically unparalleled in terms of might. There was no need for him to even move his hands when facing off against Xia Fei, for he could send the young man flying over and over again, eating dirt each and every time he fell, with just a thought. Rumble. The rocks cracked. Xia Fei bounced on the ground nearly over a dozen times before coming to a halt. He was being thrown like a skipping stone, making a series of deep craters with every bounce. Whoosh! The elder swiped one hand in the air, and Xia Fei's figure suddenly went flying horizontally. It was as if Xia Fei was held in the hand of the elder, who proceeded to drag him toward himself from afar until they were face to face. Xia Fei's face was covered in blood. He was a horrific sight to behold, which was a proof of how inhumane a torture he had just experienced in this elder's hands. Such a cruel interrogation had already gone on for a full half an hour. "Let me ask you one last time." The elder furrowed his brows and glared fiercely at Xia Fei while he exuded that overwhelming killing intent. Spit! Before the elder could even finish his question, Xia Fei spat a mouthful of blood right at this elder's face, half a broken tooth even shot out along with it. The corners of his lips curved feebly. Xia Fei was satisfied as he looked at the very disturbed elder. He actually felt too lazy to even give a proper response, so he just spat blood on the other's face. This was Xia Fei's answer. It was a very disgusting act. To think that he would demonstrate such sass in the face of impending death. This person whom Xia Fei was facing was someone even law overlords had to fall on their knees to. He was a godlike existence. However, to Xia Fei, no one in the universe could make him feel afraid. What did it mean to be truly arrogant? This was it. The elder stood there frozen in place. His glare raged like an inferno. It was of such intensity that it could burn the entire universe. Killing intent. killing intent that could break through the sky. The entire night sky above seemed to tremble. Facing this elder's powerful aura, Xia Fei crooked his head and looked up into the sky above. Too bad that Avril decided to be with a short-lived scoundrel like me, Xia Fei quietly thought to himself. Furball and Peacock Blue, as well as Phantom, all felt furious. They kept trying to reach Xia Fei's side, but a powerful force was being exerted on them, making it impossible for any of the three to move. All of a sudden, that aura from the elder dissipated and he let out an awkward chuckle. Crash! Xia Fei was tossed down to the ground. With a wave of the elder's hand, a faint white glow washed over Xia Fei's entire being, giving him a sense of comfort. All his internal injuries and external wounds quickly recovered. I'm not about to fall for your trick. If I really kill you here, that undying old fool from your clan will surely risk his life to kill me, too. The elder waved his hand over Xia Fei's face, and the blood on the latter's face disappeared without a trace. The elder's expression turned back to normal, no longer showing any trace of ruthlessness, assuming the look of an aloof, higher being once more. No wonder Blackie and Whitey passed such an important thing to you. Those two weren't mistaken, you're really quite the steadfast rascal. Foul and steadfast, the elder smiled as he commented. He flicked his wrist twice, repeating the same magical treatment on both Furball and Peacock Blue. Xia Fei looked at the elder curiously, unsure on why the latter had first thrashed him good before being kind enough to heal the wounds the old man himself had inflicted on him. Xia Fei's gaze was still glinting with vigilance as he got ready for another attack of this elder. Xia Fei was the sort who would not be fazed by either kindness or cruelty. Truly, he had quite a difficult-to-handle personality. If you truly betrayed Blackie or Whitey, then I'd really end you here, said the elder in a grave tone before proceeding to shake his head. I've never imagined, even in my wildest dreams, that the Skywings would have another evildoer. Looks like those madmen are quite the destined lot. We'll leave today's matter as it is. Don't say a word about what happened when you head back. No matter who asks you about it, just act as if nothing occurred here. The elder shrugged his shoulders as he casually relayed his instructions to Xia Fei. Actually, the sins of Blackie and Whitey shouldn't cause their deaths. It's more accurate to say that they simply had the misfortune of becoming the sacrificial pawns to the upper echelons fighting. If you're not looking to die any sooner, it's best that you use less from here on that law power they gave you. What you have is a heaven-defying death scythe but also a plague that will bring down many. You'd better mark my words, if you really end up luring those bunch of old immortal fools out, even the grand ancestor from your clan won't be able to protect you. Xia Fei was quite surprised. From this elder's words, it seemed like the black and white gods were in trouble, and it was quite a big problem, too. It was a good thing that he had opted toward keeping his mouth shut earlier, or else he would have brought calamity onto himself by saying the wrong words. It was all thanks to his insistence in keeping mum that kept him alive. A blur of green flashed before his eyes, and Xia Fei instantly found himself standing on a verdant planet teeming with life and sense any knowledge of what had just transpired. The sweet scent of flora and the chirping of birds stirred his senses, the vegetation around him appeared vibrant, completely different from the purgatory hellscape he had been in moments before. Changing planets with a raise of hand? Xia Fei attained a new understanding of this mysterious elder's strength. Settling on a mossy rock by the creek, the elder muttered, "It's just too bad that there really exists someone whom even this old man has no way of dealing with." With that said, the elder gazed at Xia Fei meaningfully. "There's no need for you to remain so tense. I already said that I won't be killing you, so I really won't. If I kill a future Godwing, that immortal old coot from your clan will surely fight to the death with me." Godwing. Xia Fei was somewhat surprised to hear that term. "Don't you know?" asked the elder, puzzled. "Should I know what that means?" Xia Fei countered. The elder was really helpless on how to deal with such a recalcitrant brat. Admittedly, he did give Xia Fei a good thrashing, and considering Xia Fei's personality of holding a grudge even for the slightest offense, treating the young man's wounds was hardly enough to gain his trust. "You've attained the maximum level for your speed ability, haven't you?" the elder sighed as he questioned. Xia Fei nodded. "Having a 120,000 meters per second speed isn't that impressive, but it does mean that you have an unlimited potential for improvement. In your Xia family, warriors who begin cultivating the law of speed at level 1 and 2 of their speed special ability are called Griatwings, level 3 and 4 as the starting line are called Featherwings, 5 and 6 are Flightwings, and 7 and 8 are Skywings. As for those who begin at max level, they're known as Godwings, for having the greatest potential and cultivation in your clan. Of course, this doesn't mean that you are considered a godwing right now, but it does show that you have a chance of becoming one in the future. Of course, your clan hardly has any feather wings or griot wings, for your people are truly too perverse, always producing elites. Basically, any random warrior you grab will either be a flight wing or a sky wing. The elder was a little talkative, and Xia Fei could not help but knit his eyebrows. They all have wings, anyway. Aren't they all still considered part of the clan? Xia Fei mentally mused. The elder paused before continuing his explanation. The speed ability is very strange, being split into 9 levels. Take Patriarch Xia Baiyun as an example. With his skywing potential, his starting speed is 60,000 meters per second. He hit 120,000 at the first level of Law of Speed, 240,000 at the second level, 480,000 at third level, 960,000 at fourth level, and 1,920,000 at the fifth level. As for you, a max level speed ability user, your starting speed is 120,000 meters per second. Successful cultivation of the Law of Speed will give you a speed of 240,000 meters per second. As such, compared to others at the same level, you're a whole league better. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? The elder chuckled. Xia Fei did a mental calculation and was utterly astonished. Do you mean to say that, if my patriarch and I both cultivate the Law of Speed to the last level, he'll hit his limit at 15,360,000 meters per second, while I'll hit mine at over 30 million meters per second? Heavens! According to physics, the speed of light clocks a speed of 299,792,458 meters per second, so 30 million meters per second means that I can move at 1/10 the speed of light. Xia Fei was utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that it was possible for one to achieve near light speed. Just what kind of situation was that like? The elder laughed, feeling pleased. What's so surprising about that? It's just 1/10 the speed of light. Before he finished saying his piece, the elder abruptly lifted his head and waved his sleeve toward the night sky above. Fine, I won't say anything more. It seemed like he was speaking to someone, but when Xia Fei looked up, he however saw nothing. He had no idea if this elder had suddenly succumbed to hysteria. Be it the speed ability or the Law of Speed, both are famous for being hellish and hard to cultivate. To succeed in reaching max level, it's still too early to say. In any case, aside from being honored with a title by the Skywings, there are plenty of perks to being a godwing. After all, very few warriors can start cultivating the Law of Speed with max speed ability. If not for that, being a godwing wouldn't be so precious. With that said, the elder got up and stretched. About time I leave. Fortunately, it's me who came to White Horse Constellation. This rascal, you're hiding so many secrets, aren't you afraid of getting killed? Eyeing Xia Fei pointedly and sternly, the elder walked over and said, just like that individual in your ring, you can't keep him no matter what. Chapter 743, Scattered Star Chrysanthemum. Just like that individual in your ring, you can't keep him no matter what. The elder slowly walked over and spoke with a stern expression on his face. Gulp. Sweat accumulated on Xia Fei's forehead. There was only one individual in his ring that should not exist, and this was none other than the demon race's black-armored war god, Lionheart Emperor Oro. The god and demon races had long been at odds with each other. Oro, as an extraordinary existence belonging to the demon race, was naturally feared by the god race. It was just Xia Fei could not understand, the spatial ring was connected to a secret space far, far away. Just how did this old man discover Oro? Could he really be a god? No. Xia Fei shook his head. He refused to believe that such a thing like God existed. This elder before him was just a great expert who had cultivated his laws to the extreme. Quickly flicking a glance to his spatial ring, he saw that the old demon lord did not appear to be too surprised and just kept mum. Xia Fei smirked. He had nearly forgotten that Oro was an expert with an inextinguishable soul. Death would instead be the best outcome for the demon lord. During this time that they were together, Oro had pleaded with Xia Fei to kill him quite a few times, yet Xia Fei refused to do just that out of consideration for his own safety. Thus, Oro would be saved if this old man actually killed him off now. Turn on the loudspeaker function, I want to speak with him, Oro said in a grave tone. Xia Fei was slightly startled. He activated a small button on his wrist. He and Oro communicated via a nerve sensory system, so putting him on loudspeaker was of course no problem. Old fool, since you've already discovered me, what took you so long to say hi? Oro asked with a smile. Humph. The elder coldly snorted. I never thought that the esteemed black-armored war god of the demon race would have such a day, having ended up in the care of Xia Fei here. So I take it that the law of ternary spectrum isn't enjoyable. These two actually know each other. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. It was as if the relationship between the two peak races was not as terrible as the rumors implied. Oro pouted. You should be more than clear whether it's enjoyable or not. I seem to recall that you got yourself tortured by the law of brilliant light to the point of being half dead, no? The elder frowned. Don't sound so breezy. Didn't the law of space penetrate your ribs in the past? The two chatted idly for some time, trading ridicule and sarcasm. They kept attacking each other with the embarrassing incidents either had experienced, and seeing that the situation was deteriorating, Xia Fei immediately turned off Oro's connection, no longer allowing him to keep up this barbed exchange. Oro was not afraid of actually annoying the elder given his status as an immortal expert, but Xia Fei felt that he would be receiving the short end of the stick if this continued. Sighing, the elder mumbled to himself, so it's actually Oro. Why did you hide the black-armored war god from the demon race in your spatial ring? He's quite a renowned individual among his kind. Xia Fei did not say a word in reply. He did not really understand much about the situation. The key was that Oro would not be remaining by his side one day in the future, either. Regarding the two peak races being at loggerheads, the humans are with the god race. Oro being with you isn't appropriate. If you have the chance, send him off to be reborn. Seeing that you're a skywing, I won't pursue this matter deeper. Xia Fei nodded. Now, his identity was no longer the same as before. Having been admitted into one of the core clans of the Low Realm, he was no longer able to do things as freely as before. It was just that he had not yet squeezed out all the techniques and knowledge Oro had to offer, and Xia Fei simply could not resign himself to this fact. You need to set your sights a little further. It's only a matter of time before you join the god race. Just from the potential you've demonstrated today, you'll definitely qualify. With that said, the elder tossed a spatial ring to Xia Fei. Xia Fei was surprised as he asked, what's the meaning of this? The elder laughed. Warriors take the spoils of war, this is but an unalterable fact of life. I may have declared the fight before as a draw, but it's just to let the Moonward clan save some face. In reality, you're the one who won. The ring's Galson wards. Pick something you like from inside. Consider it as compensation for not having been crowned as the victor openly. He's the strongest law overlord of the Moonward clan, so I'm sure that there's plenty of good stuff inside that ring. Rest at ease and take what you like, he won't dare to raise a word of objection. This is at least a decision I can make without worrying about any possible consequences. Xia Fei was somewhat speechless. Based on the logic of the spoils belonging to the victor, everything inside the ring ought to be his, the fact that he could only pick one vexed him a little. It could not be helped. The elder before him was strong to the point that he had no means to resist him. As the saying went, a wise man does not take a fight with the odds stacked against them. Being able to get something was better than not getting anything at all. Xia Fei lightly brushed the spatial ring with a finger and sent a sliver of his mental energy inside, scanning everything like a radar. Suddenly, Xia Fei froze. The corner of his mouth then curled into a mischievous smile. That's the one. The godlike elder departed after bidding farewell, leaving behind a spatial door that would let Xia Fei return on board the warship Dragon Ascension had prepared. Furball was back in Xia Fei's bosom, silently gnawing on an origin crystal. Ever since he got a taste of the tasty level 5 origin crystals from Windrider Pavilion, this pet of his had lost all interest in level 4 origin crystals, which were not pure enough for the fellow. He even sighed as he took small bites of one. Phantom shook his head and said in a heavy tone, "Send me back. I'm not of much use to you in my current state. Besides, the research I have with Sophie's not done yet. We need to improve and strengthen my body, increase the fusion rate between soul and machinery." His two arms had been severed by that elder, so he was looking rather unsightly at the moment. As such, he was in a rush to head back and repair this mechanical body of his. Xia Fei was quite surprised. "You're not done yet? Your combat strength is already pretty powerful right now. I dare to bet that most law sovereigns won't be your match." Phantom replied, "It's not that simple. Sophie said that her father, Mech King Radix, possesses an impressive combat strength. Right now, I'm still very far away from what he's capable of, though I do have a very high potential for improvement. You only saw my combat strength increase, what you don't know is that the fusion of soul and machinery can't get past the 48-hour limit. After 48 hours, I'll lose control of this body, the technology isn't perfect at all. Xia Fei nodded. He had hurriedly called Phantom over to his side in preparation for this fight, so there were plenty of minute details that he had not gotten to asking about. It turned out that Phantom could only remain in his mech form for 48 hours and would lose control of the mechanical body thereafter. However, Xia Fei saw Phantom's potential in that earlier fight, and the combination of an experienced soul with the powerful and tireless mechanical body made for a fairly impressive combatant. Given more time, Phantom would surely achieve even greater fighting capabilities. Anyway, the fighting was already over, so Xia Fei readily agreed to the ghost's request and used his spatial compass to send Phantom back to the hidden realm. A high-grade compass was very convenient, something like distance was no longer an obstacle for him. Tell Avril that I'll be back very soon. Xia Fei told Phantom to pass along the message before the latter left. White Horse Constellation, Wind Garden. This unrest between the Moonward clan and the Skywing clan had finally come to an end. After the forceful intervention of the god race, the Moonward clan ultimately avoided a disaster, though being chased out of White Horse Constellation was an unavoidable outcome. One of the 9 great clans left the scene in dismay just like that. Millions of clansmen were sent out to the stars. From this moment on, there would no longer be 9 great clans in White Horse Constellation but 8, instead. As for the Yu family, they did not get implicated much. The injustice was perpetrated by Yu Hua and his accomplices, with the majority of the clan being uninvolved. Since Yu Hua was killed, the matter was considered settled, though the Yu family had been badly harmed in the process. They no longer had a law emperor, and the most likely candidate, Yu Xiaobei, had already been eliminated by the men sent by Xia Baiun. For several thousand years after, it would be very hard for the Yu family to regain their vitality as before. The Skywings had demonstrated a frightening fighting prowess that struck fear to people's hearts and minds. The unsheathed demon-sealing cursed blade had shocked the entire lore realm. The fact of the matter was that the title was not a mistake, and no matter how long ago it had been since it was sheathed, it was still as fatal as ever. The Wind Garden was very quiet. The experts of the Skywing clan departed just as quickly as they arrived. With the battle over, not a soul could be found anywhere in the Wind Garden. Those who wanted to meditate resumed their meditation, those who pursued singing continued doing just that, and so on. All of them left without a trace. Truly a clan of deities that lived a carefree life. Xia Wei, who was also Law Overlord Gu Li, as well as Xia Zonghai and Xia Fei stayed behind. Xia Wei was a wanted criminal and also the caretaker of the Skywings. Now that his identity had been revealed in the lore realm, he might never be able to take a step out of the Wind Garden again. Meanwhile, Xia Zonghai's term of office had not yet ended, so he could not leave, either. As for Xia Fei, he had nowhere to go. Of course he could not return to the Yu family anymore, so the Wind Garden became the sole place he could reside. Though there were not many people, the Wind Garden was a lot safer than usual. After all, the Skywings had recently flexed their muscles, so it was most likely that no one in the entire White Horse Constellation would dare gesticulate in their direction for a long while. The Moonward clan was an exception, though. In the study, Xia Fei let out the old demon lord. The latter was lying in his ice coffin, while the former was sitting in a chair. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei blew a smoke ring and asked in a low voice, "Now that the situation has finally passed, just who exactly is that godlike elder?" Oro answered, "He's called Sai, considered to be someone of importance among the god race." Sai. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. Why does he have such a weird name? Oro was nonchalant. There are plenty of strange old people among the peak races, so what's so surprising about it? Speaking of which, even Sai mentioned it. When do you plan to kill me? Oro was looking at Xia Fei with fierce eyes. He could not wait to die, since that would allow him to be reborn. He practically raised this issue every time they met face to face, unwilling to live in this state for even a second longer. Xia Fei smirked sinisterly as he casually answered, "Old man Sai only said that I should find the appropriate time to do so, not a particular time." Oro was speechless. He could not even beg for the sweet release of death, it was a grievance that most people would never be able to experience. He could only blame his bad luck for meeting someone like Xia Fei who was not swayed by anything. Xia Fei swept a glance over Oro's body and mentally noted. "You are the esteemed black-armored war god, even Sai said that you are very powerful. Not picking you clean before letting you go isn't my style at all." After a pause, Xia Fei took something out from his spatial ring and set it on the table. It was a chrysanthemum that was bright yellow in color, with tiny petals that make it look like a star, shimmering with luster. There was this divine smell that pervaded. Fringe mountain leaf, unparting pine, warp sea lotus, scattered star chrysanthemum, nine-night plum, whistling moon willow, and peacock blue. Xia Fei had already acquired 2 out of 7 from the plant series of immemorial mystical armaments, peacock blue and nine-night plum. The two had perfectly merged with each other under Oro's instructions, too. This flower before him was none other than the spoil he got from Galson Ward. Ranked 4th among the Cloud C7 plants, the scattered star chrysanthemum. Chapter 744, A Reopening of the Ancient Battlefield. The Demon Lord eyed the scattered star chrysanthemum for a bit before solemnly saying, "Scattered star chrysanthemum, ranked 4th among the Cloud C7 plants. If peacock blue is known for its resilience and nine-night plum for its poison, then the scattered star chrysanthemum is the physical representation of the most overpowering energy among all the plant series of the immemorial mystical armaments." Clearly, the Moonward clan was trying to collect the Cloud C7 plants, so you found this scattered star chrysanthemum in Galson Ward's spatial ring. Too bad that after all that grueling search the Moonward clan has put forth, it still ultimately ended up benefiting someone else, falling into your hands. It must be said that the chances of finding an immemorial mystical armament are remarkably low. Who knows how many years the Moonward clan spent getting this scattered star chrysanthemum and how many years they spent plotting to get their hands on the nine-night plum, ruining the Yu family in the process. It's evident just how much effort they devoted to this. Anyway, now that you have 3 of the plant series immemorial mystical armaments, what do you plan to do next? Xia Fei chuckled. I'm of course going to continue combining them. This time, if not for Peacock Blue, Furball, and Phantom's aid, how would I manage to come out completely intact from that grueling battle? Becoming stronger isn't a bad idea. Oro nodded. Still, you're currently in no state to resume cultivation. Old Sai saved your life, extracting dread limit from your body, but do you know what I'm most pleased with? What? Xia Fei asked. Sai may have phrased it nicely, but I'm pretty sure that his main reason for showing up is that he heard about the powerful dread limit. As such, he was so anxious to rush over, acting like a kind old man, also he could steal the formula. It's too bad that Sai ultimately miscalculated. While others don't dare to burn their very life force to increase their combat strength forcibly, you do. Hence, acquiring the formula for dread limit will be of no use to him, as there aren't many crazy people like you around. Didn't you notice his look of disappointment the moment he realized the facts behind dread limit? Just recalling that dejection on his face makes me laugh. Oro gloated somewhat gleefully. The 2 peak races got along like fire and water. Seeing the god race's old man Sai suffer a setback naturally pleased this old demon lord. After a pause, Oro's expression turned stern. Don't think that Sai gave you the scattered star chrysanthemum out of the kindness of his heart. I reckon that he's afraid of that certain someone from your clan settling the debt with him. Individual benefits are forever at the forefront here in the Lore realm. Learn some more. Anyway, you got hurt quite severely this time, so prioritize recuperating first. We can talk about combining the scattered star chrysanthemum at a later time. Xia Fei quietly nodded his head. Forcibly increasing his level by burning his life force sounded simple, but in fact he had taken a huge risk in doing so. After that big fight, his body was indeed feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Attempting to subdue the scattered star chrysanthemum at his current state would be a risk he was unwilling to take. Behind every victory was plenty of the effort and dangers he faced that no one else could ever see. Xia Fei had actually paid a heavy price for this win and this precious scattered star chrysanthemum. Blinking his eyes, Oro mentioned, "Xia Fei, I know that we have a 3-year agreement, and though this duration isn't over yet, can you consider killing me in advance on the account of how much I've helped you thus far? You're not thinking about bringing me along to the god race's territory, are you? It isn't too bad out here in White Horse Constellation, but both you and I will be in big trouble if anyone discovers my presence when you go up there." After everything was said and done, the old demon lord still managed to bring back the topic of conversation to his rebirth. There was no one out there who desired death as much as he did, and very few would fail in this plea. Xia Fei nodded. "I have, of course, considered killing you in advance." Oro was stunned. Just when his excitement was brimming to the point that he wanted to jump for joy, Xia Fei added, "Still, I'm far off from becoming part of the god race, so there's no need to be in such a hurry." The old demon lord felt a dizzy spell wash over him, and he nearly puked. Xia Fei's habit of taking a deep breath before speaking had really nettled him quite a lot. Oro actually knew very clearly that Xia Fei intended to suck him dry first, but he truly had no better ideas. Whether he could die or not and when he could die, these matters in question were all up to Xia Fei's discretion. Oro was truly helpless even if Xia Fei suddenly decided to back out from their agreement. The only option Oro had was to help Xia Fei as much as he could, leaving it entirely up to Xia Fei when he would like to deal the killing blow and send him on his way. Thinking about this frustrated Oro endlessly. He was the Lionheart Emperor, the black-armored war god of the demon race, yet he had to curry favor with Xia Fei. To hope that an insignificant character, whom he would not have even spared a glance back in the day, would be magnanimous enough to kill him, this was truly the weirdest situation one could find themselves in this universe. Take a look at that silver compass. Oro heaved a long sigh. Each day that he remained alive was another day that he must find ways to satisfy Xia Fei. These days of existence truly elicited great sorrow in this demon lord. Xia Fei was somewhat taken aback. He pulled out the compass that was directed toward the ancient battlefield. What's with the compass? Just as he asked this, Xia Fei received the shock of his life. He noticed an additional row of numbers on the compass, which was decreasing with each passing second, seemingly counting down the time for something. A countdown. Xia Fei gasped to himself. Is this perhaps when the ancient battlefield will be opening? Oro nodded his head lightly. Since I'm in your spatial ring all the time, I can't be any more familiar with the state of the compass. Last night, the compass suddenly activated, it's obviously the signal for when the ancient battlefield will be opening. You may enter in 49 days. The ancient battlefield was the designated location where the two peak races could fight each other. The graves of countless experts could be found there, with innumerable weapons and other such tools sealed inside. The demon lord had once been insistent on sending the compass back to the Lionhearts, which showed just how important an artifact it was. Seeing Xia Fei's expression change, Oro laughed. You're thinking of heading out to the battlefield and searching the remains for any treasure, aren't you? Xia Fei was honest and he nodded his head. What else will I be going to the ancient battlefield for if not for the possible treasures that can be found within? Oro smiled rather meaningfully. Of course, there will be treasure, but if you're only grabbing a few divine weapons, then you've set your sights too low. There's a legend that a law of time set has been lost on the ancient battlefield. With that said, Oro stared at Xia Fei profoundly. The law of time. Xia Fei was astonished. He hurriedly asked, do you mean the law of time, one of the three great laws in the same league as the law of space and the law of matter? Oro nodded. Exactly that. Otherwise, do you think that a few divine weapons can make all the major clans scamper to get in? In ancient times, the law of time was once something many clans had mastery of, but for some reason, those clans eventually disappeared one by one, and the law of time has been lost without a trace in the annals of history. What makes this even stranger is that the demon race also lost the law of life at around the same period. It almost seems like some cosmic fate for the two great laws to completely disappear at that time. As such, the strength of the two peak races remains at equilibrium. If it hadn't been for that, the demon race would have long since swallowed the god race. Xia Fei shook his head. What you said is incorrect. The law of life is in your hands, not at all lost, while the law of time has truly been wiped out of existence. Oro let out a boisterous laugh. As long as I don't impart the law of life to anyone else, it won't be different from the law having been lost. His words were not without logic. Law was something that required individuals to cultivate in order to demonstrate its prowess, or else it would be no better than nothing at all. Be it the law of time or the divine weapons, the ancient battlefield had greatly piqued Xia Fei's interest, and there was no reason he would let this chance to improve himself slip away. After packing up, Xia Fei left the study and arrived at the front yard where Xia Wei resided. Xia Zonghai, who was a chess addict, would not usually be at home, which was why Xia Fei and Xia Wei were the only two in the wind garden at present. Wei was slowly sweeping the fallen leaves around. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Xia Fei would have found it hard to believe that the elderly gentleman in front of him was actually a war god with law overlord cultivation. Wei. Xia Fei greeted as he approached the elderly butler from afar. Xia Wei smiled and put aside his broom, nodding. Good day to you, young Master Fei. Young Master Fei. Xia Fei found this title to be very unfamiliar. He did not have this conscious realization that he was now part of a family, still thinking of himself as an ordinary earthling. Xia Fei truly found it difficult to adjust to this new status he had suddenly found himself possessing. Just call me Xia Fei, he softly corrected. Oh, right. If there's nothing on with the clan, I will be taking a long trip. Xia Wei nodded his head vigorously. It's good to get out. The men of the Skywings travel all across the stars and rarely will one ever stay at home. Feel free to tell me if you have a need for anything, I'll head to the warehouse and get it for you. Xia Fei had visited the internal warehouse of the Skywing clan before. It had quite a rich collection, something that one would expect from a major clan. However, Xia Fei had no need for daily necessities or weapons. After all, he had his own war armor, weapons, and his level was already sufficiently high enough. Nevertheless, there were some rare medicinal ingredients, which Xia Fei had deemed as decent, in the storage. After mentioning a few of these precious herbs to Xia Wei, the elderly gentleman nodded repeatedly and shuffled off to retrieve what he requested, leaving the young man in the garden to wait for his return. After some time, two men poked their heads through the gate, looking around, but neither daring to step in. Xia Fei took a closer look and realized that they were Zanian Feng and Wolf Shenyi. Seeing Xia Fei wave at them, these two young men carefully stepped into the wind garden. Wolf Shenyi looked all around vigilantly, muttering under his breath, "How majestic! The wind garden sure lives up to its name." Xia Fei found it hilarious, so he said, "I personally think that this garden is rather modest. Haven't you two been here before?" Wolf Shenyi appeared serious. "You can't say that. The garden itself seems modest, but the people staying in it are anything but. Otherwise, none of us would come to such a scary place. This is where the Skywings reside, after all." Xia Fei had no idea how to respond to that. It seemed like the notoriety of the Skywings had been deeply etched into people's hearts, and it was very hard to change the way they saw this clan in a short while. "Are you two here just to see me?" Xia Fei asked. Zanian nodded. "Yeah. Jiga Wolf and I don't have much going on today, so the two of us want to see if we can invite you out for a round of drinks while also taking this chance to see if you've recovered from your injuries." Wolf Shenyi draped his one arm across Xia Fei's shoulders and spoke with twinkling eyes. "In the southern parts of the city, there's a newly opened place called the Rainbow Repose. I heard that the ladies there aren't shabby." Rainbow Repose? Just hearing the name and anyone could tell that it was a brothel. Wolf Shenyi was the huge stud of the Cruel Wolf clan, who was very well acquainted with matters involving philandering. Even the always serious Zanian Feng did not see it as an issue. After all, they were both scions from renowned families and were already used to such affairs. Xia Fei frowned. "It's best if I don't go. I'm about to go meet a friend, and thereafter, I'll be secluding myself for cultivation." Shenyi shook his head, feeling dissatisfied with his answer. "Don't be such a drab. Think about your current status, too. It's just a little taste, what's the big deal? What has my status got to do with it?" Xia Fei wondered curiously. Shenyi slapped Xia Fei on his back as he rumbled, "You're now a young master of the Skywing clan, very young and unwed, too. Do you know how many ladies out there are drooling over you?" Xia Fei was somewhat taken aback and remained silent. Wolf Shenyi's words made him feel like he was a stud. Zanian Feng laughed in agreement. "Actually, Jiga Wolf isn't wrong. Your status has indeed changed. Let's go, I actually have some important matters that I want to discuss with you." Chapter 745, Everyone is Busy? Zanian Feng and Wolf Shenyi were Xia Fei's friends. The two had helped him with his prior predicament quite a bit, having incited all the troublemakers in White Horse Constellation to take to the streets and stir up a storm. It was their finest work yet. While Xia Fei would treat his enemies ruthlessly, by contrast, he was very amenable to his friends. This had always been his personality, a clear distinction between kindness and grievances. Since Zanian and Shenyi had come looking for him, Xia Fei was not one to turn them away, agreeing to accompany the two to the Rainbow Repose for a small get-together. Soon, Xia Wei returned with the precious medicinal ingredients that Xia Fei wanted. Zanian and Shenyi immediately became very respectful, greeting the elderly gentleman. The commoners might not be aware, but these men from the major families had all heard about Xia Wei. It was no wonder that the Skywings were at ease with letting their elites wander the universe freely and do whatever they wanted. It turned out that the Wind Garden had a law overlord taking care of it. Xia Wei returned their greetings with a smile while handing over the things he had in hand to Xia Fei. Young Master Fei has only recently returned to the Skywings, so he's still not too familiar with many things in the circle. I hope that young Master Shenyi and young Master Zanian can help us teach him the things he doesn't know about." Zanian and Shenyi both hurriedly replied, "As we should, as we should. Please be at ease, Uncle Wei, Xia Fei is like a sworn brother to us, so we'll surely take good care of him. Xia Wei nodded, instructing further, young Master Fei must keep our clan's demonic wing token safe. Flash it once if you are in any trouble. I can't say for other places, but people in White Horse Constellation will at least show you some face. Crush it in case of an emergency and the Skywing elites will quickly rush over even if they have to traverse across vast oceans of stars. No. Zanian and Chenyi both looked particularly pained as they yelped. There's no need to use the demonic wing token for no reason. Xia Fei found it comical. The mere mention of the token had caused the faces of both Xians, Zanian, and Chenyi, to turn pale. This just went to show how terrifying an impact the recent unsheathing of the demon-sealing fiendish blade had been to the people of White Horse Constellation. Beside the two, the patriarchs of the various major clans would immediately have goosebumps the moment they heard the three words demonic wing token. What was once the 9 great clans in White Horse Constellation had turned into 8 great clans in the blink of an eye. The demonic wing token was no joke, no one would be able to deal with it if it was casually used. The three left Wind Garden and headed south of the city. Xia Fei did not expect that taking out several medicinal ingredients from the family warehouse would cost him, though the clan did not stipulate a deadline for him to pay the bill. The Skywing Law Emperors would all receive monthly stipends, there were even rewards to be had if they helped the clan by performing missions. Everyone had their own account and was very well treated. The cost of the herbs had all been recorded under his name. With a sigh, Xia Fei realized that he was really no longer the same as before, he would even have money entering his account if he lay down and slept. This was most likely the difference between the top clans and the commoners. Thinking back on the fight against Moonward Clan, all that was needed was the Cry Skywing's business. Everyone unrelated, Scram, and the citizens of White Horse Constellation would immediately clear the streets and alleys. It was so scary that no one dared to step outside the door. This was the majesty of a super clan, no doubt. The trio of Xia Fei, Zanian Feng, and Wolf Shenyi walked down the main streets side by side, chatting and laughing along the way. Those they encountered all took the initiative to give way while also offering respectful smiles. Some familiar faces even greeted them from afar, showing them cupped fists and wishing them well. A group of peacekeepers from the Law Enforcement Board, charged with maintaining order on the streets, happened to appear from the opposite end of the street. The leader of the team rushed to the trio upon seeing them, bowing as he smiled broadly. Young Master Feng, young Master Wolf, where are the two of you off to? Wolf Shenyi had a stern look as he growled, you recognized me and Zanian, but you don't know this one beside us? That's young Master Xia Fei of the Skywing clan. Oh. So you're young Master Fei. I've already heard of your great name. My insignificant self ought to gouge my eyes out for not recognizing you. I hope that you'll show magnanimity and not blame me for this blunder. The leader of the team apologized to Xia Fei profusely, which actually made him feel very awkward. The change in his status overnight was just too drastic, turning him from someone insignificant to a young master and making him everyone's topic of conversation in White Horse Constellation. Xia Fei was having trouble adjusting to such a big change in fortune at the moment. These peacekeepers from the Law Enforcement Board left feeling uneasy and fearful. Shenyi shouted, that felt great. Zanian and I have never been regarded with such awe when we're out and about before. Xia Fei, whether it's you or the Skywing clan behind you, the threat you wield is supreme. You guys sure live up to your name as the sharp demon-sealing fiendish blade. Xia Fei pursed his lips, not saying a word in response. In his eyes, Shenyi was being too ostentatious. The renown of the Skywings spreads far and wide. Even someone like me from the demon race has also often heard about your clan's exploits. It's very normal for others to fear you so much, better slowly get used to it. After all, this is your new identity now and it's not something you can resist, said the demon lord to Xia Fei's ears. The rainbow repose in the south of the city truly exuded an air of luxury. An area of 30 hectares boasted chic decorations in a calm atmosphere. The ladies inside were not as vulgar as what Xia Fei initially imagined, either. After all, this was a high-class brothel, and heavy makeup would only serve to attract those unsavory characters. A truly high-end establishment emphasized more on elegance, even that of subservient elegance. The largest suite by a crystal-clear lake was opened for the trio, they were treated as VIPs by the owner, calling for the most diligent service staff and the prettiest girls to service them. There were so many pretty ladies that anyone would be dazzled by the sight. Xia Fei was not a fan of this activity, so he grudgingly chose a petite and somewhat introverted lady to keep him company. Wolf Shenyi had one on each arm, picking two voluptuous beauties, while Zanian picked a blonde, who was taller than him and the owner of a pair of pale, tender legs that looked well-toned. They drank plenty and freely. Actually, alcohol no longer had any effects on them since they were all cultivators, so there was hardly any difference between drinking fruit juice and this. Zanian noticed that Xia Fei was not speaking much, so he waved his hand and produced a dozen or so grade 5 origin crystals for the ladies, asking them to leave. The room became a lot quieter. Xia Fei knew that Zanian must be intending to speak with him about proper business, so he straightened up to hear him out. With the dishes all cleared away, the three sat on the couch and sipped on clear tea. Zanian lightly started. Xia Fei, no matter what, this incident has finally blown over, do you have any plans for the future? Xia Fei gave the question some thought. Of course, I'll be trying to attain Law Overlord cultivation and join the God race. After all, that's where the true experts gather. Shen Yi stuck out his tongue. I don't have that high of an ambition. The God race doesn't suit me, so I'm better off just frolicking about and having fun here in White Horse Constellation. Zanian ignored Shen Yi, his eyes revealing this glow of excitement. Brother Xia Fei is right. As a warrior, we need to keep progressing on this road for the strong. Speaking of which, joining the God race isn't the only path. Skywings of course have their own route, too, but Dragon Ascension Martial Hall isn't a bad choice, either. Xia Fei was a little surprised, so he asked with a smile, are you trying to recruit me to Dragon Ascension? Zanian nodded. I didn't get to participate in the examination, though. Isn't it too late for me to join Dragon Ascension now? Xia Fei was smiling even as he took a sip of tea. It's not too late at all. Zanian solemnly disagreed. With your strength, you're more than qualified to skip all the various tests and examinations and can be admitted straight away into Dragon Ascension. What he meant to say was very obvious, as the Feng family was the one in charge of Dragon Ascension, it would hardly be a problem for them to admit anyone that they wanted to. What Zanian meant was that, as long as Xia Fei was willing, he could enter the Law Realm's #1 Martial Hall to practice at any time. Zanian saw that Xia Fei was still contemplating over the offer, so he added, there aren't just humans in the Law Realm. Plenty other incomprehensibly powerful species are out here, too. Humans can only be considered mid-tier when put together with everyone, and there's great diversity among the students of Dragon Ascension, so all can spar with one another. If you join, you may be of great help to humanity as whole. Xia Fei was momentarily speechless. What Zanian had just said sounded a little exaggerated. How could he alone help raise the position of mankind? Xia Fei simply did not believe this claim. Zanian became a little anxious and urged. Brother Xia Fei, something major will be happening very soon. Dragon Ascension needs the strength of every able-bodied youth of this generation in the Law Realm. Why don't you think about it some more? Xia Fei's curiosity was piqued. Something major? Whatever could that be? Shen Yi appeared to be clueless about this as well, shaking his head. I'm wondering about that myself. Over the span of one night, the brothers of my cruel wolf clan have all disappeared to who knows where. I heard that it's the same with other clans as well, sending off their younger generation warriors. Could that be related to the major event you're referring to? Zanian's expression turned severe. I can't say anything more, but yes, these movements are indeed related to the major event that's about to occur. Tisk. Shen Yi shook his head, unhappy with the answer. What's so secretive? Xia Fei, your Skywing clan is also a major force in the Law Realm. Has anyone from your side done anything special? Xia Fei mulled this over before replying, not that I heard of. After the war with the Moonward clan ended, the elites of my clan all went their separate ways. The patriarch only instructed me to look for Wei, and no further arrangements were made besides that. Shen Yi and Xia Fei were both in the dark about what was about to happen, so both turned their heads to face Zanian. Zanian helplessly shrugged. No use looking at me. This matter is of utmost importance, so I won't leak even a bit, unless... Unless what? Shen Yi hurriedly asked. Unless you two willingly join Dragon Ascension. Shen Yi waved his hand dismissively. Then forget about it. Everyone knows just how strict Dragon Ascension is. I'm fine just being the lady killer that I am. After saying that, Shen Yi suddenly leaped up from the couch. He then pressed his left arm with his other hand and cried out in panic, oh, crap. The old man's calling for me. I'd better hurry back. Today will be my treat. Zanian, help me settle the bill before you leave. Whoosh. Shen Yi turned into a black and bulky blur as he disappeared without a trace instantaneously. Xia Fei was left feeling very confused. Everything was fine 1 moment ago. What could have caused Shen Yi's abrupt departure? Zanian Feng let out a bitter laugh as he turned to Xia Fei. I told you. A major event is about to happen. Though Jiga Wolf is a glutton for play, I'm afraid that there's no way he can be exempted from the major event this time. Xia Fei did not like the secretive tone Zanian was taking. Deep down, he was very intrigued about this major event that the other had just mentioned, which was why he tried to probe Zanian about it this time, only to realize that it would clash with the time when he would leave for the ancient battlefield, making it impossible for him to fulfill both. Xia Fei ultimately rejected Zanian's invitation after mulling about it for some time. Compared to his curiosity about what was to take place, his interest toward the mysterious ancient battlefield was far greater. When Zanian saw that he had no way of convincing Xia Fei, he also left in a hurry. Xia Fei went looking for Moon Song as per their previous agreement, but it was too bad that she was not around. After asking around, no one had any idea where she went. After putting some thought to this, Xia Fei went dialing Chen Dong's compass, hoping to ask him regarding the latest news with the Lionheart royalty before making his trip back to the Alliance so he could see if there was anything that needed his attention. Beep beep beep. The line was busy. It seemed like Chen Dong was also busy with something else and could not answer his call. Sighing, Xia Fei muttered to himself, strange. Why does it seem like everyone's busy? Forget it. Best if I return to the Hidden Realm as soon as possible and prepare for my journey to the ancient battlefield. The old demon lord had a mischievous smile on his face, his 2 hands hugging his head as he happily said to himself, ha! Since this twerp wanna mess with me, I'll purposely refrain from telling you what's going on this time. Chapter 746, The New Master of Phoenix Tail Stone. Be it Moon Song or Chen Dong, neither was around. Xia Fei was vaguely disappointed as he returned to the Hidden Realm, ready to recover his vitality and subdue the scattered star chrysanthemum, as well as make preparations for his trip to the ancient battlefield. You still have 20 days to get ready. Use this time wisely and try to restore your health. As for the scattered star chrysanthemum, you can decide if you want to merge it with peacock blue after you recover, advised the demon lord. Xia Fei was perplexed. 20 days? Didn't you say that it's 49? It's only been a day since. Shouldn't I still have at least 48 days left? Oro laughed. It's not that simple. Did you really think that the ancient battlefield is a place you can come and go as you please? A 4-week preparation time is needed prior to entry, which is to say that you have to arrive outside the battlefield 28 days in advance. Xia Fei nodded. He had not come into contact with the ancient battlefield before, so all he could do was listen to Oro's instructions. As he followed along the path into Metal City's main tower, this time Xia Fei had not informed anyone of his arrival, so Warstar and the others did not come out and receive him. Just as he took a turn, he suddenly heard the sound of an explosion. It was as if someone's gas tank had exploded. As a result, the entire tower shook. Whoosh! The location of the explosion was very near Avril's cultivation chamber, and Xia Fei instantly accelerated, dashing right over, his heart fraught with worry. Avril! Xia Fei bellowed as he pushed the door into the cultivation chamber open. All he saw was Avril innocently standing in the middle of the room, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry. Very sorry. Accidentally. Hearing it was Xia Fei's voice, Avril promptly looked up and then went leaping straight into his arms. She buried her head into Xia Fei's chest as her cheeks flushed red. Several robots said their regards to Xia Fei before quietly cleaning up the room. Xia Fei realized that the 200 square meter cultivation chamber looked completely different. The metal walls had fine cracks all over, and some of the equipment Avril was using had been changed several times. Right now, the new equipment had all been ruined again, almost as if the room would often be subjected to external destruction. What happened? Xia Fei stroked Avril's hair and asked with concern. Avril softly answered with her face all red, ever since I gained my special ability, there will often be unexplained explosions occurring. This wasn't the first time it has happened. Oro burst into raucous laughter. Isn't this obvious? Avril gained the ethereal ability. Out of all the soundwave type special abilities, it is the one that contains the greatest potential for combat usage. As her level grows, her ethereal ability also becomes harder to control, which is why the room ended up receiving the brunt of it. Xia Fei was unamused. He, of course, knew that Avril's ethereal ability was a frightening sound wave that could be used in combat, but he had never expected that Avril would be able to cultivate it so quickly to the point that her ethereal ability had already become a force to be reckoned with. Because Avril had not been subjected to any professional training, she lacked the ability to control its destructive force. This was when Warstar came strolling over from afar, looking downcast as he shrugged. "Xia Fei, you ought to see the other 2 rooms. Now that's what I'd call a tragedy." Tagging along with him were Dimsky and Pod. Phantom and Sophie were most likely still doing further research on the fusion of machine and soul, so they were not present. Xia Fei's mouth hung agape, for be it Pod, Dimsky, or even Warstar, each of them was sporting plenty of cuts and tears. Warstar was made out of liquid metal, so his cuts were not as obvious, but Dimsky and Pod were looking very miserable. Pod's body seemed to have just been repaired, with several strands of wires exposed. Dimsky had lost his left arm, looking like it had been sliced off by a really sharp blade. Avril's voice turned soft again when she saw them all. "So sorry. I must be giving everyone a big headache these days." Xia Fei pointed at the trio before looking back at Avril, shocked. "You did all this?" Avril nodded, her 2 hands clutching onto Xia Fei's arm. "I was careless," Avril meekly protested. Avril had indeed been careless. It was not just Warstar and the others, even the guards of the main tower and the robots assigned to tidy the place had already changed batch after batch. When it came to misery, these rank-and-file robots sure had it worse than Warstar, Dimsky, or Pod. The rapid development Avril experienced with her ability was unexpected. Fortunately, everyone was robots, so they could just swap out their body after being damaged, and none of them lost their lives as a result. In the dining room, the table was laden with a scrumptious banquet, and everyone gathered, each updating their recent going-ons. Perhaps it was because Avril was happy after seeing Xia Fei return, she started humming a melodious tune. Bang! A robot in charge of serving the food instantly got torn apart. Its 4 limbs and torso separated and dropped down to the ground, convulsing endlessly. "Sorry. So very sorry." Avril looked very apologetic as she hurried over to carry that robot. Alas, all she heard was a crack as the already very brittle arm of that robot ended up breaking when Avril tried to pull it. Everyone looked at Avril helplessly, who was feeling utterly embarrassed. She apologized profusely as she turned and ran away, rushing back to her room, only for another wail to escape from her throat. Kaboom! Another innocent robot got ruined. Xia Fei was completely speechless. It seemed like the ethereal ability's destructive force was a lot more severe than what he had first imagined. Dimsky sighed. "You've seen it for yourself now. Since Avril has become this goddess of destruction, a moment of carelessness is all it takes for a tragedy to occur. It's a good thing that those living in Metal City are all robots. Otherwise..." Xia Fei felt quite awkward. It looked like Avril had recently been causing quite a bit of trouble for the mechs. Avril had an angelic singing voice and a radiant personality. The ethereal ability originally had everyone besotted, completely enrapturing anyone with her melodious vocals. Sadly, these good times did not last, for the destructive force inherent in her ethereal ability began to rear its ugly head. Now, everyone was avoiding Avril as best as they could, and any attempts to sing would soon turn into catastrophe, with no one daring to ever mention it again. The old demon lord was almost tearing up from laughing too much. "I told you, right? You can't just let Avril develop a special ability without additional training. See all the trouble you've brought. Ethereal is a top-tier combat ability, and this is only the beginning. If left unfettered, I'm afraid the entire Metal City may be ruined." Xia Fei mentally decided to begin training Avril in controlling her ability. Xia Fei asked plenty of questions regarding quantum holdings, as well as the situation with the mechs and others. Sentinel Goddess Sophie and Phantom were still busy with their research, but they hardly made any progress, and both were at a loss on how to proceed. Conversely, the situation with quantum holdings was a lot more optimistic. Law Emperor Seth had already been assigned to Charlie's side, and while he was hardly anyone outstanding out in the law realm, he was actually a super expert in the alliance. No one dared to have any designs on quantum holdings. Xia Fei was still hung up on Avril, so he excused himself from everyone after simple follow-ups and went to her room. All he saw when he arrived was Avril sitting by her bed with red eyes, doing her best not to cry, since she was afraid that her bedroom would end up suffering again if she did. Seeing Xia Fei, Avril hurriedly wiped her tears and pretended to smile. Oro sighed. "Looks like you're the one who knows Avril best. This lady is far too kind-hearted, she only ruined a handful of robots, not a big deal by any measure, yet she's already in such a state of sorrow. She's truly not suited for combat. Best that you hurry up and teach her how to control her ability. Even this old Lionheart can't stand seeing her feeling so guilty about herself. Xia Fei sat by Avril's side and used a handkerchief to dab at her tears. I really didn't want to hurt anybody, Avril was rubbing the corners of her clothes as she said, looking very much like a student who had made a mistake. I know. Xia Fei smiled. This isn't on you. It's my fault that I opened your 7th brain region yet didn't teach you how to control your ability. It won't be like this anymore once I've imparted to you the ways to control your ability. Really? Really? Avril felt a little better, though she was still feeling sad and guilty over the harm she had caused to others. Xia Fei told Avril a joke, but it did not work too well. Kind-hearted people easily felt guilt, especially Avril who was undoubtedly genuinely kind. Come with me. Xia Fei suddenly had an idea. Bringing Avril over to the huge cultivation chamber that was over 5,000 square meters in size, Xia Fei took out the many fun toys he got from the lore realm. Avril had never seen so many strange things before, and the more she saw, the more interesting she found them. Taking a hold of her hand, Xia Fei said, "These are all the things I got from the lore realm. Keep whatever you like. This here is a psychological monitoring atlas, able to let you know whether someone's telling the truth or otherwise. This one here is the climate meter, able to direct energy and forcibly control the weather." With that said, Xia Fei pushed a button and the originally silent metal city suddenly began raining. They looked up at the sky, puzzled, unable to make sense of the reason for the change in weather. Xia showed all these things to Avril, one by one. She watched Xia Fei demonstrate them, fascinated as she listened to his explanation for every item. "You'll be joining me in the lore realm soon. Right now, I'm staying in a place called the Wind Garden. Hardly anyone is there usually," Xia Fei told Avril. "Aren't you being hunted down?" Avril curiously asked. She was, of course, more than happy to be with Xia Fei in the lore realm, though she was still worried about being a burden to him. That matter is in the past now. The situation is very complicated, but you'll understand once you come over, Xia Fei said. He did not explain too much about the Skywings, afraid that Avril might be unable to digest everything all at once. Avril nodded her head. "I believe you. Actually, as long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter where we live. Still, I'll need to tell father and grandfather first. They must be worried sick about me by now." Xia Fei left Avril in the room as he went to the bathroom. He had indeed collected plenty of interesting trinkets in the lore realm, but they were hardly of any use. It would be great if Avril liked any of them, for as long as she was happy, there was nothing Xia Fei would be unwilling to give. About a dozen or so minutes later, Xia Fei left the bathroom and suddenly came to a halt. Not only was he baffled, he was also astonished. Before him was a flying rock that glowed a fiery, pale green light as it orbited around Avril at varying speed, seemingly playing with her. Upon seeing Xia Fei, that rock instantly hid behind Avril. It almost seemed as if it were very afraid of him. "This rock is very fun. What's it called?" asked Avril with a big smile on her face. She had thought that the rock was playing a game of hide and seek with her. The old demon lord's mouth hung agape as he exclaimed, "That's the Phoenix Tail Stone, an immemorial mystical armament. Could Avril have managed to subdue it?" Chapter 747, Destination, the burial grounds of countless experts. The Phoenix Tail Stone orbited around Avril, like a pretty green spirit. It drifted easily and at high speeds, making the already enchanting beauty seem like a fairy. In fact, the Phoenix Tail Stone's aura and Avril's were highly complementary. Xia Fei and Aura were dumbfounded. Only several minutes had passed, could Avril have subdued this immemorial mystical armament in such a short time? It was as if there were some things in Avril's body hard to grasp. Furball had felt uneasy after seeing Avril even for the first time despite being a distinguished holy beast, often being miserably toyed with by her. Now, even the Phoenix Tail Stone had easily submitted to Avril. There was simply no logical explanation to all these strange phenomena. Taking 2 quick steps, Xia Fei came to Avril's side. He noticed that the corners of her forehead was full of beading sweat, and that faint makeup she wore was already spent. Her chest was heaving in short, ragged breaths. She looked like she was down a size, looking very exhausted. "Why were you gone for so long?" Avril adjusted her long hair as she asked. "It wasn't long at all, Only a couple of minutes. Avril looked skeptical. That's not right. Little Phoenix and I have spent almost 24 hours getting to know each other. How could it have only been a few minutes? Xia Fei was stunned. He thought back on the grueling experience he had gone through when he was subduing Peacock Blue, and it seemed that he had suddenly been transported to some secret place, where there were mountains, water, air, etc. Standing proudly atop the mountain was the universe's most obstinate weed. Peacock Blue had only crawled up Xia Fei's arm after spending a long period of mental torture. Xia Fei seldom wished to mention that terrible experience, as Peacock Blue seemed to have peered into his very soul. The bluegrass at that time was like a wise godly entity, who stared at him with cold, piercing eyes, constantly asking him harsh questions that touched upon human nature itself. This was the method the immemorial mystical armaments used to choose their masters. People who were fated would be given the chance to encounter the armaments, which would repeatedly peer into their hearts to decide if they would follow them. Looking at Avril's weary face, Xia Fei had a sudden realization. Quick, tell me. What exactly happened after I left? Avril recalled her experience. After you left the room, I made my way over to this strange rock. It's shaped like a wing and very beautiful, so I wanted to pick it up to play with it, but how should I know that I'd find myself in the middle of a barren desert when I next looked up? It's very cold and desolate, with hardly even any sign of life anywhere. That rock just rested there, all quietly, with countless strange-looking rocks. I sensed the rock's life force and felt its loneliness, so I sat next to the rock and chatted with it. You chatted with the rock? Asked Xia Fei, feeling mildly surprised. That's right. Though it didn't make any sound, it was able to send messages straight to my head. It kept muttering, I can't go back, I can't go back. That's why I consoled it by saying that it must live on no matter what. Later, I began telling it about myself and you, how we got to know each other and how physically far apart we were. Also, I mentioned how you often found yourself in trouble, always disappearing without a trace, but none of that stopped us from being together. Xia Fei was speechless. He could tell that, though Avril had not verbally expressed it, she was resentful toward Xia Fei's stubborn habits of disappearing and getting himself into trouble. Actually, he could not blame her for having such feelings. Any girl with a mercurial temperament would have long abandoned Xia Fei, yet Avril was able to support him all the way, which was a testament to how deeply she felt for him. What happened next? Xia Fei asked. Next, I chatted with it for a very long time, even wanting to take it away, but it refused to leave, seemingly resistant toward something. Later, we competed, but it's too bad that it didn't have my patience, so it ended up following me off that desert. Avril was wiping sweat off her face as she narrated. Xia Fei smiled. I understand everything now. Go and take a shower. Even your makeup got all messed up. Avril covered her face with her hands as she hurried back to her room, with the phoenix tail stone quietly following her. Oro sighed. So that's how it was. Originally, I thought that Avril had a very easy time subduing the phoenix tail stone, but it turned out that she had actually worked very hard for it. Seems like your act of heaven defiance and forcing the phoenix tail stone to remain behind has been effective. At the very least, Avril now has a powerful helper by her side, and you won't have to worry about her safety the whole day. Xia Fei nodded. In any case, I already have Peacock Blue, so there's no way for me to harness the phoenix tail stone. Leaving it to help protect Avril is indeed the best solution I can come up with. Avril was Xia Fei's most cherished person in the entire universe, likewise, she was the one whom he worried about the most. Though she was far too kind a person and may be unable to use the phoenix tail stone much, it would still be decent if used to defend herself. Risks still existed despite the reigning peace in the Lore realm, and while it was fine for Avril not to attack anyone, she could not be without any means of protecting herself, either. Oro pouted. You have 20 days. Since you plan to engage in restorative training and also impart psychokinesis to Avril, it won't be an easy task. Xia Fei chuckled. I haven't had an easy time ever since I stepped into space these few years. It'll be fine. Oro burst out laughing. Actually, you're already recognized as a young master of the Skywing clan. You can bring Avril over to live a fairy tale-like life there, even without needing to strive so hard like this. Xia Fei firmly shook his head, with a luster in his eyes. I won't be content until I see what the cosmic gate looks like. Oro was promptly surprised, solemnly stating, the cosmic gate is the biggest secret in this universe. Not even I have seen it before. It seems like this goal you've set for yourself is a little too high. Legend has it that whoever controls the cosmic gate can become the master of the universe itself. I have no way of determining the validity of this legend. While I did have plenty of comrades in arms in my life who gave it their all to get near the great gate symbolizing the ultimate power, each and every one of them failed without exceptions. Sometimes, I just can't make sense of it. How come a mere gate can become the goal everyone chases after? Will something amazing occur the moment someone crosses it? No matter how mysterious it is, there's no need for anyone to just put their lives on the line like that. Oro somewhat crestfallenly mused. Even an expert of his caliber felt a sense of helpless belittlement toward the mysteries of the cosmic gate. If the universe was designed like a pyramid, then the cosmic gate would be the apex of this pyramid. Anyone who stood atop could smile proudly upon their achievement as they looked down on the entire universe, becoming an unparalleled existence. Xia Fei's interest was piqued when he heard this. Each time the old demon lord talked about the cosmic gate, he would always be listening intently to every word. After a pause, Oro hugged his head in his two hands and did his best to feel a little more comfortable while lying in his ice coffin. Actually, there's another name for the cosmic gate, and that's the gate of gods and demons. Though the two peak forces are called the god race and demon race respectively, they're actually still very far off from the real gods and demons of legend. Even someone who has cultivated to the point of immortality like I did won't reach this level of deification. It's said that the moment an average person steps through the gate, they can become a god or a demon, able to transcend beyond the fetters of life. Not only Xia Fei, even Oro yearned greatly for the cosmic gate. Alas, it was just that this goal was truly too unrealistic, and that there was no way to get a glimpse of the truth. Either man could only settle for legends, learning some inconsequential little nuggets of information, which was neither true nor false. However, a fact recognized by all in the circle was that the cosmic gate symbolized the greatest and most mysterious object in all of the universe. While you indeed have the guts for wanting to have a look at the cosmic gate, a goal is but one thing. Whether you are capable of putting the effort necessary in achieving this goal is another. For now, just think of how you can join one of the two peak races, Oro muttered to himself, his eyes in a daze after having his thoughts aroused by Xia Fei. 20 days went by quickly. Xia Fei had concocted quite a lot of drugs for himself to nurse his body back to health. Avril's psychokinetic strength was also on the right track under Xia Fei's tutelage, though she was a lot more interested in the Phoenix Tail Stone, having even given it a nickname, Little Phoenix. Oro was left somewhat speechless. A dignified immemorial mystical armament could actually be referred to as Little Phoenix by Avril. If word ever got out, who knew how many experts would be beating their chests in dismay. People had desperately searched their whole lives for an immemorial mystical armament, yet Xia Fei had just gifted one to his sweetheart on a whim. This act was practically a world of difference in comparison to others. The work on the Titan was still ongoing. Even the tireless mechs would waste countless hours and effort to construct such a gargantuan ship. If this important task were to be given to the Pan-Human Alliance, there would practically be no way for them to imagine this mammoth task being completed. Sentinel Goddess Sophie and Phantom kept pouring their hearts and minds into the research and development over how machinery and soul could be fused together. The responsibility of overseeing the construction of the Titan had, thus fallen onto Dimski's shoulders, the top engineer of the mechs. Sophie had even allowed him access to her own database, which the old mech was over the moon about. After all, Sophie was the daughter of Radix, the king of mechs. The average mechs never even got the chance to see so much high-level data. Actually, Xia Fei's pharmacology had been influenced by Sophie, which was a good example of just how plentiful the amount of data she had in her database. The mystery behind the Cobaltus, once the #1 tech species in the universe, who had once designed the Titan super warship, was slowly being unraveled. Why were the Cobaltus so insistent on such a warship that could possess the strength to resist law powers? No one had any idea regarding this question, and as their progress on the work continued, Xia Fei would one day solve this riddle. All he could do before that was wait. With the wanted order rescinded, Avril and Xia Fei were of course safe now. However, there was no way for Avril to head home and take a look, for her ethereal abilities' destructive force still persisted. As such, unless Avril could flawlessly control the extreme lethality of her sound wave ability, she would only cause disasters if she went home. Through video call, Avril reported her safety back to her family, stating that she would return after some time. With Warstar and the Super Fleet around and the Law Emperor Seth ready for dispatch, they could readily send Avril back home when given the order. Xia Fei's Quantum Holdings, under Charlie's guidance, had already become a mega-conglomerate in the Pan-Human Alliance. The power it wielded was of no equal. If one claimed that Quantum Holdings was number 2, there was no one that would dare claim number 1. The most immediate benefit of this was how Earth, having been seen as a backwater planet of no significance, rapidly rising in importance in the pan-human alliance. At present, Earthlings could hold their heads high proudly and call themselves Earthlings no matter where they went, an unimaginable sight and pride that was impossible several years ago. This was all due to the efforts Xia Fei had put in, so Earthlings all remembered him fondly. It was just that catching sight of the elusive Xia Fei was not easy, for he would always be on the go. After packing up his luggage, Xia Fei bid both Avril and Sophie farewell before setting off on another journey. This time, his destination was the burial grounds of countless experts, where countless aggrieved souls roamed, the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Chapter 748, Tier 2 Account Unlocked. Xia Fei's first stop was not the ancient battlefield but Rock Bank, instead. The Atlantean's account was set up in tiers. Xia Fei could qualify to access the second tier now that he was a Law Emperor. Since this was the case, he could take a look and see just what was stored within the Atlantean's Tier 2 vault. Actually, what Xia Fei was most concerned with was the Beast Spirit Codex. Xia Fei had only learned the first 6 stages. According to the introduction to the Codex, someone who really managed to master all 9 stages would be capable of controlling every exotic beast under the stars. The power of the Beast Spirit Codex was immeasurable, and even the holy beast Shatterstar had been subdued by Xia Fei through it, which was why the former was so loyal to the latter. Naturally, factors like how Xia Fei and Furball shared similar temperament and how he had been rearing the creature since young had to be taken into account as well. Regrettably, the first tier vault did not have the amazing Beast Spirit Codex that he wanted so much. Now that he could access the second tier, Xia Fei was hoping that he would be able to obtain the last 3 stages of the Codex. After all, the ancient battle of gods and demons was extremely dangerous. He had been busy recovering his cultivation this entire period and had been unable to promote. If he could obtain some mystical weapon or even the complete Beast Spirit Codex from the vault, it would be a great help for him for the foreseeable future. Flashing his dark gold card, Xia Fei was very respectfully invited to the VIP lounge by the staff of Rock Bank. Good tea was served and there was even an attendant assigned to take care of his every need. Money is king. This was a saying that was applicable no matter where he went. It was the same even in the lore realm. I'd like to access the Tier 2 account, Xia Fei spoke straightforwardly. Esteemed client, your account is tiered, and it requires you to have a Law Emperor cultivation to access the Tier 2 account. I'm wondering, the staff ventured to ask him this very courteously. Xia Fei nodded. Yes, I am now a Law Emperor of the Skywing clan. After he said these words plainly, the attendant for VIPs got the fright of his life. He was the same attendant who had taken care of Xia Fei the last time he visited the bank, and he clearly remembered him being a level 7 Law Sovereign. However, in the span of 2 short weeks, Xia Fei had actually ascended to a Law Emperor. This was a really stunning rate of promotion. 1. What made him even more surprised was to hear the young man say the words Skywing clan. Forget White Horse Constellation, even the furthest reaches of the demon territory had heard of that horrifying event of a clan being forcibly expelled from the lore realm by an equally prestigious clan through superior martial prowess. It was hard for anyone who heard this not to gasp in shock. Both were major clans, how could the gap between their strength be so big? Gulp. Cold sweat began to form on this attendant's forehead, and he hurriedly excused himself on the pretext of retrieving the testing equipment. The demon lord laughed. Looks like the Skywing name has been utterly ruined this time around. Anyone will shudder upon hearing it, believing that anyone from your clan is a monster that won't blink an eye while taking a life. Xia Fei was unfazed. I don't really think that that's a bad thing. At the very least, it'll spare me plenty of trouble. I don't care about the business of others, nor do I want to care. The test was very simple. A square device was brought over. Xia Fei simply placed his palm in the middle of the receptacle and the lights turned on correspondingly. Before long, the last green light indicator lit up, signaling completion of the test. Sir, you indeed have the cultivation of a Law Emperor, and your credit account has gone up by a tier accordingly. Do you need me to help you check? Asked the staff very respectfully. Xia Fei nodded. That's good. Also, I recall that there's a respective treasury aside from the cash account. Get it ready. I intend to take a look at it at once. Having the Skywing token with him made things very convenient. In less than a minute, an attendant came with a list. The balance of the Atlantean's Tier 2 cash account was described on it in detail. Xia Fei took the list and looked. The Tier 2 account was different from the Tier 1, which only contained Grade 4 origin crystals. On top of the Grade 4 origin crystals, the Tier 2 account had 11,000 precious Grade 4 origin crystals. 1. In the lore realm, a Grade 5 origin crystal was something only the wealthiest clan would use as currency. In most cases, no one would care to use Grade 5 origin crystal to pay for transactions. The energy from a Grade 5 origin crystal was a lot purer, containing 100 times the energy compared to a Grade 4 origin crystal. Using it for cultivation was the right way of expending. In fact, Xia Fei had relied on 14,000 Grade 5 origin crystals to rapidly cultivate to the max his speed ability, which was evidence of just how effective they were. Of course, a young scion like Xia Feng would not care about this. After all, the Feng family was in charge of the largest martial hall in the lore realm, Dragon Ascension. In the brothel before, Xia Feng handed over dozens of Grade 5 origin crystals merely as a tip along with his payment. As such, those ladies were practically over the moon when they received the crystals. If not for his face, Xia Fei would have really tried exchanging those valuable green crystals for his own Grade 4 origin crystals. There was no sense in comparing, however. Xia Fei did not have even a single piece of Grade 5 origin crystal, yet Xanian was willing to treat those precious rocks as a tip. Rumor had it that the Feng family's Grade 5 origin crystals were all given to them by the god race as they were working for them. This was why the family had no lack of high-grade crystals. Perhaps the Feng family could even take out a Grade 6 origin crystal. Conversely, this Atlantean account contained 3 million level 4 origin crystals. A Grade 5 origin crystal needed a high-level energy master for conversion, so it was not an issue of money, though the over 10,000 Grade 5 origin crystals did not seem particularly eye-catching. Xia Fei could exchange for 5 to 6 million Grade 4 origin crystals if he were to sell these on the black market. This was most definitely a sizable sum to him. Xia Fei withdrew 3,000 Grade 5 origin crystals and stored them in his spatial ring for his Infernal's future use. Furthermore, he did a bit of transfers to the account, leaving just 10,000 Grade 4 origin crystals on himself and saving the rest. With the better Grade 5 origin crystals to use for cultivation, the Grade 4 origin crystals were now no more than cash. As such, it was more convenient for him to use his card when paying his bills, meaning that there was no need for him to lug around a large pile of origin crystals. Sir, your account's current balance is 8,000 Grade 5 origin crystals and 6,732,100 Grade 4 origin crystals. If you confirm that there's no error in this, please sign your name on this, said the attendant as he handed him a form. Xia Fei secretly cursed, complaining about how Xialashi had grifted astronomical crystals from him. If not for that, he would have at least 8 million Grade 4 origin crystals in his account. What he had forgotten was that he had also emptied Xialashi's reserve. In reality, Xia Fei had profited greatly from his foray to Lingfeng Pavilion. With a scribble of the pen, Xia Fei wrote his name. Skywing, Xia Fei. The spatial door sent Xia Fei to an underground treasury. Opening the vault door, Xia Fei stepped in. The Atlanteans' Tier 2 clan treasury was bigger, covering about 400 square meters, filled with rows upon rows of metal support frames. On it were intricately crafted storage boxes, though these boxes only took up at most a third of the space, leaving the rest empty. Giving it some thought, Xia Fei decided to merge the contents of the Tier 1 and Tier 2 treasuries so that it would be more convenient for him to check the contents the next time he was down here, meaning that he need not to run between the two places. Merging the two together was nothing difficult for Xia Fei since he had a spatial ring that had large storage space. He moved the items from one vault into his ring and then placed them inside the new vault. Given how fast he moved, this entire task took less than several minutes. Smiling, Xia Fei looked at the merged treasury with satisfaction. He flexed his arm as he mumbled to himself, I wonder if this Tier 2 treasury has what I need. Whoosh! Super speed! Xia Fei opened all the boxes and began organizing the things in them, choosing the items of some use and putting them to the side while leaving the ones of no use to him inside the boxes. Also, Xia Fei added the items he had no use for in these boxes. Though a spatial ring with a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters was not by any means small, Xia Fei still needed plenty of space to store some necessary medicinal ingredients and tools. There was even that spaceship from the demon race inside. That was why it became very important for him to conserve space as much as possible. 5 minutes. It was how long Xia Fei had taken to organize and arrange everything. This was the benefit of having super speed. What disappointed Xia Fei was that the complete copy of the Beast Spirit Codex, which he wanted so much, could not be found in this vault. The Beast Spirit Codex is very precious and unique, perhaps it's stored in the Tier 3 vault, Xia Fei thought. A trunk was placed on top of the table, and in it were the many strange things Xia Fei had come across while he was sorting everything. The Atlanteans were truly a clan that was very sentimental, for plenty of weapons and armor that no longer had any use were still carefully stored in the vault. Each item had a clear description of what the past owners had achieved using it, including the successful military exploits of the wielders. Xia Fei was not an Atlantean, so he was not too concerned with their history. Hence, he did not view these things as useful. Sigh. Xia Fei shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Perhaps it was because he went through his own weapons and equipment too fast, but to him, these treasures of the Atlantean were no more than chicken ribs. Not a single one of the armor surpassed Monohorn Ogre, while none of the weapons was comparable to the bloodthirsty dagger blood crystal. Not useful. Why don't I sell all this stuff? They should fetch me a bit of crystals. Xia Fei frowned as he mulled over what he could do with these items. Oro chuckled. One shouldn't be too greedy, you've already taken more than 10,000 grade 5 origin crystals from this clan's treasury, yet you're still dissatisfied. Besides, this has nothing to do with the Atlantis clan. It's not that their things are bad, it's that you have stuff way better. Just take that darkness metal weapon, Ode of 100 Spirits, as an example. Most could only wish to get hold of such a weapon, yet you've barely used it despite owning one. Xia Fei pouted. The Ode of 100 Spirits can't compare with the blood crystal in terms of usefulness. You can't blame me for that. Oro shook his head. It'll be hard for you to find weapons of higher grade than these. After all, we're not in the two peak races, and honestly, even blood crystal will be quite a decent weapon when mixed with the god race's arsenal. Getting your hands on a top-grade divine weapon will have to depend on luck, and it's not something you can just find anywhere. Xia Fei did not respond. He packed up all the decent armor and weapons around, ready to give them to those around him, and left the vault. Will the Tier 3 treasury require me to reach Law Overlord cultivation before I can assess it? Xia Fei asked before he left the bank. The Rock Bank employee somewhat reluctantly answered, Sir, your account doesn't have a Tier 3 treasury. The Tier 3 account only comprises a small deposit box. According to our records, only 3 items are inside. Xia Fei was stunned. Sure enough, the best was saved for the last. Since the Tier 3 account was just a deposit box with only 3 items inside, it must mean that they were the most precious possessions of the Atlanteans. The complete Beast Spirit Codex must be inside. Am I only able to access it after becoming a Law Overlord? Xia Fei anxiously inquired. Sir, there's no relevant cultivation required to access the Tier 3 account's deposit box, one just has to move up there. The staff pointed to the sky as he said this. Xia Fei instantly understood what this bank employee meant. It turned out that only by joining one of the 2 peak races could he access the Tier 3 account. That just served to highlight the strictness of this requirement. That secret deposit box was prepared for the God race. Chapter 749, Rank S+. Furball happily gnawed on a grade 5 origin crystal. This pet of his was a very picky eater. After having tasted the wondrous high-grade energy of the grade 5 origin crystal from the last time, he was no longer interested in anything else lower. Every time he ate since then, it had felt like chewing on wax to him. The expression on his face looked worse with each passing day. Though the Atlanteans' treasury did not have any powerful weapons, the 11,000 grade 5 origin crystals Xia Fei obtained was of great help. At the very least, that amount could solve the issue of Furball's sustenance. Exotic beasts demonstrated great loyalty when protecting their masters. After Furball demonstrated his undying loyalty time and again, Xia Fei was unwilling to wrong him. Xia Fei was also holding a grade 5 origin crystal in his hand, the green and pure energy rapidly flowing into his body and his brain, making him feel warm all over. That's a grade 5 origin crystal, all right, the energy stored is both pure and abundant, Xia Fei said with a smile. The old demon lord was unimpressed. It's only a grade 5 origin crystal, no need to make such a big fuss over it. Wait till you really join the 2 peak races, then you'll be able to enjoy an even more superior energy. Law force is born out of cosmic origin energy, and energy is the basis of strength in combat. High-grade energy sources are very important to any warrior, so let's hurry up and get going. It's almost time. Yet. Xia Fei nodded and adjusted his spatial compass in accordance with Oro's instructions. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei arrived at an unfamiliar place. Clouds of every color, looking as bright and splendid as a rainbow, could be seen up in the sky. Xia Fei lifted his head and observed this amazing sight, inadvertently feeling somewhat dumbfounded. The clouds on this planet were so pretty that they dazzled the eyes. Oro did not share Xia Fei's awe of the beautiful sky, solemnly stating, "This is the final transit point before entering the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. It will send you off to that distant battlefield right after, so let me inform you of some things before that." Xia Fei lowered his head and glanced at his precision compass, feeling puzzled. "We have traveled 7 trillion light years and are now outside the lower realm space." Oro nodded. "That's right. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons isn't anywhere in the lower realm. This is only the start, the next silver compass will send you to somewhere even further." "How much further?" asked Xia Fei, truly curious. At present, the farthest he had traveled was most likely the Mech's hidden realm, which was around 9 trillion light years away from the lower realm if measured in a straight line. There was no cardinal direction in the cosmos, so the hidden realm was just a dot in the sea of stars. There were still plenty of unknown spaces that Xia Fei had no knowledge about. "How should I know?" Oro shook his head. "The ancient battlefield is determined by the 2 supreme races. What law powers used to delineate or what rules will be applied, everything has already been researched. All I can do is send you over, but don't ask me about anything else." Pausing, Oro then sternly stated, "The reason why we have to set off 28 days prior is that there's a unique set of rules to enter the ancient battlefield, required to test the entrance cultivation, thereby completing the various tasks assigned by the system. What makes this even stranger is the fact that each task is different, and it'll automatically be adjusted according to a warrior's present cultivation, potential, and bloodline. In these tens of thousands of years, no one has ever managed to succeed in thoroughly researching this protection mechanism of the ancient battlefield, and many warriors have been forced to return after failing to make it through these 4 weeks of tests, with some even dying as a result." Xia Fei frowned. "More tests? Has it always been the case?" "Nope." Oro brandished his arm widely. "When the ancient battlefield was first established, no such rule existed. Only after those old coots sealed up the place did admittance become such an arduous tribulation. Besides strength, a bit of luck is also necessary to make it through. The Lionheart's most superior warriors ended up succumbing to the tasks because they faced extremely difficult tests. What I can tell you is just that much. I hope that you've got good luck. It's still too early for me to tell you about what happens after entering the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, let's just wait for you to make it through before we talk some more." Exhaling, Xia Fei took out the silver compass that guided the way. "Enter the code, 3D57. Oro relayed this string of letters and numbers to Xia Fei, gradually unlocking the compass. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded and Xia Fei disappeared from that colorful planet without a trace. A long space traversal ensued, at which Xia Fei felt like he had been floating in the inky darkness for 15 minutes, falling continuously from the sky, with hardly any sound around him. This desolation was so overwhelming it was anxiety-inducing. Bump! Xia Fei did a dexterous flip and landed on the ground in one elegant motion. When he finally looked up, all he saw was a narrow corridor, and that moment he landed, a piercing white light shone, indicating to Xia Fei that where he would be going was a lot deeper. Getting up, Xia Fei made his way over as he looked around. From as far as his eyes could see, there were only walls made of some metal alloy that he was unfamiliar with, sturdy and free from rust. These metal walls had plenty of carvings, recording the many scenes of sapient life forms in this universe engaged in pitched battles. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons was as its name suggested, it was all about war. After walking for some time, the space before him began to widen, and he eventually arrived at a large, square hall. It was roughly 100 in width and length, with a height of at least 20 meters. Even a giant like Oro could stand straight inside this room. Right across from him was a wall with a timer. The time shown was constantly changing, as if it was showing the seconds that passed. Oro looked at the time and said, "There's still 37 minutes left before the peripheral ring of the ancient battlefield begins. Guess you should wait patiently." Xia Fei nodded, leaned against the corner wall, and lit a cigarette, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Regarding this foray to the ancient battlefield, Xia Fei had already done sufficient preparation and had also finished recuperating. He was basically at his peak condition. When it was time, the lights in the hall suddenly got extinguished, leaving just a singular white beam that was projected onto Xia Fei's body. As if some analysis was occurring on Xia Fei, it made the already sealed environment appear even stranger. After a few seconds passed, a cold feminine voice could be heard saying, "Test will begin. Rank S+." The old demon lord's expression turned wildly as he exclaimed, "Oh, no. You're in trouble now, kid. You've triggered an extreme test." Xia Fei was still puzzled. Most rankings with letters ought to be A, B, C and such, why would AS rank appear out of nowhere, and it was even AS and rank. Is S and really that high? Xia Fei asked. It's more than high. Oro gritted his teeth and explained. A normal test is rank C, while an enhanced test is B. Heightened enhanced test is considered rank A, while a rank S test is considered extreme. With the plus sign added, it means that the test will be the extremely enhanced type. The brutality and horror of the test corresponds to that. Before Xia Fei could give a response, the blinding light mellowed. The next moment, Xia Fei found himself in a dense rainforest. A sun was shining above, but a torrential rain persisted with no signs of stopping. Mud covered the ground beneath his feet. That same icy female voice was then heard once more, "Test 1, survive." With that, burly figures descended from the sky. Boom! One after another, masked warriors fell all around Xia Fei, surrounding him. He could see the eyes past the masks these beings wore, and they were murky green, giving off the eeriness of a pack of wolves eyeing their prey in the middle of the night. These warriors somewhat resemble mechs, with their bodies covered entirely by their armor. They stood over 2 meters tall, numbering a total of 108, each of similar height and size. Balling up his fists, Xia Fei stared coldly at these 108 warriors who had come from God knew where. "What are you still standing around for? Quickly run! This is a test of survival. This means that it's a test about fleeing." Oro yelled into Xia Fei's ears. Xia Fei was startled. He consciously lifted his feet and rapidly disappeared deeper into the rainforest. Breath control. Like an incorporeal spirit, Xia Fei no longer gave off any presence. Though his speed was not as fast as before, it was abnormally quiet, almost as if he was a ghost flying through the trees, searching for the best spot to hide. Ah! Talk about bad luck, to think you'd start with a rank SN test. Guess you're in for quite a pickle. Utilize your speed advantage and survive these initial 24 hours before we talk further, Oro somewhat vexedly said. Xia Fei did not reply. Everything had happened too fast, and before Xia Fei could even consider his predicament, he was already fleeing. Suddenly, a huge arm appeared by Xia Fei's side, 5 fingers as thick and short as steel bars, looking very strong and powerful. "We're surrounded." Xia Fei was shocked. The attack from both sides left his heart trembling. He had breath control, crafty approach, and super speed, but despite all these, he still failed to escape from these warriors' pursuit. How was that possible? Breath control had never once been ineffective before. Rumble! Xia Fei leaped, evading the attacks from both sides, but the 2 warriors' punch had blown away an entire thick row of ancient trees. This clearly showed just how powerful their combat strength was. His heart rate increased, for Xia Fei realized that, while he was in mid-air, the enemies had already set up an impeccable net around him. 4 warriors were even separately blocking the 4 directions, waiting for Xia Fei to run right into them. What powerful and sinister enemies! Xia Fei yelped in his mind. Evasion! Xia Fei kept evading, but it was too bad that the enemies were hiding everywhere in this humongous rainforest. It was as if they were everywhere, and a moment of carelessness was all it took to be afflicted with a fatal encirclement by these enemies. This was grueling. Extremely grueling. 6 hours passed, and Xia Fei's entire body was caked in dirty mud, his face pale and breathing short. These 108 warriors seemed to be benefiting from divine intervention. They had him surrounded from all directions, practically forcing Xia Fei to a corner. It was not just Xia Fei, even the old demon lord was rather alarmed by these staunch warriors. The system seemed to have uncannily set it up so that they would accelerate in accordance with the speed Xia Fei was displaying. If he so much as attempted to move, they would surely be able to surround him completely. These warriors almost seemed optimized to target Xia Fei's weaknesses, picking to strike at his weak underbelly, making it impossible for the young man to defend himself. Xia Fei was extremely annoyed, causing him to spit out an expletive. He came to an abrupt halt, turning around to watch these enemies who had chased him the entire time, a flame of powerful rage burning in his eyes. He lit a cigarette and smoked amid the torrential shower, shrugging his shoulders a bit. What are you standing there for? Quick, run! These guys have evidently been optimized for you. It'll be too late if you don't keep running. Oro bellowed. Having also been left gasping for air as he watched Xia Fei escape time after time, his voice was now hoarse. I just don't get it. Who made it a rule that I should run? Xia Fei smirked, the corners of his lips curving in an intriguing arc. Chapter 750, Making the System Go Crazy. I just don't get it. Who made it a rule that I should run? Xia Fei demanded in frustration. Oro was startled. He truly had not thought about this problem before. His mindset was one that had never before questioned the rules. Didn't the system say? This is an escape assessment. Since you're trying to escape, you naturally have to run. And why is that? Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and asked. Oro instantly felt dizzy. He did not get why Xia Fei would ask all these questions. These are the rules. The rules of the battlefield's automatic assessment system. It wants to test your escaping abilities, so you naturally have to cooperate with it. Cooperate with it like hell. Xia Fei could not help but curse. Should I cooperate even if the system wants to kill me? Screw the system. Xia Fei lightly flicked a finger, and the red cigarette butt flew in an elegant arc through the air before landing in the swamp and snuffing out. A look of frustration appeared on Oro's face as he asked, You? What are you intending to do? Zing! Ignoring Oro, Xia Fei turned around with a savage light in his eyes and charged at these 108 warriors. I don't like becoming anyone's prey, never in the past, and certainly not now. The situation became rather strange. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei went from the hunted to the hunter, turning around and charging at those enemies pursuing him. Those large and muscular warriors were all taken aback. The prey had turned around and was now biting back at them? Such a thing had never happened on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons before. Xia Fei was the first person to go against the rules. Rumble! Falling leaves of autumn's demise. Xia Fei cried out, exploiting a warrior's surprise to cut him down. Whoosh! A body was torn apart by the law of primal chaos and then disappeared. The 108 warriors controlled by the system became 107. Xia Fei took out the blood crystal and released Furball and Peacock Blue. Like a killing god, he stared at the distant hunters, who still did not understand what was going on. Fight! Beat them into the ground! With this order, Furball and Peacock Blue let out strange shouts and charged out with Xia Fei in a vicious counterattack. This so-called escape assessment instantly went from Xia Fei fleeing and the system pursuing to the system fleeing while Xia Fei, Furball and Peacock Blue pursued. Second. Third. Fifth. Boom! Another warrior produced by the system collapsed, and Xia Fei felt all the frustration in his chest get swept away. With an ashen complexion, he shouted, This is the sixth. Oro was on the verge of collapsing. He knew that Xia Fei never did anything according to common sense. After being chased by the system's soldiers for several hours, Xia Fei had finally reached his breakpoint and had begun to counterattack heedlessly, not caring for the rules that were in place for tens of thousands of years. In the rainforest, a shocking scene was taking place. Xia Fei, Furball and Peacock Blue were like three primordial beasts that had descended on Earth as they hunted down the 108 warriors just like how they had chased Xia Fei moments ago. It was just that his counterattack was lethal and without mercy. Zing! Xia Fei extracted blood crystal from an enemy, appearing rather disappointed. These aren't actual living beings, only warriors simulated by the system. They don't have any energy at all, Xia Fei said with a shake of his head. Oro glared at him and shouted, Are you here to take a test or hunt? You're treating the ancient battlefield system as your prey. How could there be someone as bold and reckless as you in this universe? These are the rules. The rules require you to run. How could you turn around and hunt down the hunters? Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Oro and disdainfully retorted, All rules exist only to be broken. Let's have these hunters get a taste of what it feels like to be hunted. Bang! As he spoke, Xia Fei punched out. The rules. If Xia Fei cared about the rules, he would not be Xia Fei. Again. Xia Fei once more displayed his brash and unreasonable behavior, doing things that did not make any sense, thereby overturning the rules that had operated for tens of thousands of years. For the first time, the mysterious AI system running the ancient battlefield of gods and demons realized that the prey could become the hunter. In a mysterious room, a giant and intricate machine was in a state of extreme chaos. The reason was very simple, of the many people who wanted to enter the ancient battlefield, one person had overturned the rules it had set down. The temperature in the room rapidly climbed as the AI system whirred ceaselessly, operating so quickly that it seemed to have gone insane. It was trying to understand what was going on. Why had Xia Fei counterattacked, and how could he dare to attack the system? Countless indicator lights flashed, lighting up the room in a bizarre light. The AI system was in a state of extreme disarray as it calculated, and calculated. Alas, some things just could not be determined through mere calculation. As the slaughter continued, the AI system began to panic, an unprecedented sense of terror taking root. There was more than one path to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, and Xia Fei was not alone in wanting to get there through the assessment. On countless screens were many different faces. Suddenly, all of the screens showed Xia Fei. As for the other warriors in the other passages, they began to panic, for their surroundings had turned pitch dark. It was as if the AI system had abandoned them. What's happening? A green-skinned warrior stopped running and panted for breath. For 7 hours now, he had been pushed to the point of exhaustion by the AI test system. However, for some reason, his surroundings had gone dark, giving himself a chance to catch his breath. Rest, I need to rest. The green-skinned warrior held his chest and stopped moving, using this precious moment of time where the system had collapsed to recompose himself. To be more precise, the AI system had not collapsed. It had gone crazy. Xia Fei's abnormal actions had left it confused and shocked. It had, thus, decided to use all of its resources to deal with Xia Fei, so it stopped the tests for everyone else. It devoted all of its power to Xia Fei, hoping that all-out calculation would be enough to explain his actions. Only one left. Xia Fei slowly strode toward the last, despairing hunter. At his side were his two accomplices in this counter-hunt, Furball and Peacock Blue. Both had been influenced by their master to care less and less about the rules. For example, they had worked with Xia Fei to defy the rules of the universe and prevent the Phoenix Tail Stone, an immemorial mystical armament, from returning to the Sea of Stars. There was a sinister smile on his face as Xia Fei pushed this last hunter to a dead end, with Furball behind, Xia Fei in front, and Peacock Blue covering the flanks. Don't move. I have some things to do first, Xia Fei sternly ordered. Furball and Peacock Blue prepared to attack at any moment as Xia Fei approached with a sinister face. The hunter had essentially given up on resisting and curiously looked at Xia Fei. Oro asked in frustration and helplessness, Xia Fei, what are you trying to do now? Xia Fei solemnly replied, it's very strange. These fellows are clearly simulated by the system, but when my weapon digs into their bodies, I feel like I'm really tearing through flesh and breaking bones. He paused before continuing, I want to do some research and see what sort of system this is that can achieve such a high level of realism. Cough. Oro choked. Defying the rules of the ancient battlefield was one thing, now, Xia Fei even wanted to research the ancient battlefield system? What was this nonsense? Had the old immortals of the two supreme races designed this supreme battlefield so that Xia Fei could research it? At the same time, in the mysterious room, the super AI system was on the verge of collapsing. Since ancient times, this had been the first person who wanted to research it. He was undoubtedly the most insane of all the intelligent life forms it had encountered. The room was already scorching hot. This machine could not be described as insane. Rather, it had gone manic. Cree. A deafening and ugly sound came from the inside of the machine. Following which, a scorched scent spread in the air. It was as if someone had accidentally burned a sweet potato. The smell of burned starch, which was tinged with sweetness, filled the air. All of the indicator lights madly flashed, just like the cosmos blinking in and out of existence. 1,000 times per second. 10,000 times per second. Xia Fei had no idea what sort of severe chain reaction his actions had triggered. He was weighing the blood crystal in his hand and viciously staring at the last hunter. Zing! With a swing of his dagger, Xia Fei cut off the enemy's mask and revealed an ape-like face. It seemed like this hunter was not some completely evolved species, with 4 white fangs extending from its mouth. Do you recognize this fellow? What race does he belong to? Xia Fei asked. He did not know much about the various races in the Law realm, while Oro was undoubtedly an expert on the subject. Oro was almost dizzy with rage. Please, I'm begging you, can you stop messing around? This is an appearance set by the system. How could the Law realm have a race like this? Xia Fei was unmoved, muttering to himself, it's not a race belonging to the lower realm? Now that's strange. According to high-level computational theory, all AI processes must have an original form. Could the system have produced it on its own? That means that this ancient battlefield's AI system is rather advanced. Whoosh! Whoosh! His dagger danced once more. With clean and simple cuts, he hacked away at the hunter's armor and revealed the muscular body underneath. The curvature of the muscles was sharp and defined, the abs were so tough that they seemed to be made of steel. The hunter's body did not have much fur, and what fur it did have was sparsely distributed. The hunter produced by the system seemed to have gone dumb. He simply stood there, like someone who had been stripped naked and paraded through the streets, rage and sorrow in his eyes. Xia Fei stroked his chin and muttered, "I wonder if it simulated the reproductive system." Oro almost fainted. The super AI system also almost fainted from rage. Anyone who heard these words would break down. This was simply too much. He even wanted to research the reproductive system. What the hell was wrong with him? The manic system could not hold on any longer. Boom! All of its indicator lights went out. The entire ancient battlefield of gods and demons went dark. Unknown error. The system has been forced to restart. After a long while, an icy female voice rang out, sounding very fatigued.